He never believed in the phenomenon called light at the end of the tunnel, which appeared thanks to those rare cases when people who are on the verge of death woke up in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "He saw the light." However, here he is in this so-called tunnel. And how did he die? The last thing he remembers is being alone in his room. He was looking at the city from a height, and after that, when he went to bed, his body became impossibly heavy. Was he poisoned? Or maybe killed? He needs to think. A lot of people wanted him dead, and after all, he was the king. But no matter how much he wanted to find out the cause of his death, there was nothing he could do about it. He can only accept it. He really hopes that at the end he will not be greeted by a chorus of babies with wings. The doctor congratulated the parents on the fact that they had a healthy boy. The king thought he was what? Just born. The woman asked her husband to hold him for a while. She wants to look at him. The king thought, what does it mean that the light at the end of the tunnel is the light passing through the women? But it can't be. He doesn't even want to think about it. The woman looked at her son and said that he was beautiful. The husband said he had her hair. The king thought that wherever he was, he understood their language. This is a very good sign. This is a gentle and bright smile that radiates maternal love. He can't help but think about how beautiful and charming she is. The woman looked at her husband and said that he had his eyes. The king thought that he was sure that a man with such a strong jaw and enemies pointed like a sword would be strict and serious. The man waved to his born son and greeted him. He said he was his dad and asked him to say dad. The woman stared at her husband and said that he had just been born. The king thought it didn't matter at all now. He looked around and thought that his surroundings seemed normal enough. But he began to look more closely at the place where he now lives and was very surprised. He thought that, where is he? The weeks passed slowly. Despite all her gentleness and kindness, his mother, Alice, firmly held the reins of power in her family. If you ignore the rare childish antics, his father, Reynolds, was a reliable and charismatic man. Although he was very grateful that he was born into a loving family, however, his life was full of difficulties that he would not wish even on his enemies. Minimal control of their limbs and inability to control some body functions that came along with this prison of flesh. It is possible that the mental fortitude that was honed at the time when he was king and representative of his country, as well as a faint hope that all this was just a dream, were the only things that kept him sane. It seemed that he was in the past, in a much more archaic period. He and his mother went outside, apparently, for food, and the king carefully examined everything around. He saw one man who was armed. He wondered if it was really that common for people in the past to carry weapons with them. Some woman advertised her product and shouted that the elixir is great for endurance, only 2 coppers. The kid thought that probably all these bottles with suspicious-looking liquids, which they pass off as medicines, are sold legally. Alice looked at her son, whom she named Art, and said that he must be tired by now. And I asked him how about going home? Art was lying in his bed again and thought that knowledge is power. Having studied his surroundings in recent weeks, he is sure that he knows what to expect from this world. Then my Reynolds came back and picked up his baby in his arms, said that Daddy was home, and he asked how his baby was doing. Then he picked up and tossed Art up. Alice was very scared and shouted, "What will he do if he falls?" But Ray caught his child, and Art thought that, as expected from such a fragile body, just let them think he was incapacitated by a simple throw. Reynolds, he laughed out loud, then picked Art up again and said that his father used to do this when he was younger. He turned to his wife and said he thought their baby was having fun. In fact, Art was uneasy, after which Reynolds shacked to unwind his child. And finally Art couldn't stand it and burst into tears. Alice took the child from her husband's arms and began to calm him down, saying that he was fine. While Reynolds was unwinding him, Art hit his knee and he bled. Alice used her magic and told him to let mommy put him in order, after which, his knee was completely healed. She picked up the child and said that this is much better. Art thought he was jumping to conclusions. He probably doesn't know anything about this world. In his previous life, he was a king. He led armies, and he defeated representatives of countries from all over the world. However, despite all his achievements, he has never been as proud of himself as he is now. Now he can crawl. Alice was very worried about her child and told Reynolds to make sure that he did not hit his head on this corner. Reynolds said it was fine, and let her keep him away from this shelf. Art crawled up to the mirror and sat down next to it. And then I started looking at my reflection. My parents were crazy about it. They shouted that he was looking at himself in the mirror. It's been a few months, but Art hasn't gotten used to his new name. Art is too cute a name for a former king. Although looking at himself now, he has to admit that he is absolutely charming. Careful, future ladies. They have to prepare for the fact that their hearts will be broken. After that, Alicia put Art to bed and, leaving the room, wished him sweet dreams. But as soon as Mom closed the door, Art immediately opened his eyes. He got up and thought that the mission had begun. He threw the blanket out of the crib, then began to get out of there himself, and collapsed right on this blanket. Art thought that now that Alice thinks he's asleep, he has about an hour before she comes back to check on him. Then he carefully fell out of the room. He thought the target was within reach, so full speed ahead. He crawled into the right room where books were scattered, and sitting down on the floor, I thought that this was a complete success. Since he discovered this place, every night he cleans up here in order to learn more about this world. The continent of Diketon, where he was born, is divided into 3 main kingdoms. One of these kingdoms is Elinor. This is an elven kingdom that is hidden deep in the forest. 2. The kingdom is Darv. This is a huge underground kingdom, as well as the homeland of the dwarves. And the 3rd kingdom is Sapin. It is a kingdom of people and undoubtedly the most densely populated area. As in his previous mayor, he also has a monarchical system. Only the throne is inherited here, and not depending on merit. He learned that this world is much worse developed compared to the one in which he lived before. However, he realized that the reason for the lack of technological progress was someone found the right book, which was called A Guide for Beginners Privileged Magicians. The absence of just this progress was magic. Art opened this book and began to study it. He thought that he stopped there. In his old world, there was a life force called Kai, which, after rigorous training, practitioners could use to strengthen their bodies and weapons. There is a similar power in this world called mana. However, unlike Kai, which exists only inside a person, mana is present everywhere. The ability to control mana is largely genetic. Approximately only 1 in 100 children has it. Anyway, mana can be used in various ways. The most common methods are strengthening and casting spells. Boosters strengthen their body with mana, which helps them gain incredible strength, protection, and maneuverability. However, their weakness lies in their limited attack range. Casters also emit mana to the outside world, which allows them to subordinate their will, the environment. However, they need to fill their own mana core with mana from the outside world in order to cast a spell. And his mother was a so-called deviant, or rather an emitter. They are a rare type of magicians who are able to use a unique regenerating mana. According to this book 1, the awakening of magicians occurs between early and late adolescence, when their mana core manifests itself. The mana core sounds incredibly similar to the Kai Center from his past life. In order to form the Kai Center, children were taught to meditate and feel the Kai fragments that were scattered inside the body, and then collect them together in one place. This is very interesting. Art tried to concentrate his mana, and he did it. He thought it was working. But then someone picked him up in his arms. It was his mother Alice. Did she say that's where he is? Of course, he makes her worry. After that, she turned her son's face to her and, looking at him with concern, asked if he really couldn't do caw-caw. Art thought that he was going to start his journey as the greatest magician in this world. She shouldn't force him to be a constipated infant. But after that everything got better for him, and Alice said that she thought he didn't have any problems. It's time for him to change his diaper. Art was confused and thought that it turns out that while he was focused, he really got his diaper dirty. Alice was sitting at the table and opened the book and began to write something there. She started writing that it had been a little over 2 years. However, Na still feels that every day she expounds more and more about her child. She came to the conclusion that Arthur should be the most charming child. With his brown hair and azure eyes that look at her almost intelligently. She knows that he will have trouble in the future if she does not become a strict and reliable mother. It doesn't look like she can invest in Ray. Then she heard a sound. At that moment, she just went outside. Turning at the sound, she saw that her husband was playing with a child, teaching him to fight with a stick. Ray looked at his wife, who was radiating an aura of death. And now she wrote that for God's sake, she stopped him when he tried to teach her child to fight. And that was when he could barely crawl. One thing she noticed is that Arthur loves to go to the small merchants who stay in the center of Ashbur. That is why, instead of buying groceries once or twice a week, they go to the city center every other day. She is not going to spoil him in order to have fresh food in the house and for educational purposes. Looking at Arthur, who is growing so fast, she is very interested in who he will be when he grows up. Ray, as his father, she has no doubt that he will be interested in becoming an adventurer. But she can't help but worry. She can only hope that he will do better than naive young teenagers who hope to become adults as adventurers. If only she could do something about his eternal habit of sneaking into the office. She wants to move his crib to the study. However, the next day, having written all this, she slammed the book shut. Arthur could already stand and was now looking out of the window. He was watching his father now, and I thought that it had been about 2 years since he started the difficult path of study. Since then, he has learned a lot, but it was fascinating to learn something new every day. Did his father start mumbling something? Arthur thought that he had been mumbling something for several minutes, and he was concentrating very much. Then the stones that were scattered around began to rise a little. Arthur immediately roused himself and thought that he wondered what he would conjure. But after that, nothing interesting and surprising happened. Arthur was even upset. Then Ray noticed that his son was watching him and said that his dad was just amazing. Arthur thought, is that really all? 3 minutes of extreme concentration in order to throw something that he can physically throw with less effort. Then his mother came up to him and, stroking his head, asked him that he was looking after his father, wasn't it? Then she looked out of the window and said that, my God, he had ruined the front yard again. Then Ray picked up his gloves again and pulled them on. Arthur thought that he had found out quite recently that his father was an amplifier. I wonder who he will be when his mana core awakens. After that, his father started training again. But then Arthur decided to get off the bench. However, he realized that he was very high up to the floor and was afraid of this, but he could not retreat either. He carefully sat on his knees on this bench and was about to lower his legs. However, it was very difficult for him and he was trembling with fear. Then Alice noticed him and said that his eyes were half closed. Looks like someone needs a nap. Then she picked him up. They passed by the room where there were a lot of books. Seeing this, Arthur reached into this room and told his mother that the books. But Alice, I wasn't going to let him go, she said, not now. It's time for him to take a nap now. Maybe later. Arthur stared at this room and thought there was no chance. After which he made a cute look and asked his mom what books. Alice couldn't resist such a look and said that it was fine. He can play a little in the study. Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alice began to reproach herself and say that she was a bad mother. Boys his age are constantly playing. She should make a nursery for him. Arthur went to the office and thought it wasn't humiliating. A great warrior must use all the weapons in his arsenal. So he went into the office and, sitting on the floor, began to read books. But then Alice heard some kind of crash. She said that he was not his father. It would be better not to cut down another tree. And turning to her son, she said that she would be back soon. Arthur, when he was left alone, thought that his greatest achievement, in addition to the accumulated knowledge about this world, was his progress in the formation of the mana core. He has spent the last 2 years moving tens of 1,000 tiny mana fragments and gather them together near his solar plexus. He understood why it should keep him busy until adolescence, seeing how slowly these fragments gravitate towards the center of his body. This is a very difficult task for his body and mind. But these 2 years have not been in vain. He's almost done. Just one last piece. And then there was an explosion. Ray immediately covered his wife so that she wouldn't be hurt. Ray asked Alice if she was okay. Alice kept repeating her son's name. And when she came to, she was just terrified. She reached for the house and said Art was still there. Ray, without saying a word, immediately rushed into the house. He pushed aside the fragments of the door and went inside. But what he saw there shocked him. He couldn't stay on his feet and fell. By this time Alice had also come into the house and asked what had happened. Ray said he must be joking. He's not even 3 yet. But he's already. Their son was unharmed. And to be more precise, this explosion occurred precisely because of him. He concentrated very hard. After that, he finally came down to earth and thought that he felt just fine. That's what it's like to have a mana core. Even the trees are greener. But from there he thought that the trees. He looked around and thought, wait a minute, what the hell is this? Had they been attacked? Who dared to destroy the king's house? But after some time their house was completely restored. Now Arthur was lying on his bed and reading books again. He thought that in addition to the restoration of their house, a lot of things had happened last year. Together with his mother, he learned to read and write. He learned the basics of manipulation and mana augmentation. At first, since his body was too small to do sparring, and did not learn the basic body training. So he trained with his father, and not so long ago, his father finally decided that he would be fine for practice, and with a wooden sword that he gave him for his 3rd birthday. Then his father burst into his room and shouted that it was training time, calling him a champion. Does he have his sword now? Then the two of them went out into the garden. His father told Arthur to remember now what he had taught him. You need to combine the flow of mana with his breathing. Just like his heart or lungs, his core is just another organ. Arthur couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore and wondered if most 4-year-olds would understand these abstract instructions. After that, they finally started training. His father encouraged him and said that he thought he could handle it. Arthur thought he wouldn't let him rest until he did. He has a little time to make it to dinner, so he concentrated and cut the stick in half, which was held by his father in his hands. Arthur looked at his father and asked if he could go to the study now. His father did not expect this from him and said that yes, of course. So after the workout, Arthur went back to his room and started concentrating. He thought that in this world, strength is measured by the color of his mana core. The mana core is formed black due to the mixing of blood and other impurities of mana particles that form the mana core. The mana core becomes purer as impurities are filtered out over time. The stages are as follows: black, red, orange, yellow, silver, and white. Each stage is divided into 3 shades, such as dark, solid, and light. The lighter the mana core, the purer it is, the more energy it has. But his mom called him and said it was dinner time. Arthur was already startled by surprise. He thought that the curse. Then he left the office and went to their kitchen. The 3 of them were sitting at the table, and Arthur wondered if the child could not be alone. How else can he learn it? Then Ray told Alice that he thought it was time to give Arthur a real mentor. Alice jumped up and said that he was only 4 years old. Besides, he said himself that he could teach him. Ray said exactly what. He never thought that their son would be such a mana manipulation prodigy at 4 years old. He's just holding him back, he's just got a huge potential. Alice said she wouldn't let her child leave home to some city hundreds of miles away. Ray said Cyrus wasn't just any city, and he will make sure that his friend takes care of him. His parents argued for a very long time. After that, they couldn't stand it, and Ray asked what Art should say. Is he want to go to a big city and have a real teacher? Art stared tiredly at his parent and wondered if he was really letting him decide. Aren't you too much to ask for a 4-year-old? He swallowed the food and asked if Mom and Dad could come and meet the teacher together. The parents just looked at each other. Arthur got nervous and thought that maybe he had said something wrong. Was his suggestion too complicated? But the parents laughed. Ray said he thinks they haven't really thought about going together. Alice said she might have felt better if she had been there when he checked in and met his teacher. Ray hit the table and said that then it looks like they're all going to Cyrus town. Arthur thought that, and so he was shocked when he heard how his parents were already preparing for a 3-week trip. After dinner, he went back to the study and began to read books. He thought he saw it somewhere here. But then Alice came and took the book from her son and told him that it was time for him to go to bed. They're leaving early tomorrow. Arthur asked, what's tomorrow? So fast. Alice said that she knows and she also hates being in such a hurry. But his mom and dad's old friends from the Twin Horns will also go to Cyrus, and they will take them with them. His father was with them once. After that, she put her child to bed and kissed him on the forehead, was about to leave. At the door she stopped and said that if she didn't catch him reading, he can take some books for the trip tomorrow, so he should go to bed. Arthur said he was fine and wished his mother good night. Alice also wished him sweet dreams. Arthur thought he knew the Twin Horns had been in the area for a while. They even helped rebuild their house when they had time. From what he heard, the group consisted of 2 magicians with 3 amplifiers. They will help with any difficulties they may encounter. He will finally leave this small quiet town. Now it's time to see what this world really has to offer. It was already morning, and the family, having gathered, went outside. On the way, they met Ray's friends. Ray hugged his friend and thanked him again for taking them on this trip. And he told them to meet his son. He turned to his son, told him to introduce himself. Arthur greeted them and said that his name was Arthur Levin, and thanked them for going with them to Cyrus. The man patted Arthur on the head and said what manners, and I asked him if he was sure that Ray was his father. It was Adam Crench. He is an amplifier, his specialty is a spear. Then a woman picked him up in her arms and hugged him, saying that he was too cute. He should be grateful that he looks more like his mom. It was Angela Rose. She is a magician. Her specialty is wind magic. Arthur was very confused. He wondered what was going on here. He can't breathe. Someone grabbed Arthur from her embrace by another man and told her that she was hurting him. Arthur looked at this man with horror. This man's name is Durden Walker. He is also a magician. His specialty is earth magic. Walker put Arthur down and patted him on the shoulder. After that, Arthur turned his attention to the girl who was just standing silently on the sidelines. This girl's name is Jasmina Flamesworth. She is also a magician. Her specialty is double daggers. But Jasmine didn't say anything to him, just silently went to the cart. Then another girl came up to Arthur from behind and told him not to pay attention to her, because she just needs to get used to them. She held out her hand to him and said that it was very nice to meet her. Her name was Helen Shard. She was also a magician, and her specialty was a magic bow. Arthur shook Helen's hand. Alice, Angela, and Arthur were already in the cart. Someone asked if everyone was ready. Angela said they were doing well. Adam said let's go then. Arthur thought that the journey was beginning. It was already night, and their 2 wagons were attacked by wolves. Alice defended Arthur. Everyone else fought off these monsters. Then they lit a fire and decided to eat. Arthur was probably bored. Helen asked him how he was. Tired, aren't you? Arthur nodded. Helen told him not to worry about it, because this is his first such trip. Arthur said it looked like it, but he thought that in this life, of course. Helen sat down next to him and said that his father boasted almost all the way that he was a genius magician. Did he really wake up a year ago? Adam got up and told Ray that he needed to stretch out a little before going to bed, and he told him that he didn't mind training with his son. And I asked him if he would mind if he played with Art. Art heard this and thought that let him stretch himself. Ray told Adam that everything was fine, but let him be careful because they barely moved from this light strength and mana exercises. Adam approached Arthur and, grabbing him, dragged him along. Arthur thought that normal children of his age would hardly be able to climb the stairs. However, he thinks that no one here thinks that fighting him is unusual. Then Adam led him to a small clearing. They faced each other, and Adam asked him if he was ready. Adam asked him if he knew how to strengthen his weapon, and called him a genius boy. Everyone else came here to watch them. With the help of telepathy, Arthur began to communicate with his father. He said that this redhead is thirsty for blood. He had to get him out of this mess. The father told his son to make it. Arthur sighed and said he was useless. But then I concentrated and thought that it was great. He gripped his sword tighter, and then he bounced off the ground and moved straight at Adam. Adam was already ready to repel his attack and put a block. However, what happened next, he did not expect. Arthur moved so fast that in the blink of an eye he was behind him. Even Adam didn't notice it. However, Arthur slipped and thought that, damn it, this is an infantile body. So Adam was able to detect it. But Arthur still deftly dodged his attacks, and even almost knocked Adam down. Adam swung his weapon and was about to strike at Arthur. However, Arthur put a block and thought that it was at this moment that Newton's third law of motion came to mind. For every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. So he beat off Adam's attack, but he also jumped aside. Alice was very worried about her son, but Arthur made it the opposite reaction. Walker walked up to Adam and slapped him on the back of the head, telling him it was too much. Adam asked what kind of ass taught him to fight. Through what hellish training did he create this little monster? Ray said he didn't teach him that. Alice has already run up to her son and started treatment. She asked what is it that they have studied. And what did he say that he learned this by watching Dad and reading some books? Adam asked what books. No matter what else he is going to do, he has to teach them the same techniques and his movements. Jasmine nodded. A few days have passed since they started their journey to the city of Cyrus. During this time, his birthday also passed. Jasmine gave him a gift. She handed him a homemade airplane and said that this was a birthday present and a lesson. Now they decided to settle down at the spring and swim there. Arthur thought that Adam, Helen and his father had continued their studies with decent progress so far. But to his surprise, Jasmine had already learned a few techniques. It still amazes him how Jasmine was able to understand his instructions, and quickly, especially when learning the faint step. After they bought up and pampered in this source, they began to gather. Alice told her son that he should hurry up, because they are already leaving. Arthur told his mother that he was now. Then they set off again. Adam told Arthur if he knew that he still remembered his father getting them into all sorts of trouble. Helen said she was sure Ray wasn't the only one causing trouble. Wasn't there a case when they accidentally went? Adam immediately became confused and shouted that he wasn't. What was it? Apparently, he wanted to distract Helen's attention so that she would not continue her story further. Then Adam said that it didn't matter anymore because it was just a small rodent. Alice was clearly not feeling well. Arthur noticed this and asked her if she was okay. Alice smiled at her son and said she was just a little tired. Is she okay? Well, he opened his book again and continued to read it. But then something prevented him from continuing. Jasmine spied on him and made it clear that he would teach her more. But then the cart shook violently. Alice got scared and asked what was going on. Helen shouted that they were bandits. They must prepare to attack. Angela immediately gathered herself and, getting to her feet, said that conquering the wind and following her will, collect and protect. Bandits attacked them from all sides, and they shot a lot of arrows at them. Helen was injured, but that didn't scare her at all. She was still determined to fight. She jumped up and landed on the ground, pulled an arrow and fired at one of the bandits. Arthur snuggled up to his mother and thought that the dawn. They are completely surrounded. These bandits were standing on high ground, so it was very easy for them to fire at them. One of these bandits said it was a great catch. They should leave only women and a child alive, and try not to leave scars. They will be paid less for damaged goods. Arthur thought that he seemed to have lived in a bubble for too long. He had almost forgotten that every world has its share of dirt, just like him. And I thought that the damaged goods. He grabbed his dagger and was also already determined. Alice noticed this and hugged her son tightly. She told him not to worry because she was here. The bandits kept shooting them. Walker shouted that it was necessary to gather and guard. But then one of the arrows flew straight at Alice. However, Angela arrived in time and saved her. The battle continued. Ray was almost killed alone. Helen came to his aid, who killed this bandit with her arrow. Jasmine didn't spare these bandits either. She chopped them up, just like Adam. Here is one of these bandits, came to the soul for Jasmine. He brandished the whip and told her to stop resisting. He will make sure to teach her a good lesson that in the end she will beg to stay with him. Arthur watched Jasmine closely and thought that she was at a disadvantage against an opponent. But how can he help her? A fighter is one thing, but will he be able to stand up against an adult with this body? But then someone crashed into their cart, breaking one of the walls. It was Ray who was thrown right into the cart. He was very badly injured. Apparently, their leader did it. Arthur noticed him and, turning to his mother, said that she should cure Dad faster. And he thought, is there really something wrong with Mom? Alice was shaking all over and said that, but she can't. Arthur thought, why doesn't she heal Dad? Alice began to cry. Ray began to calm her down and said that he was fine. His wounds were not fatal. She shouldn't worry so much and do her best. Then he turned to his son and told him to listen carefully. After his mom's use a healing spell, then these bad people will go after her. He will be able to fight off the leader, but he will have no time to worry about their protection. He must take his mother back along the path from where they came and not stop. Arthur objected and asked what he was talking about. He's not going to leave him. He can fight, he saw for himself. Ray pulled his son to him and, stroking his head, said that he should listen to him. He knows he can fight. That's exactly why he trusts him with his mother. He had to protect her, and he must also protect the child inside her. Arthur remembered all these moments when he thought that something was wrong with his mother, and now he thought that his mother was pregnant. Ray told his son that he was going to tell him when they got to Cyrus. However, but Arthur interrupted his father and said that he would protect her. He promises him. Alice continued to heal her husband. Ray told Art to get ready. There are 4 magicians on their side. The leader of the bandits got angry and shouted that they had a healer. They shouldn't let her go. After Alice healed her husband, Arthur immediately grabbed his mother's hand and, pulling her after him, said that he had to go. He looked at his dad and thought, let him not die. Adam shouted for them to run, but then he noticed that one of these bandits was flying straight at Alice with a gun. He immediately rushed to their aid and shouted that he would detain him, and they should run away from here. Arthur ran with his mother as fast as he could, but then he felt something. One of these bandits, pulling an arrow, fired it straight at Alice. However, Arthur managed to react in time and beat off this arrow with his sword. But this arrow pierced his weapon and his sword split into 2 parts. The archer was very surprised and said, what the hell? But at this moment, he was already killed. Helen killed him and shouted at Arthur not to stop. However, Arthur thought that something was wrong here. There should be 4 magicians there. Then he started counting them. But I couldn't find the last magician. And then their leader shouted to the very paper that he forgot about their plan and just killed them. Arthur wondered who he was talking to, and then he saw the same magician. He had already activated his whirlpool ability, and sent this whirlpool right at them. Arthur thought that even if he could dodge it using his mana, his mom wouldn't have time. He mentally apologized to his mother, then pushed her away, exposing himself to the blow. Arthur thought that he knew that he might not succeed, but he wanted to destroy the magician. At the last moment, when the whirlpool had already sucked him in, Arthur threw something at Mago. It was like an arrow, or rather, his knife, which he wrapped with a thread. This knife plunged right into the leg of this magician. Then Arthur pulled the knife on himself, and I thought that he hoped that this mana string would hold up. So now Arthur, holding on to this string, was hanging over the cliff. But then the magician couldn't hold on any longer and let go of his hand, so the 2 of them flew straight down. But then Walker arrived. Arthur was flying straight down and thought it looked like everyone else would be fine. He closed his eyes and started crying. He thought that he had always wanted to be an older brother. He remembered his past life. He just woke up and left his room, where he immediately met one of the maids. He didn't say anything to them, just walked down the corridor. Everyone greeted him and wished him a good morning. You came to one of the rooms where an old man was sitting. Seeing King Gray, this old man was very surprised. King Gray stared at a painting. He thought that the council, which actually ruled the country, controlled its politics and economy. In a world full of problems such as declining fertility and limited resources, wars have been replaced by duels and armies of kings, and he was one of them. The old man got up and said that he could see that he admired his works. While participating in the council is useful, he will not lie and say that he does not envy the fame that they kings receive after victories. Anyway, to what do I owe this unexpected visit? King Gray did not answer. He just took the medal from his neck and put it on the table. After that, he turned towards the exit and told the old man that he was quitting. He spent his whole life trying to be the strongest, And for what? Fame. Fame. He was still an orphan, and everyone he cared about had disappeared. He would have given up everything he had in this life for the chance to return to Ashbur and see them again. Arthur fell to the ground and, waking up, asked where he was. How is he still alive? He saw the corpse of this magician next to him, and he was violently sick, and then vomited. He was lying on the ground all bruised and wounded and could not get up. He closed his eyes, and then a leaf fell on him. He opened his eyes and brushed it aside. Then he saw berries next to him, decided to approach her. But since he couldn't get up, he pulled himself up. Grabbing this berry, he immediately stuffed it into his mouth. There was a flask of water nearby. After drinking the water, he closed his eyes again and thanked him for the treat. Then he fell asleep, and after a while, waking up, he tried to get up again, but could not. And after a while, he barely got up. He took out his knife from the leg of this dead magician. He looked at the mountain from which he had fallen and thought, did he really survive this? How long has it been since then? And where is he now? But it doesn't matter now because he has to move on. But then he heard some strange voice that told him that he was awake. Hearing this strange voice, Arthur hid. He thought that let them just not tell him. And he looked at the dead magician. The voice asked him, how is his body doing? Arthur thought he would swear by God if he got up. But as soon as he wanted to approach this magician and poke him with a stick, laughter rang out. The voice told him not to worry, because the corpse would not come to life if he was afraid of it. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he could not trust this unknown voice, no matter how silky and smooth and dignified it sounded. He asked who he was. Is he the one who saved him? The voice said yes, and this is his second question. As for question 1, he will find out as soon as his dwelling arrives. Arthur said he sounded pretty confident, thinking he would try to find him. He said he was the only one who could bring him home from this place. Arthur thought that was right. Home. Ray, Alice, and Horns are twins. His family. Are they all right? Did they get to Cyrus safely? After that, the boy cleared his throat and, embarrassed, asked this voice if he could disturb him. Could he almost him with his presence? The voice laughed out loud. And I told him that he catches on very quickly, although it's a bit rude to call a lady mister, but his feelings are there, so yes. Arthur thought about it and thought that how did she know his name? And then the woman told him that she would show him. After that, Arthur felt a wild pain. After that, the woman told him that she recommends going immediately, it will be much safer, while it's still light, as his body's condition gradually improved, leaving him with only a few injuries here and there during the day. He could not think. What kind of magic she used to save him from falling? How could she know that they were falling, and why did she save only him? The more he tried to find an explanation, the more questions he has. He was climbing a mountain and thought that let it be as he thinks. Climbing the mountain, he saw the water and immediately, undressing, he jumped right there. After that, he began to wash his clothes and put them neatly side by side. The woman laughed and said how cute and carefree. Arthur was embarrassed and immediately covered himself up. But the woman hastened to calm him down and told him not to worry, because there is nothing to look at. After that, Arthur began to put on his clothes and thought that these were just words. King Arthur should remain calm and unperturbed. The woman apologized to him for what had hit him and told him not to sulk. Arthur thought that this body was just undeveloped. That's all. After that, he took some water and had a snack. He thought that the mountains were to the east, and he should be near the area of the elves. However, he does not see the fog that the Elshira forest is known for. His fears of traveling through the animal glades were suppressed by the fact that, as it turned out, only small animals were present here. Although he is surprised that he has not seen a single mana beast since he entered, because this place is rich in mana. It's a pity that he can't stay and absorb some of the mana, because he needs to hurry up. He needs to get back to his parents. His mother is pregnant now and stressed. His potential death could endanger the child inside her, if they're still alive. At night he got to the right place, and the woman told him that she was glad that he was able to get here, safe and sound. Arthur was standing in front of a huge stone. He came up and said it was so nice to meet her. The woman said that no matter how interesting it was, she was not a reasonable cluster of stones. He would find her in the crevice. Arthur got closer and said what he saw. He went inside and mentally told his parents that he would be back soon. The woman told him to look at his feet, and at that moment Arthur stumbled and fell down. The landing was clearly not soft. He hit hard again. He thought that a warning that he might fall 2 floors down would be nice. He just got up, but immediately fell down from fear. He looked ahead with horror and thought what it was. He saw stone monsters in front of him. It was the same female voice that had spoken to him. The woman told him that they had finally met. She got up and came closer to him. From fear, Arthur opened his mouth and could not even move. The woman told him that bugs would fly into his mouth if he kept it open so wide. Arthur immediately closed his mouth. The woman told him that it would take her time to open a spatial rift strong enough to bring him home. There are special plants that will be able to absorb them until then. Arthur got to his feet again and thanked her. He looked around and went to the nearest fruit. Grabbing it, he thought it looked good. In the reflection of this fruit, he saw himself and immediately remembered all the happy days he spent with his parents. Well, the woman approached him and said that this would taste much better. From surprise and fear, Arthur screamed and said what he sees. After a while, they finally started eating. Arthur squinted at this strange woman and said that he knew that she had told him that she was a lady. But is there a better way he can address her? The woman said her name was Sylvia. Arthur asked her if she would mind if he asked her a couple of questions. Sylvia said go ahead, although she might not be able to answer all his questions. With his slowly fading fear of Sylvia's appearance, he began to ask her all the questions that had been on his mind since he woke up from the fall. Where was this place? Why was she here all alone? Where is she from? How did she get this wound? And why did she save him? Sylvia said that his one question is quite simple. This place is a narrow zone that lies between the animal fields and the Elixir forest. No one knows about this place because she protected it from everyone who approached. Although such cases are very rare, and he came in here first. Arthur told her she could call her Art. His family calls him Art. It's short for Arthur. Sylvia said that very well, she would also call him Art. And then I will continue to answer his questions. She said that as for his 2 questions, she is alone here only because she has no one else to be with. She has many enemies who desperately want what she has. In her last battle with the enemies before she could escape, she was carried this wound. As for why she saved him, perhaps she was touched by his courage and self-sacrifice. Or maybe she just got lonely. Even she doesn't quite understand why. The post she apologized and said it was already night. Her wound is festering, and she should be in good condition when she works on the spatial rift tomorrow. Arthur said he was fine and wished her good night, and he himself thought that when the scary figure dressed in dark armor left, he couldn't help but think how lonely she looked. Then Sylvia stopped and said that she had almost forgotten. Her vision can't reach where they were going. However, his family and friends are safe. In case he's not sure, Arthur stared at Sylvia and asked what was safe. He was strong, calmed down, and he repeated that they were safe. After that, he couldn't stand it and started crying. He thanked Sylvia. After that, a few more days of their living together passed. Sylvia helped him get food, and he also trained. He and Sylvia talked for hours about different things when she wasn't preparing the portal. These hours flowed into days, and those days into a week while they spent every moment in each other's company. And although Sylvie never talked about her life, he gradually began to understand what kind of person this mysterious being was. After Arthur finished his next workout, he opened his eyes and, looking at Sylvia, thought that Sylvia was the living embodiment of the phrase, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Despite her appearance, she was kind, gentle, patient, and warm. She also looked at him and asked what he had already had lunch. These fruits are especially piquant and rarely grow in other places. Arthur accepted this fruit and thought that she reminded him of his mother and that she was also gentle and kind. However, she scolded him a lot when he was wrong. He clutched his head and thought that he had just remembered something unpleasant. There was a time when he expressed his dislike for bandits. They deserved to die worse if any of them survived. He gritted his teeth and thought he was going to hunt them down. At that moment, Sylvia gave him a strong snap. Arthur fell. He got up and, clutching his head, asked what it was. Sylvia told him that perhaps he was not mistaken that these bandits deserved to die. She decided not to save the life of the magician with whom he fell for the same reason. Arthur asked what then why she. But Sylvie interrupted him and said that, however, allowing his heart to be clouded by hatred and revenge would only harm him. Instead, he should continue to walk through life proudly forward. He will meet many troubles, but he must not let grief and anger corrode his mind. He should learn from others and look to the future with a smile. Only then will he really win. She looked at his forehead and asked that she had snapped him too hard. He was still hurting, wasn't he? Arthur looked at her and thought that the lecture on morality and the life of a figure who turned out to be the embodiment of evil strangely struck him. At that moment, Sylvia called him several times. Arthur finally woke up and Sylvia asked him why he wasn't eating fruit. Is something really wrong? Arthur smiled at her and said that he was fine. After that, he began to eat fruit. He looked at Sylvia and told her that her wound, "It looks like it's getting worse and worse." Sylvia told him not to worry, because it's a wound that festers from time to time. Arthur thought, is this really the case? Sylvia said that besides, she was going to ask something. As far as she remembers, people usually wake up at the age of 12 or 13. How did he form a core already capable of using more effective techniques than many full-fledged magicians? Arthur said his parents said he was a genius. Sylvia said that maybe then he could learn it. Arthur asked what you were learning. What? Sylvia stood up and said that mana absorption during movement and possibly during combat, if he is good enough. Arthur was surprised and asked how she was going to do it. Sylvia said that people have a very linear mindset about mana. They just need to start with small, meaningless movements and move on from there. Arthur tried to do this, but it didn't work out, and he said it was easier said than done. Sylvia said that mana beasts learn to do it naturally. However, since people usually wake up much later, their bodies are not capable of performing such multitasking. Given that the latter fact does not apply to him, if he trains hard, he will succeed. Arthur gathered his will into a fist and said that he would do everything possible. Sylvia laughed and said that, as researched, to expect. After that, without wasting time, Arthur immediately started training. Processing this to the fullest meant being able to fight effectively while maintaining a steady internal flow of mana. He slowly began to do everything. He was very surprised and thought that this could not be. He shouted to Sylvia that he had succeeded. But then Sylvia collapsed. Arthur was very scared. He immediately ran up to her and began to call her. Arthur immediately ran to her. He asked what happened. However, when he ran up to her, he noticed that he stepped in a pool of blood. It was her blood. He tried to turn her over on her back and told her to hold on. Still, he managed to turn her over on her back. Her wound immediately caught my eye. He said that her wound and asked why it was getting worse so quickly. He looked at the portal and said it couldn't be. So that's why. He remembered the happiest moments that were associated with Sylvia. He couldn't stand it and fell to his knees. He said she was getting worse and worse. It supports the portal. Her wound is getting worse. She did it all because of that. He started crying and said that because. But that Sylvia got up and took him in her arms, telling him that everything was fine. Arthur cried even harder and asked how everything could be fine. When she dies because of him, he was crying. He's been crying longer than he can admit. And for the first time he cried like the child he was outside. Sylvia waited in silence for him to calm down, and asked him if he had calmed down a little. Arthur said no. Sylvia said they didn't have much time left together. She wouldn't want him to blame himself for that. Arthur asked that how could he not blame himself. After all, she sacrifices herself so that he can meet his family. I told Sylvia that he was doing her a favor by letting her leave this abandoned cave a little faster. Her name really doesn't fit this form, does it? She looked at her hand, which was slowly beginning to collapse. And then it began to collapse itself. And then a white-winged animal appeared in front of him. She asked him that she looked more like Sylvia now, didn't she? Arthur stared at her in surprise and asked if she was really a dragon. Sylvia said yes. She believes she is what the humans call a dragon. However, they have very little time for idle chatter. Now that she's in this form, she must use her original form in order to complete this portal. But now that her disguise is gone, they will come soon. Arthur asked what they were. Who's coming? The portal lit up very brightly. Sylvia told him to listen to her very carefully. There are a couple of things she needs to tell him before they break up. She gave him the egg. He accepted it and thought it wasn't heavy, however he felt he could barely hold it. Sylvia gave him her feather and told him to wrap it in this in order to hide the aura. Arthur stared at this feather and asked her what it was. Sylvia told him to put up with something else. After that, she snuggled up to him, and Arthur felt a lot of pain. Sylvia said it would manifest itself when the time came. Arthur looked at her and said that her eyes. Is everything all right? Sylvia did not answer his questions. She said that she would open the portal now. She didn't have time to choose the exact location. However, they must be somewhere near each other. He must hurry. Arthur asked, what's just like that? Was he leaving her? At this time, the caves had already begun to collapse. One of the stones was falling right on Arthur. However, Sylvia arrived in time and covered him up. The stone fell right on top of her. Then some monster appeared and told her that he was advising her to stop her stubbornness and hand it over. She had to hand him over now, and maybe he would even heal her wound. Arthur looked at this monster and thought it looked like Sylvia's previous form. The monster said that she had already caused them a lot of trouble after hiding here. Sylvia turned to Arthur and said that she had something to confess. In truth, she intended to prolong the creation of the transportation spell in order to spend more time with him. She won't ask to be forgiven, but she has another selfish request. Could he ever call her grandma? Arthur pulled her closed and said no, she should just go with him. He doesn't know what she did, but everything is fine. They can leave here right now and together. Sylvia, she started crying too and told him that he himself knows that she can't. Then she said goodbye to him and pushed him right into this portal. And when he was already inside this portal, he still called her grandmother. Sylvia thanked him for that. Arthur woke up again, lying on the ground. He looked around. The witches were looking for Sylvia, but he didn't find her and thought she was gone. He would never have a chance to see her again. He couldn't stand it and screamed loudly. Memories of the 4 months he spent with Sylvia were spinning in his head. Long and short time, Sylvia treated him like her family, teaching him what he had been missing since he came to this world. Then he heard a noise and immediately jumped up. He thought that. Sylvia checked the connection and greeted Arthur. Arthur looked very surprised and asked if it was really Sylvia. She said it was Sylvia. If he's listening to this now, it means she's shown him who she really is. Arthur thought Sylvia had left him a message before that. Sylvia said that no matter how unpleasant it was, however, he was not even close to being ready for his truth. Their body is the body of a boy who is barely 4 years old. And although his mana core has already reached the dark red stage, he is not strong enough. As a small parting gift, she put her unique gift into it. His future development as a magician will depend on how well he can use her gift. Arthur thought, who asked for this gift? He would prefer, but that Sylvia said she could imagine what he was feeling right now. Sadness, anger, guilt. But he must remember that he has a family to take care of, and a goal that he must fulfill in this life. All she wishes for him is to accept the joy, the hatred of childhood and become a person that she and his parents can be proud of. When it's mana core, if he passes the white stage, he will hear her again, and then she will explain everything to him. So, until then, she says goodbye to him, and she named him King Grey. After this question continued to torment him for a very long time, after Sylvia's voice disappeared. How long had she known his identity? How did she even know? However, one thing was clear, if he focused only on training for the sake of revenge, then this life would hardly be different from his past. Now he can only move forward. But first, where the hell is he? With the help of his mother, he began to move much faster, and climbing a tree, he decided to assess the situation. He thought that even with mana, his vision was limited, but one thing was clear, he was in the depths of the Elshire forests. Even with difficulty, he can use the mana rotation that Sylvia taught him. He can use magic for much longer. He also can't help but wonder how he got here. Sylvia told him that he would be around other people, but it doesn't matter now because he'll just keep looking around. He's very good at this monkey business. Well, then he heard a sound and turned around. At the sound, I thought it looked like a person. After anything, I went in that direction. When he got there, he thought that he really hoped that they would be able to take him with them. But then something bothered him, so he decided to go down lower and eavesdrop on their conversation. The people in this cart were asking for help, and the people who kept them here told them to shut her mouth. After they knocked out the girl and their leader said they needed to get ready to leave. Only a few days separate them from this cursed forest. One of the men who tied her up asked the boss that a lot of people like elf girls, right? The other man said she was also a child, so she was a virgin. It will definitely bring them a lot of money. The boss told them to shut up and to put her back in the carriage faster because they have to move out. After hearing all their conversation, Arthur was very angry and thought that this slavers. The boss told them to hurry up. Arthur followed them and thought he had no idea how these pigs managed to get their hands on the forest hounds. However, he knew that getting one of them out would be his ticket out of this forest. There were only 4 of them slavers, and with all the shit that had happened to him lately, it looks like he can finally let off steam. Despite his desire to return home, he still needs a plan. Dealing with these slavers would be the best solution. However, he did not strike immediately. Attacking all 4 of them would be suicide, even for him. So he just followed them around, and he decided to just wait and gain strength. He will make his move when they are under him. Right now, he picked a seed nearby and threw it in such a way that he attracted the attention of the animals that were carrying this cart. The 4 slavers had stopped for a break and were eating. One of them told the other to shut them up before they woke up everyone in the forest. The boss said okay and called them damn mutts. Arthur hid nearby and thought that without a weapon he would be forced to use the technique from his previous life. A technique that he wasn't even sure would work in this world. Meanwhile, the boss approached their dogs and said that they should just chew each other's horns if they were so bored. At that moment, Arthur got up to him and hit him. With just one movement of his hand, he killed this slaver and, taking his weapon, told him, "Thank you for that." Smelling the blood, the dogs began to gnaw his body. Another slaver, who was sitting by the fire, said that the dogs were already silent. Then why is it taking him so long to come back? He got up and walked up to the dogs and asked what he was pissing or something. But then he saw the same duck picture, or rather, what the dogs turned his friend's body into. While the slaver was terrified, Arthur crept up to him and, gagging him, presented him with a knife with which he killed him. Having dealt with 2, he thought that, as expected, fighting in this body is much harder and more tiring. He has to finish quickly while the last 2 are still. But before he could finish, those two had already returned. He thought, why now? The one who was walking in front asked why it was so noisy, and where are Pinky and Deus? But then the bald slaver noticed some movement and rushed to sort it out. However, Arthur was much quicker and injured his 2 legs. And I thought that there are 3. Another Mac ran to his aid, and then the bald man told him to be careful, because the boy was a magician. The man asked that the child is a magician, right? He threw away his sword and said that then they didn't want to accidentally kill the golden egg that had just landed in front of them. Does he understand? Because he can bring them even more than a little elf. So he decided to fight him with his magic. And rushing at him, he told him not to die. However, Tur kicked the backpack so that it hit this slaver's face. And then this man pulled to himself the knife that Arthur stole from their boss. It was bad. This slaver told him that he knows a couple of cute tricks. And approaching him, he said that this was his weapon. Arthur was a little scared and thought he was fast. The slaver praised him and said that he had a very good reaction. However, I still managed to kick him. He reached for it and told him to come here and call it a bag of gold. He grabbed him by the leg and, lifting him up, told him to just give up. He can't do anything with his little body. Arthur thought that mana condensation, like a blade, seemed to behave like wind magic in this world. If so, then fire magic should be ellipsis. He grabbed the hand of this slaver and thought he was sure. Then there was an explosion. The hand of this slaver was very badly injured. He told Arthur that he was definitely a corpse now. He doesn't care if he has to sell his corpse, because he's still. But the man did not have time to finish, because Arthur had already killed him. The man who was still alive tried to crawl away and said that, please don't. Arthur told him that he was sure the little girl was saying the same thing. After he dealt with all the slavers, he opened the door to the wagon and told the girl that it was no longer dangerous. Now she can go home. Arthur blindfolded the girl. She asked what it was. Arthur said that there are things that it's better for young children not to see. The girl said that, but he too. Well, Arthur didn't let her finish. He said go ahead. And she must not take off the rag until he tells her. The girl said that it was good. After a while, Arthur said that they should be far enough away. He took off her blindfold and said that she could already watch. The girl looked at him and thanked her. Arthur said that it was nice to meet him, and was about to leave, but the girl clung to him and began to look carefully. From her face, one could read that how could he leave such a cute little girl in the woods? She's so scared, he shouldn't leave. Arthur told her that he needed to go home too. These bad guys won't be chasing her anymore. And besides, isn't the elf safe in this forest? But the girl shook her head negatively. She said that animals are only afraid of adults. Her parents said that hounds and tree golems eat children. Arthur sighed heavily and said that it was fine, and asked her that she at least knows how long it will take to get to the place where she lives. The girl said she didn't know. Then Arthur went ahead and told her to just stay here. He's going to get some supplies. He hopes the trip won't be too long. The girl said it was good. After some time, he gathered everything he could for the upcoming trip. None of them knew how long this trip would take, and he also had to think about returning. They can't take the cart, but it might be for the best. His legs hurt a lot from the carts, so he cut the ropes and set those hounds free. He really hopes that the elves have something that can bring him back to the human kingdom. After that, he returned to the girl and, handing her clothes, said that he had found these clothes in the carriage and decided that she was hers. Here is also a raincoat, because, most likely, it will soon become very cold. The girl accepted the clothes and thanked him. Arthur patted her on the head and smiled, saying that they would take her home now. As they walked in the uncertain direction she indicated, he learned more about her. He asked her what her name was, to which the girl replied that Tesha was an Aralite. And she asked what about him. He also introduced himself. She said his name was Arthur. Tesha asked how he ended up in this forest. Arthur said it was a very long story, to which the girl replied that they had a lot of time. Arthur said that, let's just say that he was separated from his family. The girl asked that he came from the human kingdom, didn't she? Is it true that all human men are perverts and have multiple wives? Arthur was very surprised and asked who told her that. Tesha said her grandfather. Arthur said he was sure there were perverts among the elves too. But does she even know what a pervert means? Tesha said no. Arthur said that in order to answer this question, usually only some nobles have multiple wives. Tesha said she understood now. Arthur asked if she was serious. Anyway, she should let me ask her a question. What is life like in Aliner? The girl said it was fun. She spends a lot of time with her guardians and grandfather, as her mom and dad are busy. And as soon as she wakes up, she will probably be given a mentor for training. She's very excited about it. Arthur said that Aliner has a very good education. A mentor is appointed individually for everyone after awakening. Then he grabbed one of the rabbits that surrounded Tesha and cooked it for dinner. She asked him what, to which Arthur replied that nothing. He was just talking to himself. After a while, the girl called out to him, and she asked him what happened to those bad guys who grabbed her. Arthur didn't know how to tell her about it, so he said that they had been in a rather unpleasant accident. Tess asked if they would try to find her again. Arthur said he promised she would never see them again. Tess said it was fine, and once again thanked Arthur for everything. When the fire went out, Arthur told the girl that she needed to get some sleep. Tess asked what about him. Arthur said he would be guarding outside. After that, he took the girl to sleep, and when he went outside, he thought that he wanted to use this time to find out what kind of will Sylvia had left him. But then Tess looked out of the cart and asked if he was sure that he didn't need a rest. Grandpa told her never to share a bed with a boy, but she wouldn't tell him. Arthur said that everything was fine, he didn't need sleep. Tess hid in the wagon again and said that was fine. After a while, she looked out of the cart again and said that she had just remembered if he could see. The beasts will most likely attack if they spot him here because he is a child. Therefore, she offers to guard the tent from the inside for their safety. It's for their safety, and she's not scared at all. Arthur climbed into the tent and said yes, and now it's time to go to bed. Tess lay down next to Arthur, who was sitting and guarding her. She grabbed his pant leg, then finally fell asleep. Arthur thought that she had a hard time, so she should have a good rest. They continued their journey. The unfamiliar surroundings and the rapidly passing time were their only progress. After one conversation with this girl, her fears passed, and it was clear that she had no idea how to communicate with him. He admits that he is worried about his family and impatient to return home. They didn't leave him in a better mood. But what made the journey almost unbearable were the excruciating pains that came from his mana core, which were unpredictable. Seeing that he was in pain, Tess came up to him and asked if everything was okay. Arthur said that yes, everything is fine. By the evening, the pain did not subside. He was also in pain, and he didn't look well in the morning either. Tess was very worried about him. They went on, but they saw that those hounds were following them. Arthur immediately noticed them and decided to deal with them. Having dealt with them, they finally started having fun and finally became calm. But then Arthur felt a sharp pain again. He clutched at the sore spot and thought that this was happening more and more often. Should he? He looked at the girl who was standing nearby and thought that no, she would only worry. Night came again, they pitched a tent. As the days passed, Tess began to recognize more and more familiar surroundings. However, their pace slowed down as Tess was quickly exhausted. As for him, despite the strengthening of his body with mana, they continued to increase, and it became increasingly difficult to hide them from the worried elf. One day, when they were not yet in the tent, Tess pulled his sleeve and said that so, she thought here. It was very obvious from her that she was embarrassed and said that since they had become close friends, could she call him Art, as his family does? Arthur said he didn't mind. Tess was surprised and asked, "What is it?" Arthur said he would be very flattered if she would call this village boy Art. Tess said that here he was again talking strangely, like an old man. Arthur said it was better than being a crybaby who couldn't even pee alone without him, with her eyes closed and her ears closed. Tess told him to shut up. Then the girl said that she seemed to see something. Arthur said that yes, he also sees something. Sees moss, leaves, fog and trees. Lots and lots of trees. And yet, despite the mental age difference, they were close. In the morning they continued their journey again. The girl somehow strangely touched all the trees in the neighborhood and was very happy. Arthur looked at her questioningly and called out. But then they would come to some strange tree, and Arthur asked what. They went inside this tree and Tess, turning to him, held out her hand to him and said, "Come on." They went inside and moved directly to the elf village. Arthur fell down and thought he hated teleports. Tess came up to him and pointed her finger, saying that they were here. Arthur got up and was very surprised by what he saw. It was a real village of elves. He thought it was untouched. It was the only word that came to his mind, and even that didn't make the scene in front of him fair. Then the royal army appeared in front of them. They knelt in front of the girl and said that with the return of the princess of the kingdom. Hearing this, Arthur was very surprised. He looked at Tess and asked what, who, where, here, she. Tasia smiled at him and nodded. The man told her that they arrived as soon as they noticed that the royal teleportation gate had been used. Then the king and queen arrived. The woman got out of the carriage and asked if everything was okay with her. Her father's name is Alduin, and her mother is Muriel. Virion also came out here. It's a name honed in every history textbook. He is the former king of Eleanor, who waged the last war against humanity. When he saw his granddaughter, he smiled at her. Arthur took Tess by the shoulders and pushed her straight to her family. Arthur watched this and thought, I wonder if mom and dad will react like this. When will she see him? The king bowed to Arthur and said that he thanked him, not only as King Eleanor, but also as the father of this girl. As a small gesture of gratitude for his daughter's help, he should come home. He should go with them to their house. He can rest for a while, and then he has to tell them what happened. Arthur thought that his tone was gentle, but his eyes showed that this was not a suggestion, but an order. Arthur bowed to them and said he was flattered. But then Vitacia pulled him by the arm. She told him they needed to get out of here, go on once to show him a lot of things. After that, she began to give him a tour of all the surroundings. Arthur thought he expected to see an impressive castle after learning that Tess was a princess. However, she escorted him inside the castle, and he thought, what kind of sugary novel did he get into? The queen has ordered the servants that this child is also their guest, so they must wash him and take him to the rest room. Arthur said he thanked her for that, but first he would like to explain what happened. Everyone came to the hall and sat down at the table. Arthur first introduced himself and said that he was from a modest town in the kingdom of Sapin. It is a great honor for him to be in the presence of the royal family, and he himself thought that the discussion would not progress if they treated him like a child. The king said that despite the fact that he is supposedly from a humble background, he seems to be quite mature and well educated. This is very good, and he would like to hear what happened. So, he told about his journey, starting with a vague story that before the clashes with the bandits, he was separated from his family. It wasn't a lie, but a half-truth. Inevitably, as the story unfolded, when he encountered their daughter, the atmosphere changed. The king could not stand it. Because he was furious, he hit the table and shouted that the slaver. He should have guessed that they were people. Arthur said no offense, but the slave trade is a profession, not a race. Tess's grandfather turned to him and said that he saw how the slavers took his granddaughter, and he, as a child, did what? Negotiating with them, begged them for mercy, and Arthur looked at him and said no. Even though he is a child, he is also a magician. He destroyed the slavers and saved his granddaughter as well. One of the servants was just furious and reaching for his sword, said that how dare he lie like that in front of. But Virion looked at him menacingly. Arthur said that regardless of whether they believe him or not, Tesha returned safely, and all he wants now is to return to his family in Sapin. Tess asked if he was going to leave already. Arthur said that knowing the history, he did not think that a person should stay in this kingdom for too long. And besides, his priority is to make sure his family is safe, and to let them know that he's fine too. The king said that despite the past of the two kingdoms, he had saved their daughter and assumed the burden of accompanying her until her return, and they should provide him with a decent reward. Unfortunately, the teleportation gate that is connected to the Sapin kingdom is only available once every 7 years during the summit conference between the three races. It will take another 5 years before the gate opens. However, they will be happy to send a group of guards to escort him home safely. He would like to extend their hospitality. Some of them are quite tolerant, but too many still resent people because of the long-standing war. In the meantime, make him feel at home. They will prepare his escort by tomorrow morning. Arthur thanked him for that. He decided to take a bath first and thought he was too tired for that. But then he felt a sharp pain again and thought that it was getting worse and worse. After he changed his clothes and sat on the sofa in the hall, he was holding in his hands the very egg that Sylvia had given him. He thought that he didn't know what to do. It was a pity that she couldn't help him. Then someone knocked on his door. When he opened the door, he saw Tess there. She couldn't stand it and hit him with her head right in the stomach. She called him a blockhead and said that at first he was cold, talking to her family, and then he left. Arthur grabbed her by the shoulders and told her that he was not cold. He was polite because she herself knows that they are the king and queen of this kingdom. And he asked her why didn't she tell him? Tess just giggled. Arthur got angry and told her not to giggle at him here. Tess turned away from him and said she didn't want him to leave, and he was her first friend. An Door came up to her and hugged her, told her to show him the castle and called her a whiny princess. Then Tess decided to give him a tour. She took him to a very beautiful place and said that it was probably her favorite place in this castle. If he stays here until spring, he will see the flowers bloom here. At least he can see the bees glow. She showed him the glowing thing and told him to look, and she asked that it was beautiful, wasn't it? He was about to accept this glowing ball, but he heard something. He immediately grabbed Tess by the arm and pulled her behind him, and he pulled out a knife and rushed straight at this man. However, he didn't expect it to be her grandfather. Arthur asked what the hell. Had he just tried to kill his own granddaughter? The old man said it might have left her with a small scar, but he doubted that the toy he was holding could kill anyone. He looked at the knife he had grabbed and thought he had been tricked. The old man praised him and said that he had excellent reactions and instincts. Think about it. Only he caught his little gift and used it against him. Mana usage is mediocre at best, but he sees that he has managed to kill several slavers. Arthur thought there was something wrong with this old man. Then Tess stood up for Arthur and told her grandfather that it was enough to tease him. Grandpa asked what to tease. He must know why he came here. Arthur thought, why did he come? The old man said he hadn't met anyone interesting for a long time. He took out a wooden sword and said that they would now see what it was made of. Arthur grabbed this sword, after which he immediately swung it and cut this old man. Tess was very scared for her grandfather and shouted his name. However, the old man was safe and sound. He got up and said that he was a little scared tomboy. Arthur didn't keep him waiting long and struck again. However, the old man deceived him and moved behind him. At the last moment, Arthur noticed him and blocked his blow. He thought he was really strong, but Arthur deftly dodged all his attacks. He thought that even with mana and minimizing his movement, he couldn't keep up with him. And then he realized that he had a chance to strike, and I decided to use it. He thought he needed to go even faster, but he did not succeed as the old man noticed him at the last moment. Arthur fell and flew a little on the ground. Tess was very worried and ran to them. She ran up to Arthur and began to see if he was all right. The old man said he thought he deserved it for his arrogance. After all, Arthur managed to strike at the old man. The old man touched his sore forehead and said that to think he could really hit him. The old man immediately jumped to his feet and said that, and now we need to start the round. But Tess came up to him and, pinching the old man, said that she thought he had mocked art enough. The old man screamed and said it hurt. Tess told Grandpa that he should have been nicer to him. The old man said that he was afraid that if he had been softer with him, he would have mocked him already. Arthur also got up and dusted himself off, saying that it was a great honor for him that the respected elder Virion had such a high opinion of him. The old man squinted at him and asked, what a great honor, isn't it? Arthur shuddered and thought, what is this sudden change of mood? Virion said that if that was the case, then he should become his disciple. Tess looked at them questioningly. By this time, Tess had already taped her grandfather's sore forehead. Virion looked at Arthur and asked him if he agreed. Arthur made a displeased grimace and asked if he was serious. Virion asked what and why not. Arthur said that, well, first of all, he is a human being. Are people allowed to stay in this kingdom at all? Virion said that no one would dare to kick him out while he was under his care. He knows that he understands that he is already better than other children, even some adults, but he just needs to know that he can teach him what he can't teach even the most capable magicians in Sapin. Arthur said that even if he said so, he still couldn't. Not when he doesn't even know how his parents are doing, who don't even know if he's alive or dead. Virion said that if they had a way to find out how they were doing and communicate with them in order for them to know that he was fine, would that be enough? Arthur asked what he meant by that. Virion told him to wait and, turning to the maid, told them to wash and put Tess to bed. When Tess was taken away, Virion said that he understands that he is a little impatient, but this is due to what he felt earlier during their little sparring. He had attacks of burning pain where their core is, didn't he? And these attacks are happening more often, right? Arthur was surprised, a little scared, asked that how did he know this? Virion said that more than how he knew the fact that he didn't know the cause of his pains and this problem. Doesn't he know what the will of the beast is? The will of the beast was a term he had never heard before, but he immediately remembered how Sylvia had struck him to the core. He is sure that he already knows or has even encountered some mana beasts. Virion said that a beast strong enough to be assigned to class or higher gets the opportunity to pass on their will or inherent ability once, either to their descendant or to the person they are attached to. He won't be curious about how he fell back on such a strong beast. But at this stage, the power that resides inside him does more harm than good. Arthur said that the fact that he knows all this, does he also have the will of the beast? The old man said yes, he's the one they call the beast tamer, a title that he would be able to obtain when he completely defeated the monstrous beast inside him. He knows how important it is for him to return to his family, but doing it right now is very risky. The strength of his animal will is too strong for his immature body. If he didn't control it soon, the power he had gained would destroy his body from the inside out. Arthur was sleeping in his room, but he slept very restlessly. He wondered what kind of heavy feeling was pressing on his body. This monster personifies his worries, doesn't it? His burden. The expectations placed on him haunt him even in his dreams, don't they? But then he opened his eyes and saw a Tess that was sitting right on top of him and telling him to get up already. Arthur opened his eyes and looked at the girl with displeasure, asked what. He turned away and said not now, calling her a shadow monster. Another 5 minutes. Tess got angry and asked who he called a monster. After a while, he finally got up. Tess said he had a very funny hairstyle. Arthur said that whoever spoke and called her a mini jellyfish. Tess asked Arthur, who was changing now, if he was really going to stay here. Grandpa told her that this morning. Arthur said that maybe they would find out for sure after the trip with Elder Virion. Tess pouted and pinched him. She shouted that she wasn't Princess Tess. She'll get mad if he keeps doing this. Arthur got scared and said it was okay. Now let him take a shower and get ready. If she doesn't want to watch, then he invites her to leave the room. Tess made a face and said how perverse. Grandpa was right. Arthur shouted at her to stop using words she barely knows. After that, he left his room and headed outside, where everyone was already gathering. He heard Tess's father beg his father that he knew that it was not appropriate for a person to live in this kingdom. Tess's mom said her husband was right. She will always be grateful to the boy for saving her daughter, but allowing a person to stay here is contrary to all traditions. The old man had already climbed into the carriage and said that he liked him and no more words. He looked at Tess, who had also already climbed into the carriage, and said that besides, their daughter also seemed to approve of his decision. Tess nodded her head vigorously. Tess's father objected and told his father that he was asking him to change his mind. But Virion interrupted him and said that was enough. He will be under his direct supervision, and they need to make sure that everyone in the kingdom knows about it. Then Arthur came down to them and thought that it seemed that the elder could really be trusted. Virion, seeing Arthur, said that he was late, they had to hurry. Then they set off. Arthur called him Grandpa and asked how much time they had left. Virion grinned and asked, "What's Grandpa, right? He's not very reserved with him." Arthur said that well, they would see how today would go with his mysterious friend. But then Tess fell asleep and put her head on Arthur's shoulder. The old man said she woke up so early today, worrying him about Arthur. Arthur asked, "Is it really true?" The old man patted his granddaughter on the head and said that, being the only princess of this kingdom, she grew up alone. She was constantly being hurt by adults and even children who pretended to be her friends. Eventually, she became cold and distant, constantly building a wall around herself. But in the short time that he saw her with him, she showed him more smiles of laughter than in the last few years. And thanks a lot to him for that. After a while, they finally arrived and Tess woke up. She emphasized her eyes and asked if they were already here. Then the three of them went out. They stood at the door, and Arthur wondered who this mysterious friend was who had forced the former king to come to this countryside. But what the old man did next surprised everyone a lot. Virion went to the door and kicked it and shouted that they were already here, calling her an old witch. Did he say she should come out? Then an elderly woman came out and said that her ears were still working fine. Virion obviously angered her, and she called him a grouch. Virion told Arthur that it was Rinya Darkasson. She is his old friend and very especially a deviant who can help him. Arthur bowed to the woman, said that it was very nice to meet her and called her Elder Rinya. The woman said they couldn't be here all day. They should stop standing outside and come in already. Then they all went into her house. Arthur thought that being a deviant meant that she was like his mother, whose magic did not fall under the category of 4 basic elements. I wonder how she can help him. He couldn't stand it and said he was sorry for being impatient. But Grandpa said her magic would help him contact his parents, right? The woman looked at the elder and asked, "What's Grandpa, right?" She sees that he is not indifferent to this boy. After that, she turned to Arthur and said that she was the one who was called the Insightful. Magicians of this kind vary from magician to magician, but she is quite capable. There's not much you can hide from her if she wants to pry into something else. For example, she knows that he is special. So special that there are parts of his life that even she can't see, but those eyes have seen part of his past and future. But he's not here because of her clairvoyant abilities. He's here to see his parents, to let them know he's alive, isn't he? Arthur said it was true. The woman said it was fine. Then he should lean forward and look at the basin of water. He should focus on the image of his parents as clearly and in detail as possible. When he sees them in the water, he will be able to talk to them. Arthur concentrated and thought that Mom, with her shining chestnut hair and tan skin that radiated gentle warmth. Her thin eyebrows were always frowning, worrying about him. Dad, with his pronounced blue eyes and a silly smile that lights up even the most boring days. His silly jokes and simple nature, strongly at odds with his charisma as a leader and fighter. Please let them be alive. Then he opened his eyes and what he saw surprised him greatly. His parents looked really bad right now. His mom cooked food for her husband and told him to fly in. Ray said the beef stew looks amazing. What is the special case? Alice said it was nothing. It's just been a while since she cooked for him after moving here. She looked at the prepared food and thought that it was a favorite dish for her and Arthur. Ray looked at his wife and asked, "Did something really happen?" Alice said it was okay. But then they heard Arthur's voice, who greeted them. Both parents froze in surprise and looked at each other. Arthur said it was their son Arthur. They are probably very surprised to hear his voice in their head. He will explain all this later, but for now he just wants them to know that he is alive and safe. He barely managed to survive the fall from the cliff. It must be a secret, but he is currently in the kingdom of Eleanor with the elves. He knows it was hard. It was hard for him too, but he's glad they're both okay. He really hopes that they don't blame each other for what happened. He is proud of what he did then, and if he could go back in time, he would do it again. Even if it meant he was going to die, he would like to go to them, but it might be a little difficult right now. It seems that he has some kind of disease that needs to be cured. He is not in danger, but he needs to be cured before returning home. He's not sure when he'll be able to reach out like that next time. There is a Mac here as deviant as Mom. She's the one who lets them hear his voice. He turned to his father and said that he would continue to practice magic and fight while he was recovering. He shouldn't be surprised if he can beat him in the next match. And until then, he must take care of his mother and child. Arthur said goodbye that he loved them both. Alice immediately jumped up and hugged her husband. Arthur told them to take care of themselves until he returned. He saw his parents and couldn't stand it and cried. Then he got up and said he was ready. After that, they returned to the palace. Arthur was about to enter with the others, but he was stopped by the king, who said that it seemed that the years he spent as a king had made him a little old-fashioned and stubborn. Tess's mom came up to Arthur from the other side and, putting her hand on his shoulder, said that he was trying to say that they were very sorry about what had happened. He should accept their apologies and consider this place his own. The king said that he was the savior of his daughter, the first disciple of his father, so he should let them greet him properly once again. Arthur was very happy and shook the king's hand and thanked him for his generosity. But then Tess burst in and told them to listen. If he really feels sorry for Arthur, then he should let them play outside. She wants to show him the city. The parents exchanged glances. After a while, Tess finally went outside and told Arthur that she was ready. She changed into different clothes and told Arthur that they had to go. After that, she took him through the streets of their city. Then he ran into some guy and apologized to him. This guy stopped and called him a brute. He said it had human germs on it. Arthur looked at him and thought that. The guy pointed his finger at him and said so much because Elder Virion favors him a little. Does he really think he belongs here? The other elves supported him and shouted that, yes, he should go back to where he came from. Tess told Art they had to go. Arthur thought that this was frankly a cliche of a minor character. He doesn't want to mess with him. This guy told the princess that even though he applauds her kindness, being this commoner is below her level. She should let him, Ferrith and Sar LLC her off. Arthur pointed at him with his finger and asked, what is a fairy? Was he a fair Divisar? The guy immediately blossomed and asked what it meant. Even he had heard about his genius. Of course, he had heard about his recent awakening, and he was still so young. But then his words came to him, and he asked what he had just called him. Pronounced Divisar and called him an ignorant fool. Arthur and Tess laughed. Arthur said he was really ignorant. He bowed to him and said that he had no idea that he was next to such an inspiring genius. This beetle will not forget to give him due respect. And now he asks them to excuse him. They were about to leave when Fairytale shouted for them to stop. He approached him and asked him if he really thought he didn't understand his sarcasm. Arthur thought that meant he wasn't as dumb as he thought. Ferrith said it was for the honor of House Ivsar. He challenges him to a duel. But then Tess came to Arthur's defense and said that how dare he start a duel with Elder Virion's disciple. He may be of noble blood, but he must know his place. The guy arrogantly said that he was apologizing, but his father taught him never to let anyone trample on his honor. He turned to Arthur and said that he should accept this duel or retreat with his primate tail between his legs. He should know that his decision will affect his mentor. Arthur looked at the elves who crowded here and thought that a duel. Is it really that serious? The guy grinned and said that he would take his silence as a sign of agreement. He turned to the princess and told her to judge this duel. After that, Tess came out in the middle and said that let the duel. It will begin. Ferrith told Arthur to get ready. The genius will show. But then Arthur had already approached him and hit him in the face. He asked, is that really all? Tess thought she knew this was going to happen. Then she grabbed Arthur by the hand and said that they had to run. Arthur thought that he couldn't help but appreciate this little princess more and more. Although the rest of the day wasn't as much fun as fighting with this guy, but it was refreshing and allowed him to take his mind off things. We wandered around the city for a very long time and Tess showed him everything. She asked him that his training would start tomorrow, didn't she? Is he nervous? Arthur thought about it and remembered the words of the old man who told him that he did not know how he had been taught until now. But he assures that the lessons will not be easy. He should not pay attention to the pain from the mana core. The assimilation process used by animal handlers has often been compared to immersing the body in boiling tar. He will be stuck here in a foreign country without family comfort. Even everyday life will become difficult. But if he survives, the reward will be huge. Is he ready for this? And now he told Tess that he was a little excited. He has come a long way to get to where he is now. Training, meeting with parents. He's excited about all of this and even more. He can't wait for what the future holds for him. Time passes very quickly in this new country. He became older and stronger, but the road he walked in order to get to where he is was very thorny, and the road will undoubtedly be even more difficult. But now we need to focus on what lies in front of the door in front of him, because something tells him that the next chapter will not disappoint. 3 years later, Tess came back to Arthur's room and said they were already late, and grabbed him hard by the leg. Arthur shuddered and told her to stop because he was giving up. She actually used mana to twist his ankle. Couldn't she find a softer way to wake him up? Tess said it wasn't her fault that he didn't wake up when she politely asked. Besides, he should be grateful that a beautiful girl like her woke him up. Arthur said there were quite a few pretty maids here. Tess looked at him and asked, what did he just say? After Arthur got ready, neither were admitted together down the stairs. Tess asked him if he really thought maids were pretty. Arthur told her to give him a break. The old man was already waiting for them and told them that they were taking a long time. They need to prepare them both for the lesson. There are 4 main elements in their higher forms. These higher elements are ice, gravity, lightning, sound. They can only be controlled by a magician who has gone beyond the possession of his fundamental element. They call them deviants. Dwarves can only manipulate earth or fire. However, like elves, they have a much higher affinity for the 2 elements. Their distinguishing feature is that all dwarves can sculpt and bend metal, while talented dwarves can control fire and earth to the extent that they are capable of how to let them manipulate magma. An elf limited by water, wind, and earth, but with a much higher means than humans. In rare cases, elves can also become a deviant of a special type capable of controlling plants. However, elves are not capable of becoming magicians who can manipulate the higher forms of water, wind, and earth. Human magicians have the ability to manipulate any 4 basic elements. They are also the only race that is capable of becoming deviant in any of these elements, along with anomalies that cannot be classified in any of the elements, such as, for example, healers. There is a delicate balance of power between their 3 races, taking into account the population, the general innate affinity for the elements, and loyalty in magicians. Arthur asked the old man if he had explained everything well enough. The old man thought about it. Then he said that he probably was. Tess couldn't move at all anymore, so she just lay on the grass. Then she got up and said she had a question. She knows that this whole assimilation process is designed so that Art's body is ready to cope with his animal will. But isn't it better for him to train his physical body using magic like her? Arthur thought that he knew all this from his lessons in advance, but the difference in races really showed itself over these 3 years. While humans were considered talented if they woke up at a late age, it wasn't surprising that elven children woke up just after 10. For Tess, it happened even earlier, at the age of 10. Grandpa asked her what for. Is she angry that she's the only one getting beaten up during training? Tess said yes. Arthur thought that since then she has been training her magic skills with a tutor, learning to fight from her grandfather. Tess clutched her sore arm and thought that Grandpa needed to take it easy. Arthur also looked at her and thought that she would be a real monster in the future, although he should not be one of those who say so. The old man said that what Arthur has been doing these 3 years is basically fusing his bones, muscles, and organs with his mana. He didn't train physically like she did. However, he can assure that once this is over, his body will be stronger and more resilient than that of a veteran warrior. Tess asked what was really true. Then why is he so sensitive when she hits him? Arthur shouted that he still feels pain, and they know it. The old man said that it seems that 3 years of fusion was not enough to suck out his energy. But is he ready? Arthur nodded. Then Grandpa came closer to him and said that it was good. After today, he will be a real beast tamer, unlike those lucky adventurers who just use their beast as a tool. He's going to ignite his mana core by infusing a large amount of his own mana. He will feel a little warmth, but he should not feel too bad. But the shock wave threw both the old man and Tess away. The old man was very surprised and said, yes, that in this world. But then they discovered that Art was unconscious. They ran up to him, but by this time he had already regained consciousness. Tess asked if he was okay. Arthur said he was fine. He's thinking. The old man said he knows he has a reason not to tell him about it until now, but he has to ask again. Which beast gave him his will? Arthur said she was a dragon. The old man was surprised and asked, what is a dragon? He was clearly in shock and said that he was a real dragon tamer. He actually coached. After that, Arthur lost consciousness again and woke up in his room. An old man was sitting next to him and asked him how he was feeling. Arthur said he thought he should ask him about it. The last thing he remembered before he lost consciousness was how he was going crazy. Grandpa cleared his throat and said that he had calmed down. Arthur said it was fine. Can he trust them? They'll keep it a secret, won't they? Even after he's gone, right? The old man said that of course. And on the subject of leaving, information about his departure was established only after 4 months. Arthur jumped up and asked if he was serious. He thought it would be no earlier than 2 years from now. The old man said that the interracial tournament between the youth of the 3 kingdoms that was in the works at the end was confirmed. Portals to Zyrus and Sapin will be open to both kingdoms of Eleanor during this time. Arthur was very happy about this, but then he saw that Tess wasn't around and asked why she wasn't here. So can he tell him that? The old man told him not to worry about it. He knows that he has been checking them for the last few years through Rinya, but he will finally see them in person. Arthur said yes. So far, 4 months is very soon. The old man patted him on the head and said that he wished him that these 4 months would end quickly. Now that he has completed his training, it will become even more difficult. And now he needs to rest a little. He will carefully pass this on to his granddaughter. Then the old man left. Arthur thought it was 4 months. He looked at the stone that Sylvia had succeeded in then. Now he had fallen off the sofa and was lying on the floor. It all cracked and began to glow. Arthur looked at it carefully and thought that it was Sylvia's stone. Is it cracked? But by the time he reached it, the stone had already begun to fall apart. Arthur asked if Sylvia's stone had been an egg all this time. The egg cracked and some weirdo fell out. He got out and immediately yawned. Then he fell to the floor. After that, Arthur took him in his arms, and they began to look at each other. Arthur asked him that he was a dragon, wasn't he? The little dragon said something to him, but it was clear that he answered positively. Arthur also smiled and said that he was just a cutie. But then this dragon bit his hand. But it didn't feel like a simple bite. Then he heard someone calling his mother. Arthur looked around and asked, "What is it?" But then he looked questioningly at the dragon, who had already climbed onto his lap. He heard someone calling his mother again. Arthur didn't understand what was going on and asked what who. After that, they both climbed onto the bed, and Arthur said that she could communicate with him telepathically. He looked at the dragon, who had already climbed onto his bed and lay down not far from his head. He told the dragon that he was actually a boy, so he should call him Daddy. Arthur stroked this dragon and said he thought he would name her Sylvia after her mother. Sylvia is pleased, she said something to him. Arthur laughed and said she liked it, but then he got confused and said that did he really like it? He felt it. He looked at the bite that Sylvia had left and thought that it looked like this sign was not as simple as it seemed. It feels like this thing connects him to the little dragon. 8 years old and he already has a tattoo. And he's a father. He really is a rebel. Then Arthur fell asleep. He woke up at night from a sharp sound. He began to look around sleepily and asked who was who. Who's here? It was Tess who had entered his room and was already holding Sylvia in her arms. She was crazy about this little dragon and asked Arthur who it was. And Sylvia was struggling in her arms and begging Arthur to save her. Tess said it was so cute. Arthur looked out the window and realized it was still night, so he fell back on the bed and said he was coming back, addressing his bed. In the morning, Arthur told Tess everything. She asked him that this way he could communicate with her telepathically. He was so lucky. Maybe if she could communicate with her, she would like her too. Now Sylvia was sitting on Arthur's head and wouldn't let Tess near her. Arthur told Tess that if she stopped looking at her like a predator, she would like it. And then they both saw the old man. Tess shouted to his grandfather to look at Arthur's new pet. Seeing this, the old man was very surprised. He clutched his heart and said that he would die sooner if he continued to be so surprised. Explaining to Virion what happened and where Sylvia came from. He learned that creatures like Sylvia usually hatch in the presence of their relatives. They tried to figure out why she had hatched in front of him, but the only reason they could think of was that he had fully activated Sylvia's will yesterday. Arthur approached Virion and asked what he thought he would have to hide her when he returned. Most people won't know that she is such a powerful being. Virion told him they would be fine. He should just pretend it was a rare beast. However, he has other reasons to worry. They had held back the strengthening of his core during assimilation. But now that he was fully awakened, they would train his core and the new dragon will for him. Arthur asked what he needed to do. Virion said that he found that the best way to gain access to stage 1 of his beast will, besides strengthening his mana core, is to constantly engage in battles. And threw the sword aside. Arthur also warmed up and said it made sense to him. Virion said it was fine. It will also make sense to fight other beast tamers when they use these stages against him, as it will help him even more. After that, Virion took on a different appearance and said that now it was time for them to fight. Animal tamers, mages who are able to use the unique ability inherited from the mana beast. Stage 1, known as the acquisition phase, is when the animal tamer can borrow the inherent power of the beast. But only at the second stage of the integration phase, the magician can really use the unique abilities and characteristics of his beast. And for Virion, who had just discovered this stage 2 after decades of studying his bestial will, he was now able to use the Shadow Panther's deadly might. Virion told Arthur to be careful now while he sneaks up from behind. Did Arthur think he was saying he could get behind him after he warned? After that, Virion simply disappeared and already found himself behind him. But as soon as he turned around to strike, there was no one there. Arthur, apparently, was scared and, raising his hands up, said that he was giving up. He can't even react to his speed in this form. To be honest, it's shocking. Virion took on his form again and said he thought so. However, this form is not without drawbacks. Using the merge stage is still a bit off on him. Arthur said his movements were one thing. But even when he was behind him, he didn't sympathize with his presence. Virion raised his sword again and said that Shadow Panthers are able to instinctively manipulate both wind and sound to achieve this effect. He thinks he's already made fun of him enough. What would he say if they really started training? And handed him the sword. The days passed very quickly for him while he was training. Thanks to Virion's guidance and his own knowledge, he was able to gain access to stage 1 of his dragon will. He also taught him to hide the presence of his beast will in front of other magicians. If he didn't strengthen his mana core or study Sylvia's dragon will, then he was fighting against Virion. Fortunately, the assimilation process allowed his body to constantly train and train. And in his spare time, he spent as much time as he could enjoying the joys and hatreds of childhood, as Sylvia wanted, until finally the day of departure came. Every day they'd spent together over the past few years had made it very difficult for Tess to notify him of his impending departure. Tess couldn't react properly to this news. She was very sad when she found out that Arthur was going to leave them soon. Arthur gathered himself and said that it was as he thought. Old Lady Sylvia's feather hides the presence of Sylvie's mark well. Then Virion came up to him from behind and touching his shoulder said it was time to go. His crew is waiting for him. Tess was on the other side of Virion. Virion handed Arthur the compass and told him to take it. It is decorated with the coat of arms of the House of Iralites and will help him navigate the forests. Arthur thanked him for that. Virion said that he came closer to Arthur and whispered that he could always just find another princess in order to come back. Tess didn't like it, and she pulled her grandfather's beard. Virion told her it was a joke. Just a joke. Arthur approached Tess and said they would see each other again soon. While Grandpa is teaching her, he hopes that she will become stronger than him the next time they meet. Tess didn't say anything to him, just lowered her head. Arthur hugged her and said he would miss her, so she should be careful. I stood it and hugged him too and started crying. She said she would miss him too. Then they said goodbye, and Arthur climbed into his carriage. Inside the carriage, he saw a fairy. He said let them just look, who is it? Unless it's Arthur, the human brat. He was finally kicked out of the kingdom, wasn't he? Arthur looked at him and asked who he was. The guy got angry and said that he was a nobleman whom he had unfairly beaten, defying the customs of the duel. Everyone except a stupid country bumpkin like him knows that a real duel should be a demonstration of magic, and those who have started are always the first to be struck. Arthur kept looking at him questioningly, but then, apparently, he remembered him and asked what Ivisar was, didn't he? The guy said that Ferdivsar III. He is the heir of a noble family. Perhaps he was defeated when he was a naive child. But if they fought now, Arthur climbed inside and, shaking his hand, said that he was glad to see him again. And I apologized to him for mocking him then. The guy just lowered his head, didn't say anything. The girl who was sitting next to him told Arthur that he could just call him Fairy, like all of them. Fairy blushed all over and told her not to tell him that. Then they set off. After some time, the carriage stopped and the man who was driving it said that they had arrived. Arthur looked out the window and thought that they were finally here. That's where Mom and Dad are, the flying city of Zyrus. This town was full of people, and it was very noisy as everyone was communicating with each other. Arthur approached the house where his parents were supposed to live. He went up the steps. He told Sylvia they were finally home, and I asked her if she was ready. Then he knocked. He thought he almost died. I lost someone very important. He killed and trained in order to survive. But none of this made me nervous, as at this moment. Then a voice was heard. The girl shouted that she was coming. Arthur thought, is it really the voice of a little girl? An old lady opened the door to him and asked what she could do to help him. Arthur bowed and said he was very pleased to meet you. His name is Arthur. He was informed that his family currently resides in this estate. A little girl peeked out from behind this old lady and asked what who. The one came running and the mother who was looking for her daughter, she, finding her, said that here she is. She approached her daughter named Alina and asked what she said about greeting everyone who knocks on the door. But then she saw her son, and having lost the power of speech, she dropped the bowl of food. Arthur's tears began to flow. He asked that Alina was his sister. He started wiping away his tears and told them to wait. After that, he greeted his mother and told her that he was at home. Alice immediately ran up to her son and started hugging him. She said she knew that voice was really his. Now he's finally back. Her baby is at home now. Alina, seeing that her mother was crying, also started crying and told her not to cry. After hearing this news, Ray immediately rushed home. He ran as fast as he could. He burst into the house and started hugging them too. Then they moved into the living room. Alice asked her son, how is he feeling? The voice, she means he told them he had an illness. It's already passed, isn't it? If the child is so skinny, didn't he eat 3 times a day? Arthur told her he was fine, as he never felt better. Ray told his wife that she was taking too many questions at once. Besides, just by looking, she can tell how big and strong their son has become. Alice said that's right. Alina sat across from them and just watched. Mom turned to her daughter, told her to come over and say hello to her older brother. Ellie was surprised and asked, what's the big brother? She carefully slid off the sofa and walked towards them. Mom told her that yes, it was her brother and the fairy tales that Mom and Dad told her before going to bed. Ellie went up to her brother and said hello to him. Arthur knelt in front of her, took her little hand, and said hello to her. It's nice to finally meet him. After he settled in, he spent some time explaining everything from the beginning. Although he trusted his family, Na decided to leave Sylvia, explaining his escape from falling off a cliff with the passage of luck and the unconscious use of magic by his body in order to protect himself. From there, he continued the story of how he found Tess and spent time in Alina's kingdom while recovering. Ray drew attention to the dragon that was lying on their son's head and asked what about his little friend? Arthur said that while he was traveling, he came across the lair of the beast Mana, Sylvie's mother, dying of a wound. He couldn't do anything for her mother, but he's been taking care of her ever since. Mom asked him what was wrong. Is he sure he's fully recovered? Is there no chance of getting this disease again? Arthur told her she didn't need to worry anymore. This was mostly due to the instability of his mana core from early awakening, and he himself thought that he was ashamed to keep secrets from them. But until he got stronger, it was too dangerous for them to know everything. Ray shouted that was it. His mana core. What stage is he at now? Alice told her husband that his son had just returned home and he was already talking about the mana core stage. Ray pouted and asked, what's wrong with comparing their progress? After they arrived here, he worked as an instructor for the guards of the Helsia auction house. Arthur asked why he didn't just have facial hair. What stage is his mana core at now? Ray grinned and said that his old man had reached the dark orange stage 2 years ago. Arthur thought it was cool. It's easy to see that it has become more cumbersome, however, just to think that it has broken through to the next stage. And he told his father that he must have worked very hard. Ray kept bragging to his son. Arthur thought that or not. Ray asked what was impressive, didn't he? What about him? Arthur said it was light red. Ray was very surprised and asked what is light red. Alice said it was amazing. She turned to her husband and asked what she had said about swearing in front of Ellie. Ray was very scared and told his daughter that she forgave him and never said that word again. After that, he started shaking his son and asked if he really had light red, when, and how, but he didn't even give him anything to answer and told him to forget about it, because they were going to the backyard, in order to spar right now. Arthur laughed out loud, and I thought it was good that he was back. Then a man burst into their room, and calling Ray said that he had just found out that their son was alive. But then he saw that it was really true, and asked what was going on in this world. Arthur looked at them and thought that these were the people who took care of his family. Ray approached them and told Vincent and Tabitha to meet his son Arthur. Is he really back? Vincent said he could see. Ray told his son that it was Vincent, who runs the auction house, and his old friend, whom he now works for. This is his house, so he should introduce himself before he starts destroying it. Arthur bowed to them and said that he was pleased to meet Mr. and Mrs. Halsey. He's sure it might come as a surprise to them, but he was the one who asked them not to tell anyone about him. That's why they should let him apologize for it. Vincent was very surprised by this and asked Arthur if he was sure that he was his son. Arthur said he was often asked about it, but yes. Tabitha came up to him and said it was great that he was in their house. She introduced Lily to him and said she was about his age, so she hoped they could become friends. Lilia immediately saw Sylvie. She immediately approached him and asked if she could touch his pet. Vincent asked Ray what about the destruction of his house. Ray said that he was right, because he and Arthur were just going to have a sparring match. Vincent exhaled and said that sparring. But when it dawned on him, he asked what sparring was. After that, everyone went out to the backyard, and he said they really do. Father and son faced each other and began to warm up. Vincent approached Alice and told her that her husband was serious about Arthur being a light red stage poppy, wasn't he? Tabitha told her husband to sit down. Alice said she was surprised too, but Arthur was always a quick learner and he had no reason to lie. Vincent said that even so, he should believe that an 8-year-old child has not only awakened, but also passed the 3 stages. Even these snobbish genius brats accepted into the academy barely reach the dark red stage, and they are 11 or 12 years old. Arthur heard their entire conversation and thought it was better not to tell him that he was on light red just because he couldn't train his core due to the assimilation of Sylvia's will. Ray told his son that he hoped he was ready. After all, his father is no longer the man he was then. Arthur said he was too. After that, they began their battle. Ray said he would have to try harder then, but he did not have time to finish as Arthur struck him a blow. He asked his father what does he think? Ray said it wasn't bad. He admits that he caught him off guard. However, now his old man will become serious. He learned this little trick after he broke through to the dark orange stage. And don't let him say that he didn't warn him. Mages, since their awakening, have always had power in terms of what elements they have kinship with. Parents are looking for a professional for expensive testing of their child so that they can find out which way to send their newborn magician. In this world of wizards, there are innate advantages. They can manifest and manipulate elements with which they have a kinship. In amplifiers, the affinity with the elements is much worse and the actual manifestations of the elements occur only after they overcome a certain threshold. His father, who trained hard from an early age, but had no special training and took time to reach the dark orange core stage, in order to convert your explosive use of mana into real fire. In the world from which he came, the elements were not predetermined from birth, and everyone chose their own path of development. Talent played a big role, but hard work was also important, since no one was limited by means. As for him, who has had an advantage since he was born, everything led to the fact that he also learned 1 or 2 tricks. He told his father to try not to be too surprised, too. They were very determined now. Vincent was shocked and said that Arthur. Ray grinned and thought he was a deviant. After that, they began their fierce battle. The sounds of their fight were heard several kilometers away from them. None of them were going to give up. The fight became fiercer and fiercer, and that you thought that, as expected from his father. His punches become more accurate and he attacks so that he can't get close to him. At that, they abruptly stopped their fights and laughed out loud. The father hugged his son and asked what was the trick he had learned. Of course, he, a deviant, had a high affinity with lightning, but he still has a lot to grow. The ice was also unstable, and he couldn't even master sound or gravity. But it was still nice to show off in front of my parents. Ray asked him what, when and how he learned it. What else can he do? Arthur said it wasn't that long ago, and he can barely control it. He can't do anything else. Ellie ran to them and asked her father if he was okay. Alice ran after her daughter and told her not to run. Did Vincent say he needed a drink? Tabitha said what an extraordinary child. After that, they all gathered around a large table. Vincent was already drunk. He turned to Ray and asked if he even understood what his son's future was. Ray patted Arthur on the head again and said that of course. He has known this since he woke up when he was only 3 years old. Tabitha was very surprised and asked what. Woke up at 3 years old. Alice said he blew up most of their house in the process. Ray laughed and said good times. Ellie looked at her father and asked if he was okay. Then Vincent started up and asked Ray what if they enroll Arthur in the Zyrus Academy. Did Arthur think that I was calling Zyrus? Ray asked, what's Sirius? But he's only 8, and this academy is the most prestigious magical institution on the continent. Tabitha turned to Arthur's parents and said that her drunken husband insists on the idea that it is profitable for them to sponsor Arthur, given his talent, so they should not worry about tuition fees. Alice said they couldn't ask them to do that after all they had done for them. Paying for their son's education was just, and besides, he's only 8, and she's sure they won't even consider him. Vincent said that he has connections with the famous director of the academy itself. He can talk to her in. Then Arthur got into their conversation and asked for forgiveness, said that, seeing how this would affect his future, could he say something? It was already night, and the rumors began to clear the table. Ellie was already sleeping with Sylvie. Alice and Ray decided to put Arthur down. Alice said she still can't believe he's here with them. He grew up to be a handsome boy. Arthur said he'd changed a lot since she'd last seen him, hadn't he? Ray said it didn't matter how much he had changed, because he was still their son. Even after they found out that he is a deviant capable of becoming one of the most powerful magicians in the future. Alice bought her son and said that his father was right. However, now he is probably too old for his old mother to kiss him goodnight. Arthur turned away in embarrassment. Then he sighed and kissed his mother himself. After that, he quickly got into bed and wished good night to Mom and Dad, saying that he missed them very much. Alice remembered something and said that she had almost forgotten. Tomorrow they are with his sister under the store. They need new clothes, and they will have a good chance of getting close. Arthur said it sounded good. Reich told him not to hold a grudge against Vincent for what happened earlier. He didn't mean anything bad. Then Arthur said at the table that with all due respect, he had just been reunited with his family today. Can he spend some time with them before deciding whether to leave them again in order to enter this academy or not? Vincent said that of course he was right. He's getting a little ahead of himself. Then Arthur got up and said that he seemed to be more tired of sparring than he thought, so let them excuse him. Then he left. He tried, apparently, to find his room, but it didn't work out. Then a line appeared and said that if he fell there, he would end up in one of their basements. Arthur started in surprise. Lilia said that he should go with her because she knows a better place. Then she brought him to the servants. After greeting everyone, she said she hoped they didn't mind a guest today. An elderly woman asked what was the case. Not the guy who burned down half the lawn she worked so hard on. Arthur said he apologized for the trouble caused. The man who was sitting next to this woman told him not to pay attention. She's just teasing him. After that, they sat down at a round table. Arthur looked at Lily and thought that she used to be quite quiet. However, he thinks that this is what she usually likes. Lilia asked if they really had duck meat left. An elderly woman put a plate in front of her and told her to be careful. Madam Chelsea began to suspect something because she had recently gained weight. With Lily, I was embarrassed and told Maria that I think she said she couldn't talk about it. And besides, she is a healthy, growing girl. Then one of the maids came up to Arthur and told him that Lady Lily often comes here when she is stressed. Arthur looked at Lily again and thought, what is stress? What kind of stress? At this time, Lilia communicated with Maria, to whom she said that this was how it was. For this comment, she demands that she save a pig's belly for her next time. The man said that Syrah and Madam's greatest wish is for their daughter to wake up like a poppy, despite the fact that each of them is a magician himself. Of course, Lilia also wants to become a magician, but it still puts a lot of pressure on the little girl. And now Arthur has told his parents not to worry, because he can say that this family is good people who want only good. After that, his parents left and wished him good night again. Sylvia woke him up in the morning. He laughed and told her that he was already awake. She's excited, isn't she? And he himself thought that he wondered how Tess was. Well, then he felt a pungent smell that came from Sylvia. He carried her to the bathroom and said that it looked like he wasn't the only one taking a bath today. After Arthur washed himself and washed Sylvia, he said that he needed to see everything was not so bad. Then someone knocked on his door, and the curtain said that he was coming. When he opened the door, he saw Ellie. He greeted her. Ellie was a little confused and wished him good morning and said that her mom told her to wake him up. Arthur said he could see. Then can she take him to his mom? Ellie said it was fine. They will have breakfast and then go shopping. After that, she took her older brother by the hand and led him to her mother. After breakfast they went shopping. Arthur said that this is the city of Zyrus. He went up to one of the storefronts and asked what they were selling in this store. Tabitha told him that these little balls he sees are called animal cores. These are magic cores that have been extracted from mana beasts, thanks to which you can increase your strength, although the effects from each core can be very different. After spending hundreds of gold, you can experience the excitement. And if you're lucky, one of them may contain the will of the beast. Arthur was surprised and asked what hundreds of gold. Tabitha said that if not 1,000. Arthur thought that he was fine with his will of the beast. Tabitha said that their auction house gets quite a lot of beast cores and even infant mana beasts. He will be able to take a closer look at them when he has the opportunity. Arthur said he would be very grateful to her. Lilia pushed him forward and said that there was a place where she would like to take him as soon as she saw him. They came to the barber shop. Arthur looked at his mother and asked if it was really necessary. Alice said he had terrible hair. The man told his mother not to worry because he would make her sun shine like the flawless gem that it is. Arthur was very scared. Inwardly, he was already screaming. After some time, when the barber finally cut his hair, Arthur said that he felt ridiculous. Alice said he looked perfect. Ellie said he was good enough to be Ellie's brother now. They left the barber shop, and Alice said that Ellie was right. He finally looks like a civilized man. Then he noticed two guys. Lilia said they were students of the academy. Arthur said that he really didn't think. Lilia said that being able to wear this uniform is a kind of symbol that gives status. Arthur said they seemed like jerks to him. Lilia said that many of them are like that. Here they are almost considered a royal family. Then their mothers came, and Alice asked what the two of them were talking about. Lilia said they were just talking about the academy, but Arthur has already rushed somewhere. Lilia asked what was going where. and she said he was just like a puppy. Alice said that he is usually so calm and mature that it's even nice to see him so excited. Tabitha said it comforts her a little when she sees him more like a child at home, especially after yesterday's spectacle. Arthur went into a gun shop. Someone asked him if there was anything he could do to help him. Two men approached him, one of whom said that this place was not for children. He should leave as long as he asks politely. Another man said that this thing he's looking at now is a dangerous weapon. Does he understand what this means? It's not like the toy balls he has at home. There is a pastry shop nearby. The man wanted to put his hand on his shoulder, but Arthur abruptly threw it away. He was already packing up all the clothes from the store and said that he knows well what a sword is. He apologizes for getting in their way. The man still managed to stop him and asked what kind of house brought up such a rude man. Then Alice arrived and shouted to this man to take his hands away from her son. The man asked her that she at least knows what he is doing. His name is Ignatius and he is from home. Well, then he saw Tabitha and immediately fell silent. Tabitha asked that Ignatius, he's from a branch of the Ravenpour family. Do you really want her to forbid him and his family to participate in the auction of the House of Helscha? Ignatius immediately knelt down and said that he had no idea that this child was from the House of Helscha. He offers his most sincere apologies. After they left this store, Arthur thanked them for getting him out of this mess. Tabitha said that to tell the truth, she was more afraid of what he would do to this man. A man passed by, who looked at them questioningly, or rather on Sylvie. In the evening they returned home. Vincent said they were finally back. He turned to Arthur, told him to come here, because there is someone here whom he would like him to meet. An elderly woman said he must be Arthur. Vincent had told her a lot about him. Her name is Cynthia Goodsky, and she is the founder and director of the Zyrus Academy. This academy is an institution that is considered a shrine for any potential magician who has a noble background and talent for admission. It is a fertile ground for famous scientists, guild members, leaders of the royal guard, any military power. Anyone who had an impact on this world had connections with this academy. This was the kind of fame that this school enjoyed, an unstoppable titan compared to countless other academies scattered across the continent. And there is a fairly well-known director of the academy at the head of everything. Cynthia and Arthur just looked at each other. Then Cynthia held out her hand to him and said that it was nice to meet her. She was finally able to meet him. Arthur looked at her hand and thought, what is the right way to behave in such a situation? Should he kiss her hand or shake it? He pulled up his hand and said it was nice to meet her too. Well, then his mother Alice arrived and bowed, said that she was asking for forgiveness for her son's rude behavior, and she bent her son down so that he bowed. Alice said that he had just returned home and did not know the official customs. Arthur thought he really hoped it wouldn't take long. He hadn't eaten for hours. Cynthia said it was fine. If anything, she was the one who impolitely intruded at such a late hour. However, she couldn't refuse Vincent's request after all his huge contributions to their academy. Vincent blushed all over and said that he was just helping the academy, which he hoped his Lily would visit someday. Lilia became very unpleasant because of this. Cynthia told Arthur that it wasn't often that she went home to visit a potential student. But Vincent aroused her interest when he insisted that a prodigy of the highest caliber now lives in his house. She looked at Tabitha and asked if she could take them to an open space so that she could see him in action. Tabitha said of course. Arthur wanted to say if he could at least have dinner, but his mother pinched him before he could finish. After that, the director was escorted into the courtyard. Vincent said that yes, they have a wonderful paved courtyard that would be suitable for this. Sylvie, like Arthur, was very hungry, and Arthur told her that it looked like they wouldn't be having dinner anytime soon. Then Cynthia turned her attention to Sylvie. She said, what a beautiful beast, Manny. Is this his father's contract beast? Arthur said no, he and Sylvia had established a connection. She hatched just a few months ago. Cynthia said how interesting. Here, many nobles buy mana beasts in order to form a contract with them. But she had never seen a mana beast like Sylvie. Well, he said that her mother was something like a scaly wolf with small wings. She was near death and protecting her face when he came across her nest. He must have been lucky. After which they finally came. Cynthia said they were going to see if what Vincent said was just an exaggeration. He mentioned that he was an amplifier, but refused to tell her anything other than that, saying it would be a surprise for her. And she thought that the boy didn't look worried or scared. Is it confidence or arrogance that makes him so? Arthur wondered what would be for dinner. He could smell fried fish today. Vincent said she would definitely be shocked when Arthur showed his fire and lightning magic. And he won't be able to burn down this yard like last time. Cynthia asked him if he didn't want to at least arm himself with a weapon. Arthur said that since she wasn't going to use the wand on her belt, he would be bare-handed too. Cynthia said it was very good and asked if it was time for them to start. During his training with the old man, the explosive power of fire and flexible counterattack. Waters were the first Kai arts from his world that appeared as real elements in this world for him. After that, the martial arts technique called Earth and Wind style from his past life also reached heights. You need to prepare your body and concentrate your Kai, and then release it. In the same way, you need to direct your mana down to the mana core and combine it with the mana surrounding it. It is necessary to control the internal and external mana collected by him when he releases it into the desired form. Seeing his strength, everyone was shocked again. Only Ellie and Sylvia were happy, and SH2R thought that, unlike magicians, these are the main steps that the amplifiers take in order to manifest an elementary attack. Of course, he had a slight flaw with his past knowledge, and now they will see how the director of the most prestigious Academy of Magic will react when he does. However, Cynthia easily repelled Arthur's attack. Arthur rushed into battle again. Apparently, he made a great impression on the director of the Academy. Cynthia threw him back, but Arthur managed to orient himself in time and thought that using the wind to navigate in space, then you need to create a support in the air with a stone. Even with all his training with Virion, it's still very difficult to use earth and wind spells at the same time compared to fire and water. He needs to focus, but Cynthia repulsed his attack again, and then she uttered some kind of spell. Arthur tensed and wondered if she had already prepared the next spell for her. Blood concentrated and thought that he would use the wind, which would have a retroactive force, in order to withstand her spell, after which he broke through her spell. Cynthia smiled and said it was impressive, but he is too confident in his ability to face opponents face to face. Overall, his display of magic and combat skills was outstanding. And this will be her last test, a kind of extra credit. He must try to stay conscious. Arthur couldn't stand it and put his hands over his ears and thought, is this really the magic of sound? Is she a deviant? After that, his trial ended. Cynthia said it was wonderful. She approached his father and said that he had passed the test with honor. And because of this penchant for wind magic that Arthur has shown, she wants to train him personally. Ray looked very surprised and asked his son, since when did he learn to use both earth and wind magic with the same success? Cynthia was surprised and asked what he meant by, with the same success. Vincent was just shocked by this and said that he had just used fire magic yesterday, and lightning magic. That's why he brought her to this powerful yard, because he burned his lawn. Now Cynthia looked very shocked. She said that is, they want to say that this little boy is able to control at least 3 fundamental elements and 1 element of the highest form. Arthur corrected her and said that 4 was more accurate. He has elementary affinities to all 4 elements. Cynthia staggered a little in surprise. Ray picked her up and apologized to her. He asked if she was all right. Cynthia thanked him and said she was fine. Ellie turned to her mother and asked if her brothers were strong, and wasn't it? Cynthia heard it and said it was very strong. In the future, perhaps, he will become the strongest. Ray asked in surprise, what is the strongest? After everyone calmed down, he apologized to his family for hiding it from them. Alice asked her son that there were no more secrets. His chest tightened at her words, how he wished he could promise her that. After that, the headmistress came up to him and used a spell to make sure that no one heard them. She approached him and said that while this spell was working, they would not hear them and asked him to express his opinion. Arthur smiled and thought that she seemed to see right through him. And he told her that the truth is that he showed her his abilities because she has 2 things that he needs: power and influence. She must protect his family until he is strong enough to do it on his own. Not only would he attend her academy, but he would also consider her his benefactor. The woman grinned and said that even the king and queen would not laugh and offer her such a one-sided deal, and he thinks that she will agree to create such a relationship with a simple child. Arthur said that perhaps, compared to the king and queen, he is more aware of the potential of this simple child and believes that she thinks the same. Although his part of this deal has to wait until he enters her academy, as she see that he made a promise to someone very important that he would live his life to the fullest, and he thinks that attending her academy at a more normal age will help with that. The woman was surprised and said that it was as much as 3 years. What does he plan to do during this time? Arthur sighed and said that he had not yet told everything about his family, that he looked at his parents, who looked at him questioningly, and he said he was going to become an adventurer. After that, Arthur told everything to his parents. They locked themselves in the room, and Mom started screaming that there was no way. No way. Vincent said it looks like they've already started. Cynthia said she thought so. Alice cursed loudly and said that he had just returned after they all thought he was dead, and now he says he wants to be killed there. No, only over her dead body. Ellie started crying too and clung to her mom's skirt. She asked her mom not to get angry. She wasn't angry. Ray also tried to calm his wife down and told her that he wasn't saying he agreed with Arthur becoming an adventurer, but they at least needed to listen to him. Alice got even angrier and asked him how can he say that after everything they went through to get here? He understands, doesn't he? Then Mom started crying. Her father hugged her and began to calm her down. Arthur approached his mother, taking her by the hand, said that he did not plan to leave in the near future. In fact, he was looking forward to spending a few months at home with everyone. He knows that he has only recently come here, but after being in the Elf Kingdom for more than 3 years, he feels that he has missed so much of what happened in Sarina and the rest of the world. He wants to experience the feelings that he and Dad experienced when they were adventurers. Ray told his son that he knows where he came from and he really wants this for him. Even he couldn't wait to experience the adventure life when he became a teenager. But his mom is right to be worried. No matter how prepared and strong he would consider himself, but the life of an adventurer is dangerous and unpredictable. But then Arthur looked at Sylvie and came up with something. He asked what if some guard or supervisor would be with him. Alice had already calmed down a little and said that even then. But Rivers interrupted her, said it was a good idea. But who will be good? Alice looked questioningly at her husband, then, grabbing him by the collar, began to shake him. She started yelling at him that she wasn't. She can't believe he's even considering it. She won't let him send her son somewhere for 3 years. After a while, they all calmed down a little and sewed at the table. Arthur said that he was not leaving for 3 years. He plans to come back every few months or even more often between sessions. Alice was apparently still very angry and asked if it was really true. Arthur and Sylvie nodded vigorously. Then his sister came up to Arthur and with tearful eyes asked if her brother was already leaving. Arthur began to calm her down, said no, he's staying here. She will see her brother often. Alice told her son that she was not giving her consent yet, but at least he should answer her question. Why does he want to be an adventurer? Wouldn't it make more sense to go to school before you hit the road as an adventurer? Arthur said that if he went to school now, he would be much younger than the other students. He wants to fit in and make friends, but it can be more difficult with such a big age difference. Alice said that he doesn't need to go to school now, but instead, what if he helps his father or? Then Ray began to calm his wife down again and said that everything was fine. Their boy will be fine. Arthur thanked his father for this. Arthur also doesn't want to just train, but wants to fight and test the skills he has mastered after he came to this world in a natural environment. And yet he didn't lie to his mother. Sylvia told him to enjoy life. The next morning came and 2 families gathered at the breakfast table again. Alice told her husband to calm down and chew slowly. No one is going to steal his food. Ray said he was just happy to enjoy his meal without rushing to work. Vincent asked him if he wasn't going to the auction today to show off some of the recruits. Ray said it was just an excuse to have a welcome party afterwards. Vincent said that's where these ridiculous food expenses come from. Lilia felt very uncomfortable and said she was so ashamed. Arthur asked Tabitha what are they planning to do today? Tabitha told him that she and his mom had to run some errands around the city in order to prepare for the upcoming event at the auction house. They will take his sister and Lilia with them, but if he wants, they can take him at the same time. Arthur said he thinks he's staying home today, but thanks anyway. Vincent asked that in any case they had already decided what to do with Arthur. Alice said that they agreed to let him become an adventurer under certain conditions. Tabitha asked what the conditions were. Ray said that, firstly, he would wait until his birthday, which is in 3 months. Secondly, he will always have a guard during the mission. And thirdly, he will have to visit them at least once every 2 months. In addition, he is smart enough to handle the steel on his own. He looked at his son, who was now fighting with Sylvie for food, and he said he thought so. Vincent said it was all very well, of course, but they had someone in mind who would guard Arthur. Is there even a guard who would be able to guard him? That Ellie called her father and told him to look. She is now Sylvie. She put 2 forks as if she had horns. Alice told her daughter that it was bad manners. But then Ray hit the table and said that's it. He understood. The twin horns will come after the expedition from the dungeon in the near future. He received a letter from the Adventurers Guild saying that they would be back in 2 months. Can they send one of them with Arthur? Alice agreed with him, said that it was actually a pretty good idea. Ray asked her that can she not be surprised that he has a good idea. Arthur was delighted and thought that the horns were twins. Jasmine, Dart and Angelo, Helen and Adam. He'll see them all soon. Vincent was sitting in his office, writing something. There was a knock on his door. He opened the door and saw Arthur. He told Arthur that he had just missed his father. He is currently in the auction house, and Schnurr said that he actually came here to discuss a matter with him. Can he enter? Vincent said of course. Meanwhile, Alice and Tabitha went to town with their children. Alice asked if such things would really be appropriate for the anniversary event. Tabitha said that she was telling her that many noble ladies simply adore the jewelry she makes. Alice was surprised and asked that how could anyone see them at all. Tabitha said she stole several from the house and used them to decorate the private viewing rooms in their auction house. Alice asked what she had done. They were simple and cheap little ornaments that she made in her spare time. It's so embarrassing. Lilia turned her attention to Ellie, who was clearly in a bad mood right now. She asked why she was sulking. Had she gone mad? Ellie said that her brother didn't go shopping with Ellie. Lilia said that, but she came here with her. She thinks that now that her brother is here, she is no longer important to Ellie. Ellie said no. A lily is a lily and a brother is a brother. Lilia said that she had said that she loved her the most, but now that her older brother was here, she could just throw her away. Ellie started crying and waving her arms, but then Tabitha came and hit her daughter on the head, asking why she was torturing Ellie so much. Lilia said she was just teasing her because all Ellie was thinking about these days was Arthur. Tabitha asked what was really true, because it seems to her mom that Ellie is not the only one thinking about Arthur. Could it be that her daughter has found her first love? Lilia blushed all over and asked her mother what she was saying. He's just a weirdo. She thought children her age couldn't be magicians. That's why she was still patiently waiting for the awakening. But Arthur is already a magician who is stronger than many adults. It's not fair. She also wants to be a magician and make them happy. Alice came up to Lily and said that she knows it's hard, but she shouldn't compare herself to Arthur. She is sure that she knows that Arthur is different from children her age. Lilia asked what, but how did he become so strong? She or Mr. Lavin trained him, and if so, can they help her too? Alice said that apart from a little sword training that his father did, they didn't do anything for Arthur. Tabitha was very surprised and asked if it was okay. She understands that he is a very gifted child, but aren't they missing something? Then she came to her senses and apologized for it, and she said she didn't want to pry. Her nose wasn't in her business. Alice said it was nothing. She was very grateful that they cared so much. In truth, he and Ray both know that Arthur is hiding something from them. Tabitha asked that then why shouldn't she ask him about everything? For example, how did he become so strong while he was away and how did he reach such a level in sword handling? If she's so interested, then she's sure that she and Ray are both dying of curiosity. Alice said that of course, but they believe that there is a good reason why he doesn't tell them everything. She decided to give him a free hand and support him until he feels comfortable enough to tell them what he thinks of them as his parents. After that, they went further shopping. But they were still being watched by the same man. This man went down somewhere and told the other one to inform Lord Sebastian that the Mana Beast was not with them today. A mage from the Zyrus Academy was introduced to guard them, so he wouldn't be able to keep an eye on them too actively. However, the boy, who is most likely the owner of the Mana Beast, will be present at the anniversary event, which is dedicated to the 10th anniversary of the Helscha House auction. The other man said that then he would inform Lord Sebastian that the best opportunity to introduce himself was at this event. Vincent was currently sitting in his office with Arthur, and I thought, what kind of situation is this? And who is this 8-year-old boy who gives off such an aura that he is more nervous than when he was in an audience with King Sapin? Arthur drank tea and thanked him for it. Vincent thought that he was completely different compared to when he was with his family. Is this really his true face? And he said that of course. Arthur said that in any case, the reason for his sudden visit is that he would like to ask him to get some things for him. Vincent asked what and what kind of objects they could be. Arthur said a protective raincoat, preferably with a hood, a decent sword for his size and a mask capable of changing his voice. Vincent said that the cape shouldn't be a problem, but only an artisan who is a deviant, who has an affinity with sound, will be able to properly make it. He can definitely try, and I thought that he was already mired in work related to the anniversary event. Why is he trying so hard to please this boy? Arthur said he thanked him for that, and he said that as for compensation, he had no money, but he had come up with a way to repay him for his help. Vincent said that everything was fine, because his father had helped him a lot since he started working for him. Thanks to him and the training he conducts for all their guards, thefts and fights, the auction house was the lowest in history. Arthur said that, nevertheless, one of the things he would like to do would be to help his sister speed up her awakening using a method he had recently discovered. As long as he helps her, then he can help Lilia. Vincent stared at Arthur questioningly. Arthur said that he knows that neither he nor his wife are magicians, but he believes that he can help their daughter awaken as a magician and enter the Zyrus Academy. Arthur was already in his room. He had just recently woken up and thought that after so much time, he could only use it for a few seconds. He exhaled and thought that wasn't enough. He should try again. After some time, he thought that whether it was his past life or this life, he needed strength in order to protect those who were dear to him. This time you will get the power not for revenge, but for the protection of loved ones." Then Sylvie said something to him, and Arthur said that she was right. It looked like they were back. After that, he changed his clothes and went downstairs to his parents. His mother was walking towards him and asked him how he was going to help Lilia wake up as a magician. Even as a harmless joke, it's a bit insensitive to ellipsis. Tabitha told Arthur that if this was some kind of joke, she thought he had gone too far. Arthur said he would never joke about something like that. He offered a deal to her husband, and he agreed. Vincent was hugging his daughter right now and said yes. He said he would show them as soon as they got back, so they need to go to the living room now. The women only exchanged glances. After that, everyone went to the living room. Arthur sat in the middle of the room, and the girls sat on both sides with their backs to him. He touched each of them on the shoulder and said that it was fine. Now he wants them to breathe the way he tells them. And he himself thought that mana is best felt during slow and deep breaths that take place in precise rhythmic patterns. A pattern is an image scheme that acts as an intermediary representation or sensory concept, thanks to which, in the mode of simultaneous perception and thinking, patterns are revealed as they exist in nature and society. He really hopes that this explanation will be enough for them. He said that step 1 is to breathe in a special way. Lilia asked what in a special way. Ellie said she could breathe easily. Arthur said it wasn't just ordinary breathing. If she can do that, she will become as strong as her older brother. Ellie looked at him and asked, "What is strong?" After that, she began to rejoice and said that she was as strong as a brother. Arthur thought that he hoped very much that she would be able to understand his instructions. Then he said that in any case they need to breathe like this. They have to take a deep breath through their nose until they can't breathe anymore. Then she must open her mouth and breathe in the air again. After that, you need to inhale the air in small jerks about 15 times. The girls repeated exactly as he had told them. Arthur said it was great. Now you need to do it again with your eyes closed until you see the beautiful lights that float in the dark. Ellie said she sees beautiful lights, but then they abruptly disappeared. Arthur explained to her that it was because she had stopped breathing. Lilia started panicking and said she still couldn't see them. Is there something wrong with her? Arthur said no, it's fine. None of her parents are magicians, so that's what he expected. Alice asked her son if he could at least tell them what he was trying to do. Tabitha said she knows what he wants to do and won't question his skills, which are related to magic. But teaching a child to awaken by a magician is unprecedented. This should happen naturally. Arthur said he was going to help them do what he did in order to wake up at the age of 3. And the only reason he thinks he can succeed in this is because of his affinity with all the elements. He had thought it over in his head, but they would know for sure after they tried. So they should just watch. And he himself thought, well, now they need to see if it works as well in practice as in theory. Arthur told the girls that they could feel a little heat in their bodies, but they should continue to breathe, as he told them. Lilia said she could see them. Thank you. Ellie said it was so beautiful. Arthur said that both of them have now tried the idea of putting the white specks together. Ellie asked what to collect. Arthur said that these little lights are her friends, and they should be together in order to be happy. Could she do it for him? Ellie said it was fine. After a while, they were all very tired. He said he thinks that's all he can do for today. Vincent asked how did it go? Will their daughter be able to become a magician? Arthur said it would take a few years, but if he continued to train with them for a few months until they got back on their feet, Lilia won't have any problems in order to become. But Tabitha interrupted him as she hugged him. She apologized to him for doubting him, and I started thanking him. She said that thanks to him, her child will have many opportunities that they did not have because they could not become magicians. After all this, his life settled into its usual rhythm. Every morning he trained, and then helped his sister and Lilia get closer to their awakening. Even with his impatience to become stronger, he still tried to spend time with everyone, knowing that he would not have such an opportunity again in the future. The continents of Diketan are divided into 4 regions, such as the Kingdom of Sapin. The population in this region is mainly humans. The Kingdom of Alinar. The population in this region is mainly elves. The Kingdom of Darv. The population in this region is mainly dwarves. The territory of mana beasts is a vast territory inhabited by mana beasts of all possible levels. Most of these territories remain unexplored due to the danger of exploring deeper areas. Mages are people who are more adept at absorbing mana from the environment. Then they condense it and purify it in their mana core. The use of purified mana in the core is combined with the surrounding mana and allows them to cast spells that have a certain effect on the environment or on the target. Strengths: long-range spells, faster absorption of surrounding mana, not so dependent on their own mana core. Weaknesses: and slow mana distribution throughout the body. Casting spells most often takes a long time, making casters defenseless. Boosters are people who are more adept at evenly distributing their own mana to strengthen their body, while boosters still rely on improving their core by condensing and purifying the surrounding mana. They do so during meditation, not during battle. Strengths: improve physique, less mana consumption. The body is less vulnerable in and out of combat. Weaknesses: have a limited amount of mana at their disposal during combat, with the exception of Arthur, who learned about mana rotation from Sylvia. Most attacks are short in range, since the further he has to project mana, the more it will be needed in the end. The core stages are black, red, orange, yellow, silver, and white. Each stage is divided into dark, solid, and light. They are listed in order from weak to strong. Affinity is an element or elements to which the poppy is naturally predisposed. This means that a monk who has an affinity for wind could learn spells or techniques that are related to other elements, but not as well. Deviant forms: people, wind, sound, fire, lightning, earth, gravity, water, ice. Elves: wind, sound. Land and water separately do not give anything. Earth plus water, plants. Dwarves: fire is nothing. Earth is metal, fire plus earth is magma. Deviant. Elementary deviants are magicians who have gone beyond the possession of the fundamental element. Emitters are those magicians who have the ability to heal with what magic theorists here call light magic. Arthur's mom is an emitter. Diviners are deviants whose range of abilities is quite wide. Elder Rinya was able to see both the past and the future while simultaneously transmitting his voice to his parents 1,000 miles away. He still can't figure out what else she's capable of. Uncategorized deviants are deviants capable of performing feats that cannot be described using ordinary elements. The Will of the Beast is a set of abilities that are mainly obtained from strong mana beasts when assimilating their core. Classification of beast tamers. Fake. The mana core of the beast is extracted after the beast is killed. The probability of gaining insight and advancing in phases is more complex. The receiver. Beast willingly transfers its mana core to the tamer. It is more difficult to assimilate the core, but if it succeeds, it will allow you to better understand the abilities of the beast. 2 months later, Alice told her husband that he must be excited to be able to see the twin horns today. Quite a lot of water has flowed away, hasn't it? Ray said he didn't think he was the only one happy to see them again and pointed to their son, who was very nervous before their arrival. But then Sylvie jumped on Arthur's shoulder. Arthur told her that he didn't think she was small enough to continue riding on his shoulder. Then someone shouted that they were already here. Arthur went to open all the doors and wanted to greet them all, but Angela burst in and immediately hugged him. She said it was so hard for him, despite being so young. Arthur told her he couldn't breathe. Then Walker came up behind her and touched her shoulder. Angela immediately released Arthur and said that where were her manners. She got a little emotional. Arthur looked at Walker and said he was even taller. Walker broke down and, crying, said that he could tell him the same thing. Adam said he thought the game plan was to make a happy face for the baby. What are these tears? And no one is even going to speak out about the black decoy beast hanging behind. He was shoved by Helen and told that he could ignore this fool. They are so happy to see him as an adult and even more beautiful. Adam asked what does it mean he's a bad guy if he doesn't cry. It's not his fault that he's old enough to control himself. Then Jasmine ran into the house and immediately hugged Arthur. She cried and kept asking him for forgiveness. Then Adam couldn't stand it anymore and started crying too. Arthur's parents also stood aside and cried. Ray said it looked like they had missed the moment. After a while Ray came to Vincent. Vincent asked if they were sure they didn't need magic inside. Ray said they have Angela and another windcaster alternating detection barriers around the auction house, and Walker guarding the main entrance. In addition, people may think that they are preparing for war. Vincent said he was really grateful that their old team agreed to help with security. Ray told him to tell him that, thanks to them, he was able to place several guards outside around the nearest block. They will be able to deal with any threat from outside, so that the guests will be safe and the auction house will not be destroyed. Vincent said he knows he's joking, but after his recent experience with magicians, he's going to actually make him keep that promise, and he really hopes that it won't come to that. And by the way, their son mentioned that he needs a sword before he registers as an adventurer. Given his fighting style and gloves, he didn't expect him to teach him how to fight with swords. Ray said the only thing he did for him was buy a wooden sword. In addition, from the age of 4, he studied independently. The Venn Center was shocked by this and said that 4 years. Why is he surprised at all? Ray said that, to be honest, he says he is self-taught, However, several times when they sparred, there were moments when he had a strange aura. Vincent asked what the aura was. Ray said that, for example, such a calculated confidence, as if he had been involved in battles for decades. Vincent reminded him that Arthur had not lived 10 years. Doesn't he think he's attributing too much to him? Ray said he might be right. But when they fight, there are moments when he suddenly stumbles or gets confused, as if he is not used to his own body. Vincent said he thinks he knows the reason. Ray looked at him and asked what did he really know. Vincent said early puberty. Ray didn't like this explanation, and he said that it was just better for them to go down. Everyone is probably already waiting for them. Tabitha was downstairs, who said the two of them had been messing around for too long. How can two grown men be the last to be ready? Vincent said they all looked amazing. He is sorry that they forced everyone to dress only in black and white. They are the hosts of this event, so he didn't want to stand out in front of the guests, but thinks they didn't need to force Ray's family to conform to the dress code. Alice said there was no problem with that. In any case, she is confused by bright colors. Arthur thought that by dressing up, this is how he understands that no matter what he is wearing now, he is just some kind of cute child. He really hopes that he will grow up soon. Then Vincent said that if everything was fine, then they should go. The crews are already waiting. After that, he approached Arthur and said that he had heard that his daughter had progressed far. Arthur told him that if she continued in the same spirit, she would soon be able to wake up and have time to enroll in Zyrus. Vincent thanked him again for that. Arthur said he was just doing his part of the deal, and he really hopes to see some wonderful things in their auction house. Vincent said that of course they had to go already. Everyone was already in the carriages. Arthur was sitting in the same carriage together with slingshot and chisels. Adam told him he couldn't believe he had to go through all this after he fell off a cliff. Helen said that, all things considered, at least he had found his own mana beast. This is something that even experienced adventurers and nobles can rarely have. Arthur said yes, that's why she's special to him. After a while they stopped. Angela said that it looked like they were already there. The door to the carriage was open and two men said they were welcome. Arthur came out last and began to look around. He thought that this was the auction house, the decade of the Helstia auction house, an event that the nobles and adventurers were very excited about. It will not only be a celebration, but also an opportunity to see and buy priceless artifacts that were locked and guarded for this special event. They went inside, and Arthur began to look everywhere again. He saw the cores of the beasts and thought that there were so many of them here. Sent saw some strange and scary statues and thought that, and what else is this at all? The exterior of this building is amazing, but there's nothing inside either. Vincent said it was alright. Today is a big day. They need to collect their thoughts and make sure that no one has made mistakes. Ray told his subordinates that Team B should make sure that the side corridors are checked every half hour before returning to the original route. Arthur said he was pleased to see them like this, especially his father. His behavior is very different from usual. Helen said his father was a leader after all. She has matured since taking his place, but still can't compare to him. Anyway, she's going to join his father now, so they'll see each other again. Alice called her son with her. Did Arthur say he was coming? Alice said they had to go inside, and Vincent and his father would join them later. After that, they entered a huge hall. Arthur saw a man on the stage and thought it must be the auctioneer who is holding the event. Despite the fact that he was a king, and also lived side by side with the royal family in Alina, it's really impressive. Then Tabitha asked him what he thought about their auction house. Arthur said he thought they were seriously downplaying the meaning of the word home. Tabitha said she was glad he liked her. Lilia nudged him and told him to wait until he saw the private viewing rooms upstairs. They started up the stairs, and Alice told her daughter to be careful. The man opened the door for them and said that they had arrived. Arthur thought that seeing how gorgeous this place was, he was looking forward to seeing what kind of items they were going to put up for auction today. Tabitha said they would be expecting special guests later, but in the meantime they should make themselves comfortable. After that, the women went to get drinks, and the children were left with 3. Lily called Ellie and told her to look, because it's already starting. They stuck to the glass and started looking at what was going on there. Ellie said there were so many people. By this time their mothers had arrived. Tabitha asked what they were up to. Lilia said that Ellie was trying to count everyone who came. Tabitha said it was so cute. Lilia told Barely that instead of counting, they could play Pock Pock instead. Ellie really liked this idea. Pock Pock is an advanced hand-clapping game. After that, the girls started playing, and the moms started talking. Arthur just looked at them and said it looked like they were all having fun. Then a man came up and, apologizing for the intrusion, said that, but he would like to inform them that VIP guests have arrived and will be here soon. Tabitha said she understood. After that, they all got ready to meet these very guests. Vincent also came, who said that he should be allowed to introduce His Majesty Blaine Glader and Her Majesty Priscilla Glader, Prince Curtis and Princess Caitlin. Arthur thought he felt it then. Just like in Aliner, he was in the presence of royalty. They all bowed to the royal family. The king said he didn't know they would be sharing this space with guests. Vincent apologized for his amateur performance and said that he remembered that he wanted to meet his family again the last time they were here and thought today was the right time to do it. He remembers his wife Tabitha and his daughter Lilia, doesn't he? He also introduced Seven Arthur, saying that it was Alice, the wife of his close friend, and their children Arthur and Aliner. Blaine said Vincent's friends are his friends too. Now let them all stand up. After all, they are here to congratulate the auction house on the 10th anniversary of this wonderful place to enjoy this event. Priscilla said that yes, there was no need to remain so formal. They need to enjoy life. She, for example, is very glad that they will at least have some company other than their guards. Then Sylvie woke up and immediately jumped up. Priscilla noticed her and said what a cute mana beast. Looks like a reptile, but more intelligent. Arthur said she hatched a few months ago and her name is Sylvie. He turned to Sylvia and told her to say hello to them. Blaine asked Arthur that this mana beast is related to him, isn't it? Arthur said yes. The king stroked her and said how lucky he was. Even babies are hard to tame, but she seems very obedient. Arthur said they can communicate mentally, so it's more like mutual agreement than obedience. Then someone asked what. Everyone immediately turned around and looked at that person. The man took off his hood and asked, what does he mean? That he has an equal contract with this mana beast. Arthur tensed and thought, did he really say something unusual? And he said that he believed that she was the initiator of the contract. The man immediately rushed to him and, grabbing his hand, told him to let him take a closer look at their relationship. But the king stopped the man and said that now was not the time or place to study some pet. Does he need to be reminded that he is on duty right now? This man was called Sebastian. Sebastian fell to his knees in front of the king and apologized. Then Tabitha came up and said that the event should already begin. And she told the king and queen that they should sit down over there. Skitters are the D class of the mana beast. Domesticated animals that use their strong claws to drag the crew over long distances over shaky terrain. Possessing much more stamina and strength than ordinary horses, skitters are a valuable asset for anyone who can afford to use them. A man came on stage and said that he wanted to say that it was a great honor for him to be here tonight. He believes that all of them, distinguished guests, have gathered here today for one single reason, and this is an opportunity to get one of the rare and valuable items at this auction. Everyone clapped together. The man went on to say that before they start, he asks everyone present to face south. They should join him and greet some extremely important figures who have blessed them with their presence. This is the king and queen Sapana himself. Everyone stood up and bowed. After that, the man continued to say what next, but, of course, not least the person who made this event possible. So let them give their applause to Vincent Helscha. Arthur thought it reminded him of his past life, but he shook his head and thought, no, he's not the king anymore. He hasn't even reached puberty yet. After that, everyone relaxed a little. Arthur drank the contents of his glass. It was alcohol that he smuggled in while no one was looking. After that, he turned his attention to the queen and thought that this was how the caster spoke about us. He saw a wand on her belt, and he thought that the fact that he couldn't sense her mana meant that she was either wearing an artifact in order to hide her, or she was at a high enough level. But then the queen noticed him and smiled at him. Arthur smiled back at her. Arthur thought that he had never thought about it before, but he wondered why he didn't feel any attraction to the queen, or to any older woman, even if they are in the same age range as he was before he died. Maybe because they are the same age as his mother. But he also doesn't find young girls attractive. No matter, it doesn't look like he has any plans for that anytime soon. He'll think about it when he grows up. Then Vincent came up to him and called him. He said that the sword would be auctioned right now. He has to tell him if he wants him to make a bet. And he doesn't have to worry about the price because the owners have privileges. After that, the man announced that this short sword was forged by a master blacksmith, who is also a master of fire. The core of a mighty thunderhawk is instructed in the handle. After they pour a small amount of mana into this sword, it will cause electrical discharges on the edge of its blade, which will increase its cutting ability and even impose a paralyzing effect. Bidding starts from 50 zlotys. After that, people started shouting that 51. The next one shouted 52. Someone shouted 53. Arthur thought that a modest house in Zyrus was worth at least 1 gold coin. Well, the average family in his hometown of Ashburn could easily live on a handful of copper coins a day. Only an initial bet on this sword could provide a modest life for his family for more than 250 years. Vincent approached Arthur and asked him what he liked. He knows that he is a little too big now, but such a sword, and with such elementary properties, is quite difficult to get. Arthur said it sounded good, but it wasn't what he needed. He would have preferred something less unique. Vincent said yes, as he thought. Why play with the spark when you can control the lightning itself, right? In any case, this is just the beginning, and even if he doesn't find anything that he might like, he has already managed to find all the other items he wanted. Arthur asked if he had even managed to find a mask that changes the voice. Vincent asked what he took him for. The coat he bought him is made of a nightmare fox. It has the ability to hide his presence from prying eyes. It looked like what he wanted, so he got it while he could. Arthur said it was more like what he was counting on. Vincent told him to just be careful. He's the one who will deal with his family if anything happens to him. Arthur thought Vincent was right. The sword was just the beginning. There were a lot of weapons and even a few mana beast cores, starting with C-class and ending with a class. The king himself placed a bet on several of them, winning the A-class core. But only after a person has successfully completed the process of absorbing the core, he will know whether the core contains the animal will. Arthur stretched and wondered when there would be a break. But then he didn't find Sylvie next to him and wondered where she had gone. He turned to Lilia and her sister and asked if they knew where Sylvie was. Lilia said she was just here. Arthur started looking for her and asked, "Where is she?" But then he heard Sylvie say something. He immediately turned around at the sound and thought, what is it? He saw Sebastian trying to take Sylvie away, and Sylvie is shaking all over with fear. Sebastian pulled his hands towards her and told her to go to him. Sylvie was already crying out of fear. Arthur could barely restrain himself and told himself that he had to control himself, because he was a court magician of the royal family. Then he shouted to Sylvie that they had to go. Sylvie immediately ran up to him. Sebastian got up and said that a commoner from some backwater would have nowhere to develop with such a special beast. Arthur stopped and asked what. Sebastian said he says she will be his. Arthur clenched his hands into fists and, turning around, looked at Sebastian, told him to say it again. Earlier, Vincent thought it was a pity Arthur couldn't find anything. As far as he understands, he just needed a good quality sword. Nothing unusual or initially strong. If that's the case, then he's sure he'll be able to find something in their vault. Then the king came up to him and touched his shoulder. Vincent turned around and said he hoped he was enjoying the event. Blaine said he doesn't know how he managed to get a silver-furred bear class a core, but he's very happy with his purchase. They will hope that the will of the beast is still in him. Vincent said he was glad that he liked this modest event. Blaine said the only thing that's humble here is him. This event is. But then they both felt a strong fear. The king touched his heart, and I thought that an almost palpable thirst for blood. It's not even aimed at him yet. Vincent felt sick and fell to his knees. He clutched at his throat and wondered what was going on. The royal family's guards told them to come here. Priscilla told the guards not to worry about her, to protect the children. The king also prepared to defend himself. He asked that who dared to attack the royal family. He should show up. But it was all Arthur's doing. He immediately stopped and thought that he had lost control of himself. Then everything stopped. Ellie was crying, and Alice was comforting her. Vincent also felt better, and he asked what happened. Then Ray burst in along with Adam and Jasmine, who asked if everything was okay here. Security said yes. They should search the room and check the surroundings. Rise commanded and his team that up. Arthur mentally apologized to his father. Then they began to search the whole room. Arthur mentally asked Sylvia if she was okay. At this time, a man came and said that he was reporting to His Highness. Captain Lewin has just detained an uninvited guest. Blaine asked, "What is it like? Does that mean that everything is fine?" Arthur was surprised and asked that everything was just like that, but simple, and mentally thanked that uninvited guest. His sacrifice was not in vain. They both exhaled and thought they were safe now. Then the guards turned to Sebastian and asked that how could the royal poppy fall on its ass because of a little intimidation from an uninvited guest. Another guard supported him and said yes, that's how he's going to die soon. Sebastian said he slipped, that's all, and he looked at Arthur, but then immediately turned away. The man who leads this event thanked everyone for their service, and he said that, and now let the show go on. Here next to him is the last lot of today's event. Tradition demands that the best subject be left for last, and he is not one to neglect them. He will also be the lucky one who manages to acquire this treasure. Then they opened the cage, and the man said that it was the child of the world lion. A little information for those who do not know this magnificent mana beast. An adult world lion has the opportunity to become a powerful mana beast in the class. He dares to say that if he is well taken care of, that young beast can reach a class. Arthur kept on watching this Sebastian and thought that this jerk wasn't even paying attention to the other mana beast. The man said that they all know what it means. Caring and careful attitude to this beautiful animal will allow its owner to become a legendary animal tamer. The bet starts from 500 gold. After the woman said that 550, male 600, the next man is 650. After that it was 750 and 800. And the last bet it was 1,000. It was made by the king. The man said 1,000 gold coins from his highness. Vincent told Blaine that no one seemed to want to bargain with their king, so he congratulates him in advance. 1 white gold plate will be more than enough, and I will thank the king for his generosity. He asked what his plans were for the new royal pet. Will he tame it himself? Blaine said that as tempting as it was for him to have a connection with him, he was thinking about giving it to Curtis. This, of course, all depends on how much effort he puts in. Curtis immediately got up and told his father that he would do everything in his power. Priscilla told her son that this meant that she wouldn't have to listen to his tutor anymore, how he was. But Curtis interrupted her and told her mother that she had said she wouldn't tell her father about it. Arthur thought that, looking at them his way, they almost seemed like a normal family. Vincent told the king that the auction was nearing its end, and asked him what he wanted him to collect into items and send them to him, didn't he? Blaine said it was nonsense, as if he has patience. Of course, they will go down with him. Vincent smiled and said that then let them follow him. Then Sebastian came up to the king and whispered something in his ear. Blaine told him that was enough, he understood everything. And Sebastian squinted at Arthur and smiled nastily. Arthur thought, why does he have a bad feeling about this? After which everyone went downstairs. Vincent said a servant would be here soon with their things, and asked Arthur to come over. Arthur came over, and Vincent said that this was all he asked for, except for the sword. He thinks it's best if he looks around here and tries to find something he likes. Then his mother came up to him and said that she would support it while he was looking for a sword. Arthur thanked his mother. Blaine was surprised and asked if he was really going to take fencing lessons. His son has also just started studying. Maybe one day they won't be able to arrange a friendly sparring between them two. Sebastian told the king that Prince Curtis would learn bad manners if he participated in sparring with some redneck. Arthur said he was flattered, but swords were just a hobby for him. He would never be able to even hope to reach his son's level. Ray was passing by here. He stopped and said that this is where Vincent is. Vincent told him to come here soon because the king wants to meet him. Ray bowed to the king and said that he apologized to her for the intrusion. Blaine said he shouldn't worry, because he had heard that he had caught this intruder. It seems that Vincent has found himself a reliable assistant. Ray said he wasn't worthy of such praise. He was just doing his duty. The king asked that he was Reynolds Lewin, wasn't he? And this is his son, right? Ray said yes, and asked if something really happened. Blaine said that whether he sees it, Sebastian has been serving in the Royal Guard for many years, having helped their family countless times. For the excellent service he has rendered him consistently to his country, he feels the need to reward him from time to time. And it looks like he really liked his son's mana beast. Arthur immediately tensed up. The king said that if they provided his son's mana beast to the royal family, they would be doing the kingdom a great favor. Ray looked at his son and saw that Arthur was barely restraining himself. He was very scared and terrified. Ray wanted to say something, but the king interrupted him and said that, of course, he would be more than happy to compensate them for this mana beast, and to hire a magician in order to break the contract. I'm waiting for them with my son and a mana beast at their expense. Ray bowed to the king again and said he should apologize. Neither he nor his wife has anything to do with their son's mana beast. He got it himself, and that's why he can't speak on his behalf on this matter. Then the king looked at Arthur. Arthur scowled at the king. Then Sebastian jumped in and told Arthur that didn't his parents teach him to lower his eyes when he talks to those who are above him in status? But the king interrupted him, and he turned to Arthur himself, saying that he was sure that he had just heard their conversation with his father, so it would not be repeated. What does he think about this? In his arsenal there will surely be a sword worthy of any ambitious young knight. Arthur sighed and mentally tried to calm himself down. He thought that he was still the king of Sapin. He exhaled and said that he thanked him for the kind offer, but he had to refuse. Even the most magnificent sword can never replace Sylvia. Sebastian couldn't stand it and asked how dare he, but the king cut him short. Blaine said it was an exchange then. His world lion cub, which he bought with his mana beast. But then Curtis stepped in and said that he thought he would be his. But the father did not pay attention to his son and asked what about it. While their beasts does seem unique, reptiles rarely become as strong as real predatory mana beasts. Arthur barely restrained himself and asked for forgiveness for not being able to express himself clearly. He doesn't want to give, sell or exchange Sylvia. The king also restrained himself, and exhaling, said that he had asked him for a favor twice. His patience is running out. He asks for it one last time. Will he give up his mana beast? Arthur relaxed his fists and told the king, "What then? Let him allow him to ask a question as well. How much is he willing to sell his children for?" He asked him 3 times, and he refused all 3 times, but it seems that his pride does not allow him to accept his refusal. He doesn't seem to realize the seriousness of what he is being asked about. That is why he hopes that his question will clarify the situation. How much money will he demand in exchange for his son or daughter? Everyone froze in surprise and horror. Sebastian looked at the guard and he reacted immediately. He swung his sword at him and called him an uncouth bumpkin, and asked that how dare he insult the king and his family. Arthur immediately noticed him and thought that was he really concentrating all his mana in his sword? Was he going to cut him in half? You need to keep the flow of mana calm and even. Anticipate the enemy's movement and take control of the trajectory of his strike. After which, he easily dodged and drew his sword, and thought that to upset the opponent's balance and smash the opponent, using both his strength and his own momentum against himself. Then he hit the guard. Sebastian thought he was an idiot. Couldn't he even kill a child? He missed a great chance. Even if he is punished, he will take matters into his own hands. What the king doesn't understand is that a mana beast capable of forming an equal contract at such a young age means that it will eventually go beyond a class, should he get it. After which, he directed his power at him, but it didn't work out for Sebastian. He looked at his staff in surprise and asked what. But Arthur got up and said it was useless. Spells that need ambient mana in order to use them won't work. Sebastian was scared of him and shouted at him not to come near. Does he really consider himself a worthy opponent for a caster from the royal family? Arthur immediately approached him and asked what was in such a state. Yes, Sebastian was very surprised and asked what. Then Arthur broke his leg. Sebastian immediately fell down and, clutching his leg, began to shout that his leg. He asked someone to help him. Why is everyone just standing there? Can't anyone hear him? Arthur touched him on the shoulder and said that no one would hear him, so it was better for him to listen to him while he was still able to do it. Sebastian said he couldn't do it. He is the king's own personal spellcaster. Arthur got up and said that was it, but he must know his place. The king looked in surprise at Arthur, who had just taken down one of his guards, and I thought that as this child is a commoner, had his guard tripped over his own feet or something. But then he did not find it and thought that where did he go? But how did he end up there? But then everyone saw what happened to Sebastian's leg. Lily was frightened and hugged Ellie even more tightly. Everyone froze in horror and surprise. Sebastian kept asking them for help. Priscilla asked what he was doing. She ordered one of the guards to quickly examine Sebastian, and I told the other one to find and bring the emitter here immediately. Emitters are those magicians who have the ability to heal with what magic theorists here call light magic. Arthur was unconscious. Ray immediately approached him and began to listen to his heartbeat. But he didn't come to his senses, so Ray just picked him up. Alice began to heal her son with shaking hands. After some time, Arthur finally woke up. He immediately felt a sharp headache. He got up and thought, how did he get back to his room? The last thing he remembers is, that's right, he used static void. Apparently, he really overdid it. Thanks to Sylvia, he can use the static void from the moment he has reached the phase of acquiring her dragon will. With this ability, you can temporarily separate yourself from the flow of time. It allows you to turn the tide of the battle in your favor and is available to him only because he is Sylvia's successor. The receiver here means that the beast willingly transfers its mana core to the tamer. It is more difficult to assimilate the core, but if it succeeds, it will allow you to better understand the abilities of the beast. But there is a considerable price to pay for this. Despite years of training, he has the ability to use this ability only for a few seconds without feeling such a strong return. He exceeded his time limit and it was his first time using static void on another person. He collapsed on the bed again and thought that, all things considered, he thought he was lucky that it only ended with him falling unconscious. Then someone knocked on his door. Arthur thought it was Sylvia and said he would open it now. Together with Sylvia, his mother also came into the room, who said that she was sure that the doctor had said. But then she saw that her son had woken up. She hugged him and said that the doctor said that he most likely fainted from shock and would wake up soon. Although she has to say that the doctor used the word soon rather inappropriately. It's been almost 8 hours. Arthur thought he had her worried again. Then he felt a sharp pain again. Alice asked if something had really happened. He looks like he's in pain. And Chur said it was nonsense. But what happened after he lost consciousness? Alice said that no one was in their right mind, especially the children. That is why the king and his family have apologized. His father is now in the living room with the king's representative discussing what happened. Arthur got up and said that then he would go and see how they were down there. Alice said she was thinking of checking on Ellie and would sleep with her tonight just in case. And I asked my son what, but he's really fine. Arthur said he was already fine, so let her get some rest too. And he told Sylvie to go with her mom. Then he went downstairs. He heard his father say that and he tells them that this is not something that can be commented on with money. His son was almost killed. Then Arthur came into their room. His father was very glad to see him. Arthur said yes, as good as new. And he asked what was going on here. Ray said that the king's representative just threw a few coins as a token of apology from the king for this small incident. Ray was clearly very angry right now. The man got up and, turning to Arthur, said that he must be Arthur. The man introduced himself and said he was Jasper, and he is here on behalf of His Majesty to express his deepest condolences over what happened this afternoon. Arthur sat down next to his father and thought that he just needed to play a modest victim. He thanked Jasper for coming all this way. Jasper said that what good manners, he told his father most of what happened, but also wanted to convey to him that both people who attacked him were suspended from their posts. Ray said that, so let him clear it up. For the fact that they almost killed his son, the king slaps them in the face and waves goodbye. Jasper said that it would not hurt to notice that it was his son who inadvertently spoke out in the presence of His Majesty. Arthur told his father that everything was fine. Jasper was right. Was he out of his depth too? Besides, he's not injured. They just need to get it over with. And speaking of wounds, he asked Jasper what happened to the magician whose knee was broken. Jasper said that Sebastian has been removed from his position and the injury he sustained is currently being treated. Arthur asked if they could determine what exactly happened to his leg. Jasper said that when Sebastian woke up, he was adamant that he was the cause of this injury. Ray asked that how is this even possible? Jasper asked to be allowed to finish and said that although he was the one who said it, but they believe, based on the remaining mana in his package, that the knight's mana interfered with Sebastian's spell. Arthur thought, is it really serious? So it just ended like that. Then they escorted Jasper out. The father gave his son gold coins. Ray said that he had almost died, and besides, he would need money when he started his adventurer's journey. And now he must go to bed and rest a little. Arthur thanked his father and said that he appreciated it very much. Ray was already standing in the doorway and, turning around, told his son that it was a good blow. After that, Arthur returned to his room and thought that, fortunately, the situation with Sebastian was resolved without any problems. But it made him too acutely aware of the fact that in this world he was still just a child. But things will be different when he becomes an adventurer. He took out that mask and thought that maybe with this, he could relax a little. After this incident, everyone gathered together in a diner. Ray asked what and who would it be. Adam, who was sitting next to him, said that, unfortunately, he would have to give up the idea. Babysitting children is not his strong suit, and with his character, their son may one day kill him in his sleep. Everyone presented it and agreed with him. Ray said he was actually hoping that Walker or Helen would accompany Arthur. To be honest, they can't offer much, but Alice and he are more than willing to compensate them for everything they can if they do it for them. Walker told him not to say that. They're all family here, and he'd love to accompany Arthur and watch him grow up. Helen said Walker was right. He should know that they won't do it for the money. In addition, they managed to get quite a lot of treasures from their last raid in the dungeon. But then Jasmine said that she would like to accompany Arthur. Everyone stared at her. Angela asked what about Jasmine, but she hates escort missions even more than Adam. Jasmine said that everything was fine because it was Arthur. Helen said that, to be honest, Jasmine is the most suitable person to protect Arthur. Walker specializes mainly in defensive spells with a huge area of effect, and protection isn't really her strong suit. Alice asked Jasmine if she was sure she could handle it. Jasmine nodded. Adam told her to trust her. Jasmine is the only one among them that has an elementary affinity, and she broke through to the light orange stage last year. So with her wind attribute, she's probably best suited for this mission. Walker said he agreed. What a pity. He doesn't mind traveling in company with Arthur, but there's no point in having any more of them accompany him. Then Ray came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder, said that maybe next time. Walker thanked him. Arthur told Jasmine that it looked like he would be her adventurer. Then they came home. Ellie saw that Lilia was training and got angry at her, saying that it wasn't fair to train without her. Arthur thought it looked like she was able to meditate on her own without his help. Ellie should be able to wake up at the age of 7 or 9 if she really has the patience to meditate. But maybe it's for the best that she didn't wake up too early. He doesn't like the thought of being paid too much attention to her. He turned to his father and asked if they could go to the auction house. He would like to choose a sword, since the last time they were there, he couldn't do it. Ray said that of course. Alice said that both of them didn't stay too long, she was going to start cooking dinner right now. Lilia's father and mother were already waiting for them at the auction house. It was the first time he saw them both after that incident and faced a long chain of questions from them regarding his well-being. He tried his best to assure them that he was fine and he was happy that it was over, but they were extremely unhappy with the king's behavior. In connection with this incident, Vincent said he's betting that firing these two nerds is just a temporary measure until things cool down. It won't be long before they regain their position. Ray said he felt the same way. Arthur said they came here because he needed to find a sword before he went to take the tests to join the Adventurers Guild. Vincent said that, of course, he had almost forgotten about it. It may take him some time to find something that he likes, but he can take his time with it. Then Vincent led them to another room. Arthur and Sylvie's eyes lit up, but after that they were already very disappointed. Arthur thought it was just unreal. So many different types of swords, but none of what he needs. He took the next ball and thought that wasn't it either. It must be because most of the warriors in this world are amplifiers, which is why there are so many huge swords with one-handed and two-handed grip. His search for a reliable sword that he could use with this small body bore little fruit. He was tempted by the desire to surrender and the opportunity to find a more unique weapon during this time. But then he noticed Sylvia, who was looking for something. He went to her and asked if she had found something. After that, it was necessary to get something from under the table. He asked, "What is a stick?" It's not exactly what he was looking for, but Sylvie insisted. So Arthur said okay, even though he doesn't know what she wants him to do with this stick. But as soon as he picked up this stick, he thought it was heavy. The balance of this stick is almost the same as if it were. After which he said it was a sword, but he couldn't get him out of there. He wondered if he really needed to fill it with his mana in order to use it. He continued to test his theory using all the elements at his disposal, but the sword remained in its scabbard. If it's not a specific element that allows you to use it, then what? After which, he looked at the seal that Sylvie had left for him. He thought, no, it can't be. After that, he picked up the sword again, and this time he succeeded. Was he able to pull out the sword? Looking at the translucent turquoise blade of the sword, he couldn't help but think, how beautiful is this weapon, even too much to be considered one. But the sword and the scabbard itself are too heavy for him to use them effectively right now. He saw barrels nearby and mentally apologized to Vincent. Then he chopped up one of the barrels. He looked at the blade of the sword and saw that there was something written there. There was written a ballad about the dawn of VK4. He asked, "What is the ballad about the dawn?" But then the sword burned him. Sylvie, worried, looked at him. Did Arthur say he was fine? But why did this suddenly happen? What's going on? He raised his sword again and was surprised. He wondered if the weight and balance had changed. After that, he tried to train with him again. He was pleasantly surprised and thought that not only had the handle, but the length of the blade itself changed so as to better fit this body. Having access to the finest weapons, he had been holding priceless balls in his hands for decades, but he had never felt so good as now. After that, he cut the barrel again. It turned out to be a clean cut. Although extremely rare, there were cases when skilled craftsmen were able to create staffs and wands that had the ability to bind themselves to only one person. Basically, they will adjust themselves to their host, while improving the circulation of mana between them. But he had never read of any cases where a sword possessed such an ability. And I thought, who is VK4? At that moment his father came to him and together with Vincent. Ray told him it was getting late. Arthur said just a minute. He grabbed the first sword he saw and said this one should fit. He told Sylvia that yes, she was right. Ray was delighted and said that this way he was able to find what he liked. Arthur said it wasn't as fancy as some of the other swords here, but he realized it suited him after making a few swings with it. Ray picked up this sword and asked Vincent if he knew about it. Vincent said that he had been auctioned several times at one of the small stalls, but no one was interested in him. Ray pulled out this sword and said, "Is that so?" After that, he tried out this sword himself. Vincent asked him what he thought. Ray said he could tell the weight distribution seemed somehow wrong because the creator was trying to make it a light sword for quick attacks. But although for Arthur's size, he thinks it would be very useful. Then I returned the sword to him. But then Ray noticed the sword and asked what kind of stick he had there. Arthur told himself that he should behave calmly and be carefree, and said he tripped over it on the way here. It is quite strong and heavy, so he thought it would be a good tool for training. Vincent picked up the stick and said he didn't remember seeing it before, and asked if he could watch. Arthur said that of course. Vincent asked the guy behind him if they had any records of such a cane. The guy said he remembers this stick. One of their merchants told him a rather strange story in some decrepit old man, which he just threw to him, muttering that no one was worthy. They asked several inspectors to check it just in case. It just seems like a sturdy cane, but it's a little weird. Perhaps they will be able to find a more qualified master in order to evaluate it. Arthur said he was sorry if it was something valuable. He just thought it would be nice to have one. And he begged Vincent. He said there was nothing to regret at all. Here she just gets covered in dust, so why doesn't he just take her with him? Arthur thanked him, and he thought that success. And Vincent himself was very happy that Arthur called him uncle. It was Arthur's birthday. Everyone gathered on the street to congratulate him. Arthur thanked everyone for putting up with him during this year. Alice said she couldn't believe he was already 9. Vincent told her that no memories until after their little holiday. Then he clapped, and the waiters began to take out different dishes. Sylvia really liked it. Tabitha said it wasn't a museum. They should be standing there doing nothing, and they'd better start eating. A lot of different photos were taken during this day. Everyone was having a lot of fun. They were playing some kind of game. Adam told Walker it was his turn. He has to remember the time when his pants caught fire, and he had to go back to town covering his bare ass. Walker was very embarrassed and said, "Come on." Then Jasmine called out to Adam and told him that he seemed to have forgotten how the horned mole had crept right under him when he was relieving himself in the dungeon. And for as long as she remembers, he was so scared that he jumped up, landed on his back and wet himself like a fountain. Everyone laughed out loud. Adam blushed and said he thought they were all asleep. After that, everyone moved into the living room. Ray said that now that they had finished dinner and Adam was completely humiliated, they needed to move on to gifts. Parents 1 approached Arthur and, handing him a gift, congratulated him once again on his birthday, and said that it was from his mom and dad. Ellie said it was from her, too. Arthur asked his sister that she wanted to open it together, didn't she? Ellie climbed onto his couch and nodded her head. Then they opened his gift together. Arthur liked him very much. Alice said that it was made of the skin of a bison with thorns, which his father hunted. She put a small healing spell in each of these 3 stones. The spell in each stone can only be used once, but she thought it would be nice to have some precautions when he goes on a mission. Arthur put on this glove and said it was just beautiful. He hugged his parents and said that he liked her and thanked them for the gift. Vincent said they were next. He got down on one knee and opened a small box containing 2 rings. But then his wife came up and, hitting him on the head, said that it was enough to tease the boy. Vincent said, "Okay, no one here has any love for the show." In any case, he turned to Arthur, said that this ring was for him and this one was for Alice. Tabitha told Alice that while Arthur was wearing his ring, the jewel on her ring would sparkle if his mom's level drops to a critical level. Unfortunately, the rings can't do more than that, but they thought it would bring her some peace of mind. Alice hugged her and thanked her for this gift. After that, she turned to everyone and said a huge thank you to them. Arthur began to carefully examine this ring and thought that this ring looked more like a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it could save his family from constant worry about him, but it can also keep her in constant suspense, waiting for trouble. Adam asked her comrades what and how would they overcome it. After that, he turned to Arthur's parents and said that since their son was already so damn strong, they thought in the same direction as the Halscha family. After that, Walker approached Arthur and handed him a gift. Adam said that since this little monster didn't need anything, they thought the whole family would appreciate it. Arthur unfolded this scroll. Adam said they were communication scrolls. He will not go into detail about how expensive they were, because they were so damn expensive. But then Jasmine hit him on the leg. Adam said that somehow now they have a monotonous source of communication, which, it seems to him, fits perfectly with their new rings. Arthur should just pour mana into the scroll and write down the message. As soon as Mom receives the message, she will be able to reply once. And after confirming that the message will be passed to Arthur, both scrolls will turn into ashes. Ray said it was very spectacular and amazing. He turned to his son and said that tomorrow was a big day. Surely he's excited, isn't he? Alice hugged her son and told him to promise that he would be safe. It doesn't matter what rank he gets or how rich he can become. It should just stay intact. Arthur said that of course, and he will return home at every opportunity. After that, they escorted the guests home. Arthur was already lying in his bed and thought that he had felt it for some time. But when he fell asleep, he really knew it. Now he has a family. He has people who love him. It's a feeling he would never give up. He will cherish it, fight for it if he has to, and for this he needs to become stronger, even stronger than when he was king. Morning came, and Arthur was hurrying Sylvia. She had to take a bath again, but she didn't like it very much. Arthur asked her that shouldn't she have gotten used to it by now. So she's also using magic now, isn't she? That's all, she asked for it. Then he tossed it up, and she fell right into the tub of water. After some time, they were completely assembled, and Arthur went down. His parents and sister were already waiting for him there. Ray told him to just look at himself. He already looks like an S-class adventurer. He knows that he is strong, but he should not become self-confident and know his limits. And when it gets tough, he has to trust Jasmine. Arthur said it was fine, but then Ellie shouted that she wasn't and grabbed her brother by the arm. Ellie asked if he and Sylvie were really leaving. Can't they stay? Alice began to calm her daughter and said that Sylvie and her brother had returned before she had time to look back. Ellie said no, she wanted them to stay here. She wants them here now. Arthur scoffed that he knows she's already a big girl. He has an important assignment for her. Can she protect mom and dad while they're gone? Ellie hugged her brother and said that she had been training a lot. She has a lot of little lights now, she can protect them. Arthur hugged his sister and thought that he had missed so much of his sister's life and knew that his short stay here was not enough. But in order to protect them all, he needs to take this step. After that, Alice came up to him and hugged her son, told him not to look at her with such an expression on his face. She'll be fine. Rise said they would be fine. Ellie hugged Sylvie and told her not to be naughty. Alice told her son to go now, and let him not forget to put on the ring. Arthur told her not to worry and showed her the hand that already had this ring on it. He was about to open the door, but then his father told him that they would always cheer for him. Then Arthur left. Jasmine was already waiting for him on the street. She asked him if he was ready. Arthur put on a mask and said they had to go. After that, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. They went inside and there were a lot of people there. One of the guys shouted that he was looking for a spellcaster with a fire affinity of at least a rank. Sylvie finally got out of his backpack and was able to breathe normally. Jasmine said his mana beast looks different. Arthur said that he recently found out that she can change her appearance a little in order to look exactly like a black lizard without attracting too much attention to herself. They walked up to the front desk. The woman greeted them and said that welcome to the Guild of Adventurers of Zyrus. How can she help? Arthur wanted to say something, but Jasmine interrupted him. She put a piece of paper in front of the woman and said that she would like to be a sponsor for him in the ranking exam. The woman pressed some button and said that of course. Then the door opened and she went out and told them to follow him. The woman said that today they have a lot of people who want to take part in the exam, but due to the fact that there is a sponsor, they will place them closer to the front of the queue so that they do not have to wait long. They should follow her. Arthur saw that they were beginning to whisper behind their backs. Jasmine told him they had to go. She knocked on the door. The man said that both of them came in. A woman came in and said that a class adventurer Jasmine wished to be a sponsor for the rank exam. For this gentleman, the man stood up and said that yes, he was well acquainted with Jasmine. Can she wait outside? He asked Jasmine how has she been doing lately? He had seen her father not so long ago. Arthur looked at Jasmine and saw that she was barely restraining herself. The man told Arthur that he was very pleased to meet him. His name is Caspian, and he is in charge of this branch of the guild. There should usually be an application that needs to be filled out along with checking his mana core before a series of practice exams. But since Jasmine is his sponsor, he will miss these formalities. Arthur looked at Jasmine and thought, is her family really that special? Caspian said that the only thing left for them is to take part in a training battle with one of their examiners. Judging by his weapons, he's either a fighter or an amplifier, isn't he? Names are not required in order to register as an adventurer, but seeing that he has a close relationship with Jasmine, how to address him? Arthur thought it reminded him of the fate of a musical note. He shook the man's hand and said his name was Noda, and both, having assessed each other, realized that they were strong. After that, Caspian escorted them outside and said that it was very nice to meet him. It was nice to meet him. Mary takes them to the examination hall. Mary, who was waiting for them outside, said that both of them followed her. Arthur looked at Caspian, who was looking at him. Arthur thought that the Flamesworths were mentioned with a fair amount of respect at home. I wonder if that's why she wanted to accompany him. But then she seemed very upset about the mention of her father. Mary saw them off and said that this way would lead them directly to the arena where the exam was being held. They should be careful when they climb the stairs. They have to find their place and wait until their name is called. After that, the two of them went into a huge hall. At the moment, they have already fought there. The bald guy told his opponent that he was very good at dodging. Well, how will he dodge it? And he used his infernal blow. Arthur wondered why he was talking about his next move. In the same way that spellcasters cast spells in order to better imagine the image in their head, many amplifiers have also decided to voice the name of their attacks. But, of course, his opponent easily repelled his attack. Jasmine had already found a place for them and Arthur was following her. Watching their fight, he thought that, although for such a simple movement, it seemed somewhat superfluous. The man asked how. His opponent sighed and said that it was good. Firstly, there are grandmothers who can swing their canes better than he can swing his pole. He depends too much on physical strength compared to his strengthening of the village with the help of mana, thereby upsetting the balance of his attack. And his attacks are laughably predictable. Judging by his appearance, he is 35, but he is only at the dark orange stage. The man could not stand it and began to cry. He said that, but he had completed his training. 100 push-ups, 100 abs, 100 squats. The examiner was just horrified by this. He told him that he usually puts someone of his caliber in the E class, but considering that he has an affinity with fire, he stuck a piece of paper to it and said that D class and congratulated him on it. Then the next one was called. Diana Whitehall was the next to enter the arena. Diana said yes, she was coming, but then she tripped and fell. The man, seeing this, shouted that cool granny panties. Some guy, also sitting in the auditorium, he said that shouldn't she have been assigned an E class just because of her clumsiness. Stop wasting their time already. Arthur looked at this guy and realized that he was strong. Meanwhile, Diana had already entered the arena and, introducing herself, said that she was 18 years old. The core stage was solid orange. It has an affinity with water. The woman told her that she did not need to introduce herself because they already have information about her. She must prepare her weapons and know that there are medical personnel and a radiator here in case any injuries are sustained during the exam. Diana said yes. Arthur thought that as soon as the caster reaches the orange stage, it becomes clear with which element he has a high level of affinity. Instead of trying to become an adapter of all 4 elements, it would be much more effective to focus solely on the element with which they have a high level of affinity. He had heard that for casters who claim a high level of affinity with 2 or more elements, the exam would be stricter in order to make sure whether the applicants were really telling the truth. The woman stood in front of her and said that now they would see what she was like in business. Diana cast some kind of spell. Jasmine said that since spellcasters aren't as adept at strengthening their mana bodies as boosters, they are trained to take defensive measures first during battle. The examiner also uttered some kind of spell. Arthur thought that the examiner had used this spell to restrict Diana's view in her protective sphere from the water. Everyone was watching. One of the guys was surprised and asked if the water had turned into a cloud of fog. They don't even see the examiner. But when the pair dispersed, the examiner they were in place. She was already behind her. After which she was hit, she said that she had to admit that her level of control was quite decent, and the last sequence of spells was well worked out. She was a little overconfident about not preparing another defensive measure, but overall her mana control and spell preparation speed were good, so she gave her a grade. Arthur thought that this class at her age was something she should definitely be proud of. After that, the next one was announced. But then, for some reason, several examiners gathered. Arthur immediately tensed up because he thought something was wrong. One of the examiners said he had been informed of his situation. He is hereby awarded the title of adventurer in the class. Everyone was very surprised. Arthur thought, what's in the classroom? And he didn't even have to take the exam. Who? The guy with glasses got up here. After that, the man announced that the next Lucas Wikes. Then the arrogant guy got up and said that finally. He asked the examiner that why didn't she just let him go ahead by assigning a grade. The examiner did not pay attention to his words and said that his name was Lucas and he was 11 years old. He is a caster with a light orange stage and has an affinity with one element, fire. Arthur was very surprised and thought that the light orange stage at 11 years old. The examiner looked at Lucas and thought what an arrogant brat, and told him they needed to get started. Lucas said they would start now. He ordered his protector to rise up. One of the examiners said that a stable and a decent-sized guardian of the flame. It looks like they have a particularly gifted one today. The guy next to him said yes, which was to be expected from a member of the Wikes family. Lucas cast some kind of spell. His examiner said it looks like he didn't just fill it with hot air, but his disrespect shows that he needs to learn restraint. Then she cast the spell herself. Arthur thought it was a good move on the part of the examiner. The guardian of the flame will be naturally extinguished as soon as he uses up the oxygen that is inside the coffin. But Lucas told the examiner it was too late. He had heard that there were no cases where an examiner was injured during the evaluation of new adventurers. Well, he would honor her to be the first. The examiner called him a brat again. But then she beat off all the fireballs that flew straight at her. Lucas cast some spell again. The examiner deftly dodged. But still the examiner turned out to be stronger. The woman let him go and thanked him for his time. His reserve, mana, and ability to learn high-level spells with an affinity for fire speaks of his potential. But that Lucas attacked her surreptitiously and said that this was not all. The exam is not over yet. But then another examiner intervened and helped his girlfriend. Lucas told him that how dare he interfere with his exam. The examiner told him that he was the one who broke the rules and suddenly used a spell despite finishing the exam. Lucas said that this damn witch was the one who got into the range of his next attack, blocking those fire rays. She was the one who thought the exam was over, even though he had everything under control. The man turned to his examiner and told her not to be shy about complaining. In the meantime, let Emily announce the result to him. Emily said that, as she said earlier, his mana reserve and control are excellent. Despite the disadvantages that appear due to lack of experience, it is more than reasonable to assign it to a class. Lucas was going up to the stands again and was very angry. One of the guys said that he was doing well and congratulated him on getting into the class. Lucas called them stupid monkeys and told them not to even try to compare him to themselves, which was served to the class on a silver platter. He sat down in his seat and said that they were fools. Let them just wait for the moment when his father hears about it. Apparently, Arthur's next turn came. Jasmine wished him luck. Arthur was coming down and thought, what is the best way for him to get close to a warrior of this kind? He had years of training and experience with the sword, and his movements were fast and precise, but his defense was not without gaps. Then this examiner hurried him, said that they could not spend the whole day on this. Arthur came out and bowed to him. The examiner said it looked like he was taking the exam under special conditions, as they didn't have any information about him. Then they'll see what it's made of. But then he tensed up and thought, what is this sudden pressure? But someone interrupted there and said that was enough. Everyone was very surprised by this. Caspian came out and told George that it was enough, let him go. He will be the one who will evaluate this examinee. George was surprised and asked if he would personally evaluate this candidate. Let him change it if it sounds rude, but there is no need for the AA class to stoop to the assessment in the exam, especially for a magician of his caliber. If it was because of his indecision, then he had considered how much power to use. Caspian said that he did not doubt his abilities. He just feels obligated to evaluate him personally, seeing what the connection is between them and his sponsor. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? Everyone began to closely follow their duel. Arthur thought that the person standing in front of him was not only the head of the Adventurers Guild branch in their city, but was also an AA class adventurer himself. He had no gaps in defense, and the pressure caused by his bloodlust was huge, as if he wasn't going to conduct the exam as usual. So why is he so excited? Caspian told him to get ready and not take the special relationship to heart. Arthur just nodded at him. Then Caspian attacked him. Arthur understood that he was very fast. Caspian was surprised by the abilities. Arthur even wounded him. Caspian wiped away the blood and said that it was excellent. Then he rushed into battle again. While they were fighting, it was obvious what his flaws were. Arthur's muscles were underdeveloped, and he was more than a foot shorter than what he was used to when he was in his prime. His body was also stronger due to the assimilation of Dragon and Sylvia. But it was still not enough against a veteran fighter whose body was strengthened and clothed with dense mana. Then Caspian told him that he should apologize for underestimating him. Now he will become a little more serious. Arthur thought that at that moment his body was screaming for him to run away. Caspian said it looked like Jasmine had chosen someone worthwhile after all. Arthur dodged all his attacks and thought that wind bullets are very fast and almost invisible, but their trajectory is predictable. He needs to close the distance if he wants to have at least a small but real chance of success. And he did it. He was within reach. Caspian thought that he was a magician with an affinity for fire. The result should have been obvious. Caspian is an AA class adventurer who is able to use long-range spells that would cause most of the boosters to be dead. So why is he so nervous right now? Caspian told Arthur not to be so presumptuous. Jasmine was frightened and jumped up, calling out to Arthur. Arthur thought he hadn't recovered his balance yet. Did he lose his temper or something? After their battle began to continue, and Thor thought he had gone too far. Caspian said it was impressive. Arthur thought that the speed of his cast had increased. He keeps pushing him to play more of his cards. Yes, let it be so. Caspian has already witnessed his explosive move, but this spell he invented is showing its best side. When used continuously over and over again, Caspian thought, is he really going to accept defeat? Then Caspian threw Arthur aside. Jasmine realized that everything was getting out of control and was about to rush to his aid. Arthur said to hell with it. There are two directions in the lightning school, external magic and internal magic. The books say that inner magic is too difficult for magicians to master, and it's not worth paying attention to it because of a small increase in strength. But he does not agree with this. With his increased speed and reflexes, he should be able to dodge everything. He hoped so. Arthur was about to rush into battle, but then Caspian put away his sword. Caspian said he got a little carried away trying to find out his potential, so he apologizes for that. Considering the fact that he hid his abilities so stubbornly until the very end, he can only assume that he wants to be assigned a low rank. Arthur thought that was how he noticed. After that, it was announced that he had been promoted to the rank. Everyone was shocked by Arthur's strength. Lucas was very angry. Caspian was about to leave and turning around, looking at Arthur, asked what he hoped he had no problems with it. Arthur just nodded. After that, Jasmine came running to the map with Sylvia. George said it was the last exam for today. Everyone has to go to the front desk in order to get their adventurer card, so everyone should disperse. Caspian returned to his office and started producing again, remembering his entire fight with Arthur. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. But then 2 examiners fell out into his office. George asked him to explain what was going on. Caspian told them to close the door behind them when they come in. After that, 2 examiners carefully closed the door. Emily asked what was going on. There were more class candidates today than in the last 4 months. George said that, not to mention that all 3 of them looked like children. The light orange stage at the age of 11 is unheard of among people. Arthur asked them that they both remember what happened 6 months ago here in Zyrus, right? Emily said that was when the first tournament between 3 races took place, didn't she? Caspian said exactly what. Most of the Adventurers Guild staff hadn't been informed yet, but he had been notified a few weeks ago that the ban on elves and dwarves obtaining adventurer licenses in Sapin had been lifted. He took out these documents and said that there were several distinguished examinees in today's group. George asked if he meant to say that all 3 were either dwarves or elves. Caspian said that Lucas is a half-elf who lives in Sapin. Information about his birth is classified, but he guesses that he was most likely born from an elf slave. Their house has always had a bad reputation due to the fact that they use nefarious methods to breed the best magicians of their kind. Although he is an unusual case, to have such a strong affinity with fire despite his elf bloodline. He was born at the age of 8, which is early even by Elven standards, and he was forced to become an adventurer in order to further improve his abilities through real battles. It seems that his family has realized that the beast cores and elixirs no longer have a significant effect on his growth. On the other hand, Elijah Knight is a real mystery. According to the dossier, his origin is unknown, but he grew up among dwarves from a young age. He was sent as one of the first representatives of the Kingdom of Darv in order to settle down in the human kingdom. Emily asked what it was why he was automatically assigned to the class without conducting an exam with him. Caspian said that Mr. Knight woke up only a few months ago and is now only in the dark red stage. Despite this, his abilities were confirmed and the person who sponsors him is not someone he could argue with, although he's still curious about what his abilities are. But about today's masked amplifier, George, remembering his exclamation, swallowed. Caspian said that, to be honest, he has no idea who this note is. He is clearly not a representative of a noble family of elves or dwarves. He is sure of that. He was just curious about what kind of person he was, since Jasmine was his sponsor. Emily was surprised and asked if Flamesworth was from the Flamesworth house, a house that is famous for the fact that the most powerful magicians in their kingdom are born and brought up in it, who have an affinity with fire, right? George said that was why he was so skilled in fire magic. Caspian said that the information he had just shared with both of them would soon become public. However, he very much hopes that the 2 of them will refrain from discussing this issue with others until an official statement is made. They agreed with him and then left. Caspian lay back in his chair and thought that this amplifier was wearing a mask. His magic and fire is unique and also very effective. But George is wrong. It is the art of swordsmanship that makes him a real monster, although his movements were a bit erratic at times, as if he wasn't used to his own body yet. But he can't even imagine how terrifying he will be when he grows up. However, with the lifting of the ban, elves and dwarves will be able to become not only adventurers here, but also students. This continent is truly entering an exciting new era. Tess was at the palace right now, remembering all her moments spent with Arthur, how she contacted him, and how he introduced her to Lily. She thought she should be happy that he was back home and having a good time with his family. But who is this girl? Isn't Arthur communicating with her too well? How insidious. She became a friend of Arthur. She went into her room and fell on the bed. She said maybe she should have treated him better while he was here. But no, it's Arthur's mistake that he always treated her like a child. She looked at the crystal ball where his reflection was and said he was a fool. Then her grandfather burst into her room and said that he had good news. He sees that she is using this ball again. But at that moment Tess threw a pillow at him, and I asked him what she said about knocking. Virion said he was all for Arthur to become his grandson, but in his opinion, it's a little early for that, don't you think? Tess kept throwing pillows at him and shouted that it was an abomination. Virion sat down next to his granddaughter and told her not to sulk now. He has good news for her. Tess sat with her back to him and said she was listening. Grandpa asked what if he said that she would have the opportunity to attend the same school as Arthur. Tess was very happy and asked if it was really true. He's not lying to her right now, is he? Is it really true? Would she really be able to go to school with Arthur? Then her parents came to her room. Mom told her daughter to calm down. And yes, it's true that her grandfather has close ties with the director of the Zyrus Academy. Virion said that it was a sly old fox bragging to him that she had found an amp that has an affinity with 4 elements, while he was the one who trained him. The father told his daughter that, but it's a little harder than just sending her to school. Mom asked what she remembers about the Continental Tournament. Right. My father said that, in general, it was just the beginning. They discussed the joint conditions for the training of young generations, elves, dwarves together with people at the Zyrus Academy. Virion said that the director told him that Arthur plans to be an adventurer for 3 years, so if everything goes smoothly, then by the time he starts attending the academy, she will already be in high school. The father told his daughter that, so let her train hard with her grandfather. After all, they will be the beginning of a new generation. Jasmine asked Arthur if he was okay. Arthur said yes, it was actually fun. Anyway, they're familiar with Caspian, aren't they? Jasmine looked away, and she said that in a sense, yes. Her father has close ties with some people from the Adventurers Guild, and Caspian is one of them. At that moment, the girl called Arthur. While Arthur was silking the registration lines, he heard people whispering about him. They came to the registration. The girl thanked them for waiting. She said she was informed of the results of his staged fight. She handed him a card and told him that on behalf of the Adventurers Guild of the Sapin Kingdom, he should allow him to congratulate him and welcome him into their ranks. Arthur took this card, and he and Jasmine were about to leave. But then someone called out to him. These were the 3 people who admired him now and said it was really cool. Sylvia told them to go better and practice, calling them plebeians. Jasmine put her hand on his shoulder and said that he might be a beginner, but now he is an adventurer. He's one of them. Arthur thought he was an adventurer now. As a note, he is now free from the bonds that held Arthur's life back. But today's fight with Caspian clarified a lot for him. He had spent too much time both adapting and learning the magic system of this world. The animal will of Sylvia, honing your elemental magic. He was so absorbed in his abilities, which he acquired when he came to this world, that he refused to learn what he was best at before. In the past, he had used most of his meager supply of Kai to refine the simplest techniques. In this world, its limitations do not exist, so he should continue to practice magic or... Then he got lost in thought and bumped into some guy. Then I apologized to him for it, but it was the same guy who was assigned to the class, and who didn't even take part in the duel. Arthur thought that today he was one of the examinees. This is the one who was also assigned to the class, but without passing the exam. The guy said that everything was fine. Then Lucas came up to them and asked what is this? Did the 2 of them know each other? Or is there a meeting for new adventurers in the class that he should know about? Arthur asked why what? Was he planning to throw a tantrum again if it was her? Lucas told him not to be impertinent just because they were in the same class. Even inside the classes there are subclasses, and they, the commoners, will end up at the bottom. He must not forget about it. After that, he walked past Arthur and deliberately brushed him with his shoulder. Arthur thought what a template behavior for an annoying side character. Then Jasmine arrived and asked what had happened. Arthur said nothing, he was just talking to. But this guy has already left. He asked Jasmine what and so, what's next? Does she want to take the assignment from the bulletin board or has she already taken it? Jasmine said that with his skills, doing this would be a waste of time, so she has something else in mind. They left the Adventurers Guild and went somewhere. They came to the portal, which was guarded by 2 men. They blocked their way and told them that traveling to the animal glades required a license or permit. They showed the guards their adventurer IDs. Jasmine asked Arthur if he needed to stock up on anything before they hit the road. Arthur said he had brought with him everything he would need for the next week. Jasmine said that then they would go. Then they went through the portal. It was very beautiful and there was a lot of greenery. Arthur began to look around and asked, what are these animal glades? Isn't it too quiet here? Jasmine said they had arrived at an outpost at the foot of the Great Mountains. Most of this area has already been explored. Low-grade adventurers also use this area for training and collecting ingredients for quests. Now they were looking at a man who was hunting for some kind of animal. Jasmine said that the liquids these animals produce in their odorous glands are used in many potions and elixirs. Therefore, there are always tasks for them. After that, they passed by this man. Arthur asked what could help him. Jasmine said that she needed to leave him, it would strengthen her character. Then Sylvie noticed some kind of animal and rushed to him. And the curtains asked her that where was she going. Looking at her, he thought that eating in order to become stronger. Jasmine said she must be thrilled with all this wild nature soaked in mana. Does he want to follow her? Arthur said she was fine. He can still feel her clearly because of their connection. Jasmine said that animal glades have a denser mana level, so the range of their connection with Sylvia will be much larger, so they need to hurry up. Their one stop will be at the end of the day. It becomes quite unsafe at night, so he should try to keep up. Arthur looked at Sylvie and wondered if this was how parents felt when their child went to school for the first time. She must be very careful. After all the training, Arthur lay down on the grass and thought that, of course, if it wasn't for the mana circulation technique that Sylvia taught him, he would never have been able to keep up with her. Jasmine asked him that he was at the light red stage, wasn't he? She is impressed, despite the fact that she has slowed down a little. She brought wood for the fire and said she thought they would have to stop and rest a few times. Then they built a fire. Jasmine sat down next to Arthur and asked that his mana beast hadn't turned around yet. Was she alright? Arthur said that Sylvie was telling him about the latest developments. She is very happy here. Jasmine said she thinks having to be indoors most of the time puts quite a lot of pressure on her. Arthur said yes, she was definitely enjoying life. After that there was a long silence, which was interrupted by Arthur, asking why Jasmine wanted to become an adventurer. But Jasmine didn't answer him. Then Arthur tensed up and thought that had he really touched a sore spot. But after a while, Jasmine said that she wanted to distance herself from her family. Arthur remembered all his guesses and remembered how she behaved when it came to her family and thought that meant he was right. Jasmine said that everything is fine. She knows he noticed it back in the Adventurers Guild. Her family made a great contribution to the war against the elves. Their house has produced many powerful magicians, both spellcasters and amplifiers. Their bloodline, which has an affinity with fire, is second to none. They are very proud of this, because fire is considered the strongest of the elements. Therefore, when she woke up earlier than all her brothers and sisters, her parents had high hopes for her. But when all the tests she had to go through and showed that she did not have an affinity with fire, her family began to consider her insignificant. Arthur shouted that it was stupid. He understands that there is a difference between the levels of the mana core, but this is completely unreasonable. No, it is rather absurd to create a hierarchy for magicians based on affinity with the elements. There is not a single elementary affinity that would initially be better than the rest. It all depends on how well the magician can apply it. After hearing all this from Arthur, Jasmine couldn't stand it and laughed. Arthur blushed all over. Jasmine apologized to him and said that he was just usually so reserved. She is very surprised that he is so angry about it. Arthur thought that he must have just been overexcited, remembering his past life. The biggest flaw he had back then, there was in his Danshin similar to the core of the mana of this world, which was weaker than the average. Danshin is a place where vital energy, that is, Kai, arrives and is stored. And yet, in this world with elementary affinity and a dark yellow core, at the age of only 24, Jasmine has shunned her own family. Arthur said it's just not fair, all of it. Jasmine shook her head and said that whether it was amps against spellcasters or one element against another ellipsis, she has long since come to terms with the fact that people are always looking for ways to feel superior. It's just their nature. Besides, the twin horns treated her well. Arthur looked at Jasmine and thought that for the first time, the always aloof and cold Jasmine, when she smiled and laughed, seemed vulnerable. After that, Jasmine took Arthur by the hand and put out the fire with his element, and then they went to bed. Then Jasmine called Arthur. She said that, looking back, she thinks she could have made him choose him as her guard. She is not the most friendly and sociable, and also not the smartest of the Gemini horns, so maybe they should have asked his opinion first. Arthur said she was surprisingly gentle. Jasmine released a small stream of wind into him and said that it was not good to tease the elders. Arthur said he was genuinely glad she volunteered. She's not afraid to tell him when he's wrong, and he knows that this is what he needs. Moreover, he is sometimes inclined to go a little too far. Jasmine was a little surprised. Arthur said they really needed to get some sleep. Jasmine said it was strange. When she talks to him, she doesn't feel like she's talking to a child. Jasmine thought he must have fallen asleep. It was already morning, and Sylvie finally returned. Arthur said it was too heavy to sleep on it, but what he saw shocked him. It wasn't Sylvie, some kind of scary black monster, and when Arthur realized what it was, he jumped up and screamed. He smelled food, and I saw a fried fish not far from me. Jasmine said she liked this little comedy show, and wished Arthur a good morning. Arthur said she should have woken him up to help her with her morning duties. Jasmine said she tried to wake him up, but he didn't even move. Arthur apologized and said that he had such a bad habit. Jasmine said that since he was awake, they needed to eat, and let him ask his beast if he will join them. Arthur said it was fine, and contacted Sylvie, calling her to eat. But Sylvie had already caught the monster that had landed on Arthur, and told him that she had food. Arthur saw it all and thought that it was disgusting and said that he thought she would be alright. After that, the two of them had breakfast and had already started to get ready. Arthur asked where they were going now. Jasmine said that in general, one of the reasons why she brought him here is to spar with him. Arthur asked what sparring was. Jasmine said that she noticed that his fighting style seems strange sometimes, as if he understands how to do it with his head, but his body does not obey him. Arthur said it was a good idea, and I asked her what it was about sparring, of what kind she was thinking. Jasmine took out her sword and said that she needed to know its physical limits before they went to the dungeon or took on missions. Therefore, he must limit the use of his mana and accept it only in order to blunt his blade. Arthur got up and said he understood, and he was already reaching for his sword. But Jasmine stopped him and told him to use his other blade. Arthur was very surprised. He turned around and asked that how did she know it was a blade. Jasmine said he was too practical to carry an ordinary wooden stick for no reason. Arthur took the same blade and asked her what was wrong. Should they arrange a sparring here? Jasmine told him to follow her. When they came to the right place, Arthur drew his sword. Jasmine looked at this one in surprise and thought, is it really a sword? Arthur told her they would start as soon as she was ready. Jasmine said it was fine. Arthur wondered how long it had been since he had fought without strengthening himself with mana. Then he rushed into battle. Jasmine easily deflected his attack, and she attacked him herself. Arthur thought that his sparring with Jasmine confirmed his fears that he had after the battle with Caspian, being almost obsessed with the despair of the new and wonderful, which was magic. He has become the most confident in his swordsman skills since he came to this world. His skills in magic became a pillar on which he relied too much. This only hid its limits and shortcomings. After a while, he collapsed and told Jasmine that she had won. Jasmine said that his physical data is not enough, and sometimes he has awkward movements, but he compensates for this with the accuracy of his techniques. Also, his intuitions, reflexes are at the highest level, almost frightening. Arthur thanked her and said that, but he knows she gave him a head start. Jasmine asked him what he saw. Frightening intuition, but he will naturally become stronger during the mission and dungeon hikes, even using magic. And as soon as he becomes a teenager, well, the tour, getting up, interrupted her and said that it was too long. He is several years ahead of his peers in mana manipulation, so he will focus exclusively on sword fighting, not relying on mana. Jasmine was surprised and asked if he really wanted to go down to the dungeon and not use mana there. Even warriors who dare to make such a reckless experience, it takes decades to master the art of swordsmanship. She knows he's good, but Arthur said 2 years. That's all he needs. 2 years later, the little diner was very crowded right now. One of the guys asked if he knew about that rumor. The man told Kagalu that if he was talking about that famous swordsman in a mask, then these rumors are bullshit. The man at the next table said no. Apparently, this is true. Once his acquaintance seemed to be on the same team with him. He travels with Jasmine, and he himself is short, so it's hard not to notice him. The man with the scar asked what his so-called acquaintance had told him about him. The man said he thinks the rumors are true. He is not a magician. The man with the scar said it was nonsense. Either this masked swordsman is an amplifier, or these rumors are exaggerated. Have they even heard what stories are going around about him? It was even as if he had cleared the dungeon alone. Is it even possible? B-rank boosters can't even handle low-level dungeons alone. And he invites him to believe that an ordinary swordsman did it. Cahal said that yes, he would consider parts of these rumors with a grain of salt. He shouldn't forget that Jasmine was with him. She probably helped him in the dungeon, didn't she? The man with the scar said that it was. And he was telling them, the thick-headed dummies, that this swordsman probably wasn't that strong. Surely half of these rumors are the merit of Jasmine. Some half-witted warrior called himself a swordsman. Let them drag him here, because he will beat him at any time. He called the waitress and asked where his drink was. Cahal thought that he still couldn't believe that this masked swordsman was such a hot topic right now. According to some rumors, he was a disciple of Jasmine. And even if it's far-fetched, the most absurd thing is not only that he was assigned a rank immediately after the exam, but also that he recently rose to a rank. If this is true, then he got a rank just 2 years after starting his career. And he's still here, an adventurer with a rank who is on the verge due to the fact that he can't cope with the test for raising the rank for the last 3 years. Now he understands why Thurman got angry. After all, he is a veteran booster in rank. This masked swordsman must be quite a painful topic for his inflated pride. But then the door opened and someone came into them. Everyone immediately turned around to see who it was. But what they saw shocked them. It was the masked swordsman. Thurman immediately grabbed his sword and said that he was easy to talk about. It's that tiny swordsman everyone's talking about. Cahal thought that it really was that masked swordsman, the one they were talking about. The reason for all these crazy rumors is here in the flesh. Cahal got up and called out to Thurman. He asked him what he was trying to do, but Thurman paid no attention to him and, approaching Arthur, asked, where is his cute little defender? She stayed outside, after which, he walked past him and was about to leave. But then he stopped and, calling Arthur, asked if he was ignoring him. He laughed and said that just because he became a little more famous thanks to these shitty rumors, he thinks he's better than him, or what? And he has already swung his sword. The fat guy shouted at him to calm down. He knows he can't kill anyone here. But Thurman was unstoppable. He struck at Arthur, but when he saw what had happened, he was very surprised and asked what was what. He wondered if he had dodged or if he had missed. Arthur looked at him without turning around. Thurman already shuddered, and then a wild rage took him. He raised his sword again and rushed at Arthur again. But Arthur deftly dodged. Thurman asked that he only knows how to dodge, or what, but that Arthur himself swung his sword. He cut off Thurman's 4 fingers. These 4 fingers just held his sword. Thurman clutched his wounded arm and began to scream in pain. Arthur walked up to him and stepped on his sword. Thurman looked at him and asked how dare he. But after that, everyone felt very strong pressure. From fear, no one could move and say something. Everyone just froze. Arthur asked Thurman what he had finished. Cahal shouted for them to quickly bring an ice pack for his fingers. They can still return them to their place with the help of an emitter. Arthur went up to the bar himself and, putting some coins, told the girl that they should have a bag with greetings in the name of Noda. The girl was shaking all over and said that yes, she would bring it right away. Then he took what he needed and just left. Jasmine was already waiting for him on the street and asked why he took so long. Arthur approached his horse and said that it took the waitress a while to find provisions. Jasmine asked, then why is there blood on his mask? Arthur took off his mask and said there was no permanent damage. Jasmine and Arthur moved on their way. He took out the very sheet that had been given to him and wrote to his parents that by the time they received this letter, he would probably already be in the dungeon. He knows he hasn't been home that much in the past couple of weeks, but they have to wait for him a little longer. Can they believe it's been almost 2 years? I still can't believe that Lily has woken up. Uncle Vincent must be terribly excited about this, but they shouldn't let him get too involved in hiring tutors for Lily. They should let her train at her own pace before she goes to the academy. By the way, they are putting in shifts. His strength is doing great, has increased compared to the time when he almost won against Dad in arm wrestling. And he broke through to the light orange stage. Jasmine is still helping him by creating the necessary conditions and teaching him what she knows about wind magic, while he teaches her new advanced sword techniques. In that case, as they promised, this will be his last journey as an adventurer until his schooling begins in a few weeks, so they'll see each other soon. He loves them. Jasmine asked him if he had finished writing. Arthur said yes. The stable owner said he would send the letter as soon as his horses returned. Jasmine said that Roran has trained all his horses to go back to the stable, so he has nothing to worry about. Arthur said she was right. Perhaps, for them, it will be much more dangerous to wait for them near the exit from the dungeon. Jasmine said that the team with whom they will go through the dungeon is probably already waiting for them, and asked him if Sylvie would go with them. Arthur shook his head. He said that she had been in touch with him all this time and had now become smart enough to send him more detailed messages, but still refuses to meet with them until she is ready, whatever that means. Jasmine said that she definitely wants to become as strong as possible before he goes to school. In the meantime, they should focus on their mission. They should hurry up. The people they were supposed to go to the dungeon with were already waiting for them. They noticed them and told each other that they were already here. Then a familiar voice said that it seemed they were stuck here with a bunch of amplifiers. Arthur turned at that voice and saw Lucas. He thought, is it really that child again? Then a man came up to them and said that they were 2. The last one who signed up. It's good that they're with them. He will now introduce them to the group. Arthur shook his hand. The men praised him and said that he had a strong grip. It seems that some of the rumors about the masked swordsman were true after all. His name is Reginald Bastian. and he's in a great amplifier. The element is earth, a solid yellow core stage. It seems they already know Lucas. He is an A rank mage at the dark yellow stage, which has an affinity with fire. He introduced the next one and said it was Creole Masser. He's an amp with a water element, and he's going to be their tank. From the last participant, I recognized Arthur and thought that he was another examinee, who was then assigned to the rank. What was his name? The guy got up and said his name was Elijah Knight. He is an A rank mage at the dark orange stage. It has an affinity with the earth element. The man who was next to him said his name was Oliver Hembit, a rank and mage at the dark yellow stage, and he's a deviant, who specializes in healing. Arthur thought it sounded a little cheeky, but the presence of the emitter was reassuring. Then the girl got up and said that it was her turn. Her name is Samantha. She is an Orango mage at the dark yellow stage and has an affinity only with the water element. She approached Arthur and said that she had heard a lot about him, so let him take care of her. Another participant came out and said he was Bralv Landon, and he is very happy to meet them too. He recently received AA rank, an amplifier at the light yellow stage. Its element is fire, and he will lead their group today. And they can also say a few words about themselves. Jasmine said that she is at the light yellow stage and an AA grade amplifier. She specializes in paired swords with the wind element. Landon said he was glad they had another AA rank in the group. Arthur said he's a note at the light orange stage. He is a grade A booster with a fire element. Samantha asked, what is the fire element? But she had heard that he had no affinity with any element. Arthur said that he hadn't used his magic for a long time for personal reasons. Samantha said she understood. Landon said he could see they were still carrying luggage. Don't they have spatial rings? Both shook their heads negatively. Landon called out to Lucas and said that he had. Lucas told them not to ask him, and Oliver already has it filled out. Oliver said he kept Miss Samantha's things. Elijah said he had some free space. Landon was delighted and said that it was excellent. After that, Elijah took a few of their things. Arthur thought that this was expected of Lucas, but he did not even assume that he had a spatial ring, since the technology was abandoned by the same ancient magicians who created the floating city of Zyrus. Even one ring with a small storage costs 1,000 gold coins. Elijah asked, what is it all about? Arthur said yes, he thinks that's it, and thanked him for his help. Elijah smiled at him. Landon said it looks like everyone is ready, so it's time for them to come in. Landon said that they had almost reached the first level of the dungeon, so they should be on the alert. Lucas asked, what is it? Aren't there any monsters here? Landon said it was weird. Then some stone fell from above. Everyone immediately turned around to look. Landon immediately looked up, but what he saw there scared him very much. There were a bunch of scary monsters on the ceiling of this dungeon. He shouted that they were betrayers, and at that moment, all these monsters rushed at them. Oliver, from fright and surprise, could not do anything. But Jasmine had already rushed to his aid and shouted for him to duck. Landon shouted for them all to get in line. Oliver raised C and cast a spell. It was a spell, an increase in stability. Everyone dealt with these monsters quickly and deftly. Landon shouted at his team that there was no point in killing them all. They must conserve mana and their strength. But someone was still casting spells. Arthur asked what who, and of course it was Lucas, who cast a spell called Firestorm. All the monsters were burned to the ground. But Landon didn't like it. He walked up to Lucas and, grabbing him by the collar, asked what he had just been talking about. It was unnecessary to waste your mana on them. He knows what kind of dungeon it is. Lucas broke away and asked what was the problem. He killed them quickly so that the others could save their mana. Landon realized that it was useless to argue with him, so he turned to everyone and said that they needed to get out of here quickly before they came to their senses again. Arthur thought that these dungeons were sad, known for their mysterious inhabitants who avoided the clutches of death and could no longer be finally killed. Since there are no mana cores in monsters that are usually collected, adventurers and battles here are fruitless and endless. The first explorers of this dungeon called it the Gloomy Tomb. After that, the whole team moved on. Landon led the way. He stopped and said that this was the place where he had noticed the secret passage last time. Arthur thought that finally, the reason they came to this cursed dungeon. Landon asked Elijah if he could make small protrusions. Elijah stepped forward and, using his magic, did what Landon asked him to do. After that, everyone started climbing the wall. When everyone got in, Landon said that he could only get to the next floor, after which he decided to return with the team. There is no mention of what awaits him below, but he sees that the artifact that is responsible for the rebirth of these creatures may be there. Creole said that if he gets his share of the gold from the sale of everything that lies down there, then everything suits him. Landon laughed and said that, of course, then they need to go. The whole team moved on. They walked for a long time and in silence, but then Samantha stepped on something and Arthur rushed to her aid. It was very much like a trap. Everyone immediately stopped and looked around. Reginald asked Landon why he hadn't warned them there were traps. Landon also looked surprised and said they weren't there. When he was here before, you didn't have any traps. Oliver approached Samantha and asked if she was hurt. Maybe he should treat her. But Samantha threw his hand away and said she was fine without even looking at him. Everyone stared at Arthur, who took something out of the rock. He took out some kind of long claw and said that it was not a trap, but a mana beast. This was even more surprised. Landon told everyone to be on the lookout. After that, the team continued on its way. It was getting very hot, and then Landon said they were there. He looked ahead and said that there was something wrong here. Lucas said he was going to guess. It wasn't so hot here last time, was it? Landon said no. That's not the point. And Cord thought he felt it too. And it's not the barely perceptible heat, but the powerful aura in front of them. After that, they passed on. It was even hotter there. And then they felt some kind of rumbling and shaking of the earth. Reginald asked what was going on. Landon said he didn't know. And then a huge caterpillar burst right out of the ground. Oliver got scared and asked what is it. Landon immediately called out to Creole. Creole immediately used his magic. The whole team was now under a protective dome. Creole asked Landon if this thing was here last time. Landon said no, she wasn't. Creole said it was simply impossible for a new kind of mana beast to enter a dungeon like this. London shouted that the monster was coming, but he wasn't going to attack them, he just entered the ground again. Elijah said it didn't seem like they were his target. Then Oliver came forward and asked, what does it mean they'll just stand here and watch the worm dig the ground? Or will they still go after the artifact? Landon shouted for him to come back. Oliver ignored him and told Samantha to follow him. Although it's hard for him to stand everyone else, he would be happy to protect her. Samantha was scared and said she thought it was a bad idea. Landon shouted to Oliver that they needed to analyze what had happened now before moving further inside the cave. But Oliver wasn't listening. At that moment, Arthur turned his attention to the ground and realized that something was about to happen. He shouted at Lucas to use the fire barrier, and he reached for Landon. He grabbed him by the jacket and pulled him towards himself and shouted to Lucas that now. Lucas immediately used his magic and activated the fire barrier. Only Oliver was behind the barrier. Arthur called out to him and told him to use, but it was too late. All space except their barrier was exposed to fire. Lucas's barrier cracked, and then Samantha came to the rescue. She used a water barrier. Everyone immediately rushed to help Oliver on what they saw, plunged them into shock. Oliver was already dead, and only a skeleton remained of him. Reginald said, what the hell? Landon looked at Arthur. Arthur went up to Oliver and picked up a small green crystal, which was left of him. Picking it up, he tossed it to Samantha. He told her to change the crystal in her wand. This one is more powerful. Samantha said it was fine. Then Arthur said they'd better get out of here. Landon nodded at him. He got up and said that Noda was right. They need to get out of here before the next eruption of flames. And faster. After that, the whole team was already moving not on foot, but running. They had already seen the end of this area and were about to run into the next tunnel. But this worm got in their way again. Landon shouted to Creole again. The man already understood everything without words, and activated his magic again. Landon shouted at Samantha and Elijah to stun him. Samantha immediately cast a spell and applied Serena's howl. Elijah also did not lag behind and used the capture of the stone serpent. Landon thought that Elijah's spell hadn't even left a scratch on him. He shouted to Jasmine and Reginald to follow him. They both nodded. Landon said, Jasmine, that they would distract him more. Reginald should try to get into the gap between his eyes. Jasmine said she understood. Reginald said it was accepted. Landon said that if it turns out that this is not enough to eliminate, then Lucas and Noda should be able to find a vulnerable spot. Lucas, watching all this, thought, is he really scared? Arthur thought that ordinary fire spells didn't have enough firepower to harm this worm. It just means that his spell must be even hotter. After that, Arthur grabbed his sword and rushed straight at this worm. He jumped and applied an explosive step. He wounded this monster and shouted, Jasmine, what now? And then Jasmine attacked him. The whiskey of this worm was heard. Landon called out to Lucas, but Creole told him to wait. The worm escapes. Landon said he thinks they're safe for now. They need to move on. He walked up to Jasmine and touched her shoulder, saying that it was a good job. Jasmine turned to Lucas, Arthur and Samantha and said they needed to hurry. Lucas asked if it was really just necessary to intimidate this overgrown worm. But then the rumble was heard again and the earth shook again. Arthur said the worm wasn't trying to kill them. He was just stalling until the next eruption. Everyone rushed to each other's aid. Jasmine held out her hand to Arthur, but Arthur noticed Lucas and rushed to his aid. the witch Lucas was really scared and even dropped his staff. Arthur cast a spell, and thus protected Lucas. After another outburst, Lucas got up and pushed Arthur away, and told him to get rid of him. Ter looked at Landon and called out to him, and only then did everyone pay attention to the fact that Landon lost his arm protecting Samantha. Everyone immediately ran to his aid. Reginald held him while Arthur cauterized the wound. Reginald told the legend, well, to keep him conscious. Arthur told him to hold him tight. After some time, they finally stopped the bleeding. Arthur sat down nearby and exhaled. The Creole came up to him and handed him a sandwich, asking that why wouldn't he try it? Will it help him cheer up? He sat down next to Arthur and said that these were his special hiking sandwiches. He keeps them for those moments when he feels bad. During the passage of dungeons, Arthur thanked him. Creole said that it is best to eat them, slightly heated from the inside, just enough to melt the cheese. Arthur did so. He was going to try this sandwich, but then Creole coughed and said that he, too, please, too. Then they ate their sandwiches. The man asked Arthur what was delicious, didn't he? Arthur said very much. Creole said that his fiancée came up with this recipe herself, right down to how to dry and season the beef. Arthur said that well, and he was lucky. He asks me to convey his gratitude to his fiancée for such a delicious meal. Creole smiled at him and said that he would. Well, yes, they heard the screams that Reginald shouted for them both to stop already. Lucas was yelling at Landon. He asked him, what, is he wrong? The only reason he agreed to participate in this was because their leader is an AA rank veteran amplifier. And now not only their leader is a colleague, but they have also lost the emitter. Landon couldn't stand it and jumped up and told Lucas that he still dared to complain after dropping his own weapon, as if he was walking, and Note had to save him. Lucas said he had everything under control, unlike him, who is not even able to protect himself. London said he had to cover for Samantha, which he couldn't have done if he had been alert and put up the barrier in time. He did it, they wouldn't be like this right now. But then Arthur came and shouted that it was enough. Everyone felt the pressure again. He turned to Lucas and told him to get his head out of his ass. Lucas looked at him and asked, what's what? He approached him and said that the amplifier, which is only at the orange stage. Arthur interrupted him and said that he didn't care about the yellow stage, the silver stage, or God himself. Right now, the only thing he is a burden. Lucas didn't answer him, just walked past him, hitting him with his shoulder. Reginald turned to Landon and said that he was going to take care of his own wounded now, and he should try to get some rest. Arthur turned to Landon and said that before moving on, he needed to make a decision. Reginald has a couple of burns, but his wounds can be cured. The others have to cope too, but he needs to decide whether he wants to continue or not. London was already having a very hard time. He said he would move on. This will definitely be his last dungeon raid, so he has to go all the way. Samantha shouted that how was he going to fight with one hand. Landon said he was still an AA grade amplifier, and will not detain them. However, he thinks that Noda should lead the group. He was the most reasonable of them all, even when faced with unforeseen circumstances. He has talent. He looked at Creole, Reginald, and Elijah. They all nodded. He looked at Jasmine and Samantha, who also nodded. He exhaled and said okay. They should rest for an hour before moving on. After a while, they finally moved on. Landon said he didn't understand. Even that part has changed. This tunnel has not been blocked before. Reginald said that well, they wouldn't help the case by whining. Then he tried to destroy this wall. However, on the first attempt, he failed. Then he used his explosive blow and struck again. But this time it didn't work out either. Then Jasmine came up to him from behind and touched his shoulder, told him to try again. This time she decided to help him. Reginald nodded. After that, he hit Jasmine, strengthened his attack, and this time they succeeded. They saw a beautiful clearing. Then we went inside. They all started looking around. Arthur thought that there were not even any pillars that should hold the vaults of this cave. How has it not collapsed yet? Creole asked, what about taking a break here? He's a little sleepy. Arthur thought he'd take a break, didn't he? However, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt and said that they would not stop here. There's something wrong with this place, so they have to be careful. Creole asked if he was sure. He hears nothing and sees nothing around him except trees and grass. They walked on, and Arthur thought there was something about this place that made him nervous. But what is it? What had he overlooked? Then Jasmine saw who you were and froze. She looked scared, but I was able to recover because I heard a sound. It was Creole who dropped his shield. He was weird, too. He looked ahead and asked, is that really Clara? Is it really her? He reached out his hand to touch her. Reginald looked at him and asked if he was okay. But the man did not pay any attention to him and did not even hear him. He started crying and said he knew she couldn't die. She should be standing there because he is already coming to her. Arthur cursed and looked in the direction of Creole. He shouted at him to stop because it was dangerous. But then Jasmine grabbed his hand and said that it seemed to her that the fog made them see their illusions. Arthur thought that this was the reason why he was so restless. He shouted for everyone to stick together. This fog deceives their senses, and said that both Samantha used her barrier. Samantha nodded. Then she used her spell and created a water barrier. She asked that who is Clara. Reginald and Landon exchanged glances. Reginald said it was Creole's fiancé. But she can't be alive because she was killed in the dungeon. Landon said he saw it with his own eyes too. They cremated her and buried her ashes. Reginald said they needed to find him. Lucas was just furious and asked why nothing was going according to plan at all. Are they really experienced adventurers? Arthur turned his attention to Jasmine and realized that something was wrong with her. He asked if she was okay. Jasmine looked at him and apologized, saying that she was just a little shocked. And what did he ask? Did she really see something too? Jasmine said that not something, but someone. She saw her father holding out his hands to her and smiling. Arthur touched her hand and told her that she would be fine. Jasmine looked at him and smiled. After that, Arthur said, "Okay, now they need to get back to this damn fog," and asked Jasmine if she had a spell to dispel it. Jasmine said it wasn't strong enough to get rid of him entirely, but she thought she could clear a path for them to find Creole. After which she recited a spell. Arthur told Samantha to remove the barrier. Jasmine used the Banshee cry. Banshee is a sad harbinger, who with her blood-curdling moans and sobs warns of an imminent demise. And then the true picture of this place opened up before them. Everyone was very surprised. After all, this place was not as beautiful as it might seem to them. Arthur thought that how could they not notice so many vines in the fog? Moreover, Jasmine's spell didn't affect them at all. Arthur turned to the team and said that they were approaching fast. He turned to Lucas and said that now was a great time to show himself. Lucas shouted that there was no need to tell him about it. He read their spell and applied her magic called the Smoldering Crescent. The entire vine was burned. It should have been burned, but that didn't happen. Lucas wondered if his spell was ineffective. Arthur thought it couldn't be that simple after all, could it? He turned to Reginald and told him to protect the spellcasters while they prepared their strongest attacks. And he turned to Jasmine and Landon and told them to follow him. They both nodded. Arthur said they had to make their way, but it was the manhole that was growing together again. The severed branches grew back. Arthur wondered if the vines didn't burn because there was moisture inside them. Then he decided to attack them in a different way, and this time he succeeded. Arthur turned around and shouted at Landon to use a withering spell on his. But apparently Landon was also exposed to this fog. Landon said that do they really think that just a few overgrown roots are enough to defeat an AA rank amplifier? Arthur thought he was acting recklessly now. He looked at Jasmine and thought that was to be expected. It seems that she doesn't need his help, so he ran to Landon. Laza had already tied him up, but then Arthur arrived and freed him. He looked at Landon and said that he had said that this would be his last dungeon raid. It's because he's planning to die here, isn't it? If this is not the case, then he should not lose his head. Do they still need it? At that moment, Lucas drank some potion and used his magic. It was a firefall. Arthur thought that this was a weaker spell, but for that his flame spreads easily once he touches the target. It looks like Lucas is still thinking straight. Then Reginald yelled at Elijah to be careful. But then Landon arrived and helped Elijah. After that, Elijah cast his spell. This spell was called a funnel. Arthur thought that because of the collapsed earth and the spread of liquid fire, the vines must be difficult to regenerate. And thanks to Samantha's spell, they should have plenty of time to search for Creole. Samantha used a spell to extract water. Water extraction is a useful spell, usually used to collect water from the environment. Samantha managed to do it. Arthur turned around to thank her and say that it was a good job. But I saw that Samantha had fainted. He picked her up and said that to think so much, she used a spell that was created for household needs in a situation like this. Great job. But then the moisture returned again. Lucas thought it didn't work. Arthur shouted that because of their spells, the vines had swallowed up all the fog they need. But then he looked at them and saw the horror on their faces. So I decided to see for myself what happened there. And having looked there, he himself was horrified. Everyone felt a huge pressure. In front of them stood a huge monster made of vines. Arthur even dropped his sword. Samantha fell down in horror and said that this simply could not be. Had she only seen him in books? This is the guardian of the ancient forest. Even Landon was scared and said it seemed the gods really didn't want them to stay alive. Arthur looked at him and thought that he was not himself. Reginald said yes, were they mocking him? What the hell is an S-rank mana beast doing here? He looked closely at this monster and asked, what is really a Creole? The very center of this monster was the Creole. He kept begging her not to leave. Everyone froze in horror. Reginald didn't wait any longer because his friend was already dead, so he decided to act. Arthur shouted that he wasn't. He ran after Reginald and said they shouldn't fight it. But Reginald made it so that Arthur could not approach him. He threw him aside with the help of magic. Jasmine was scared for Arthur and shouted his name. Arthur shouted to Elijah to protect him. Elijah immediately cast a spell and created a barrier. Arthur was about to help them, but then he was grabbed by the arm. It was Jasmine who said they needed to leave. Arthur asked what about them. He promised them that. But Jasmine interrupted him and said that, and she promised his family. She promised them that she would keep him safe this time. Reginald has already swung to hit this monster and called him a huge piece of wood. Arthur said, Jasmine, that they would leave, but not like that. They can't just abandon them. Jasmine gathered her strength and exhaled. Meanwhile, the ranger on the ice also struck at the monster. They heard a loud roar. The team immediately rushed to the exit. Lucas ran ahead, and Arthur was carrying Samantha and told Elijah to cover Jasmine until she picked up Landon, and immediately had to run to the exit. Elijah said it was fine, but then they noticed that Reginald was in his paws, which the monster was about to devour. Arthur turned to Lucas and told him to set fire to the vines around, but Lucas pointed his weapon at them and then attacked. Arthur was able to stand on his feet and hit Lucas. Lucas looked towards the exit and thought that this was not about him. He looked at the team that was now trying to survive and saved each other. Lucas thought he was from the Great Wykes family. He picked up his staff and thought that is the heir of one of the main houses that led Sapin to victory over Elinor. He got up and thought it was his duty. After that, he pointed his staff at Arthur, and I thought that I would stay alive and continue my family. Then he attacked Arthur. Arthur flew to the side. Jasmine was very scared and immediately rushed to him. Lucas shouted at her to stay away. After that, he attacked her. Elijah called Jasmine, and he made sure that she did not fall to the ground. Lucas now pointed his staff at him and told him not to even try to throw anything if he didn't want to suffer from the explosion either. Elijah asked what the hell he was doing. Lucas asked if he really thought he would risk his life in order to help them. Commoners, get out. They should be proud that they will remain in the memory of people as valiant heroes who restrained this monster for the sake of his salvation. He will tell everyone about their brave deeds. At that moment, Elijah was thrown back by the monster. He was lying on the ground and thought no. The monsters were about to attack him, but Landon came to his aid. Elijah got up and thought, is it really Landon? Then he turned to this monster and asked, well, what? Is he going to bully these kids any further? Better let him fight him. And then Landon rushed into battle. He cut the monster in half, but it fused again. Landon was very scared. Meanwhile, Arthur began to recover. Elijah tried to crawl up to him and called out to him. He looked at Elijah, there on Jasmine nearby, who was unconscious, and also at Landon, who was now fighting a monster. He thought it looked like he really didn't have a choice. But will he be able to survive the recoil after its application? He stood up and applied the skill. He applied the second stage of Dragon Awakening. Arthur thought that his training at Elinor had led to several breakthroughs in his development as a beast tamer, and this constantly baffled Virion. Vibrio. His first breakthrough led to the discovery of Stage 1, Acquisition. By using one of Sylvia's innate skills, he could temporarily be out of time and space. The use of this stage was largely limited due to the fact that it put a huge strain on his mana core and physical body. However, the second breakthrough was unexpected for everyone, who achieved what Virion only decades later. It took him only 2.5 years. The integration stage. Sylvie sensed that something was happening to Arthur, and immediately flew in search of him. She told him she would be there soon. Arthur told her that everything was fine. He wants her to stay away for now. If something happens, she has to go back to Helscha's house for him. But Sylvie said no, she can help. Arthur asked her to listen to him. Sylvie said it was fine. Just let him be careful. Arthur, getting to his feet, went to this monster and said that now they will play. He rushed into battle and thought that he didn't blame Virion for knocking him out after his first stage of integration release. He needs to get it over with as soon as possible, and he will hope that he will survive the recoil. He struck, but nothing came of it. He thought that even if he could use all the surrounding mana in this form, his body still can't handle this spell. He rushed at the monster again and attacked it again. This time he succeeded, and the whole monster froze. And then Arthur smashed it. Then he fell to his knees and began to bleed. Then he collapsed and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in Zyrus, Alice asked why their 8-year-old daughter still manages to play so actively that she just falls asleep on the floor. Ray said that in her defense, he could say that after Lilia woke up, Ellie began to train very hard in order to catch up with her. They put their daughter to bed, and Alice said she hoped that was the reason. She's eerily reminiscent of him in the past. and then the ring on Alice's finger lit up. She asked that it couldn't be true, could it? The ring should be broken, shouldn't it? Arthur finally woke up. Next to him was Elijah. He was very worried about him, and he said that thank God he had woken up. Arthur told him to break the stone on the glove, so Elijah did, and then Arthur recovered. He remembered all the moments and thought that Lucas. He was furious. He tried to get up, but could not and collapsed again. He asked that where is Jasmine? Elijah pointed his finger at him and told him she was right here. Lucas's spell had hurt her a lot more, and besides, her body wasn't enhanced with mana. He had a first aid kit with him, so he was able to treat her burns, but he thinks she may have internal injuries. Arthur got up again and told this guy to take the stone from his glove and use it on her. Elijah and from the bodies. Elijah said her breathing got better. He thinks she's going to be fine. After a few hours of rest, Arthur collapsed again and thought that thank God he had the healing stones that his mother had made for him. He smiled and thought that he hadn't felt so terrible since he was 4 years old. Those were good times. Sylvie felt that Arthur was alright now and thought that Dad had finally woken up, and asked him if he was okay. Arthur said yes, he was fine now, and he asked where she was now. Sylvie said she listened to him and stayed away. Lucas, exhausted, was passing not far from Sylvie. Arthur told Sylvie that it was fine. They're safe now, so she can focus on her training. Sylvie said it wasn't that important. Arthur said that thanks to their connection, he is sure that it is very important. She should believe him, because they are just resting now. Sylvia wanted to say something to him, but Arthur interrupted her and told her to continue doing what she had to do. They'll see each other soon. Elijah asked him if he was feeling any better already. Arthur said that he feels so good that he is ready to run a marathon. Elijah laughed, and he said that in any case, he would never have thought that Noda, the legendary masked swordsman with whom they passed the exam, would be the same age as him. Only at that moment did Arthur realize that he was not wearing a mask. Elijah apologized and said that she had fallen during the battle. He could not find her. Arthur jumped up and asked what about his sword? Did he see the black stick he was carrying? Elijah pointed behind his back, said she was over there. He didn't know if it was valuable or not, just in case he brought it with him. Arthur exhaled and thanked him for it, for saving him and Jasmine, and for taking his sword with him when he could have just escaped alone. So thank him very much. Elijah said that well, if he left them half dead here, it would put him on a par with that asshole Lucas, wouldn't it? Arthur said not at all. Elijah said he was most interested in why he stayed when the guardian of the ancient forest showed up. He had seen that Jasmine was trying to make him leave. Arthur said the king would never betray his people, and he also promised someone very important to him that he would get better and cherish the people around him. Elijah laughed again and said he sounded like an old man. What kind of life he had to live in order to promise someone such a thing. Arthur said that sometimes he surprises himself. But enough about that. He began to look around and asked, by the way, how long had he been unconscious? Elijah said it was hard to say, but definitely more than a day. Arthur tried to get up again and said that it was okay. It seems they will have to stay a little longer here until Jasmine recovers, so they may well use this time to get to know each other better. He held out his hand to him and said his name was Arthur. Elijah shook his hand, and Arthur added that, but he could just call him Art. Arthur slammed his hand against the wall that was around them and told Elijah that it didn't look like it was created by nature. This metal shell is his handiwork, isn't it? Elijah said he created it as soon as the cave started to collapse. He thinks that the body of the guardian of the ancient forest supported the entire cave. Arthur said that even if he is a deviant, he is absolutely sure that he should have the ability to control only the already existing metal, but not to create or summon it. Only assuming he's a dwarf. Elijah asked that was his secret, wasn't it? Arthur laughed and asked him to tell him about it. Elijah thought for a while, then looked at Arthur and asked, what about this? He will tell him if he also explains what he was doing there then. His hair even acquired a snow-white shade, and these shining symbols that appeared on his body, and his eyes. His eyes were flickering with a violet light. Arthur said that he would tell him about it well, after which Elijah said that okay, in his suspicions, he was right about one thing. Although he grew up in the kingdom of Darv, he is not sure where exactly he comes from. Elder Rodias has been taking care of him since he can remember, but has always avoided talking about his parents, and his only childhood memories come during painful and disconcerting outbursts. Despite this, he lived quite normally, but as soon as he reached the dark orange core stage, there was a mysterious surge of energy which caused him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, he was surrounded by these black spikes of metal. After the incident, the elder said that it was time for him to leave and start exploring the rest of the Dickenet continent, and he didn't even tell him the reason. It all happened so suddenly, and it only becomes more difficult that sometimes he has a feeling similar to an itch that he can't get rid of. But he knows that it has something to do with his powers and where he comes from. Arthur listened to him very carefully, and then they heard Jasmine snoring and both started. She started talking in her sleep and said that this fish didn't taste very good. Turning to Arthur, she added that this is tastier. The guys looked at her carefully, then laughed. Elijah said he was to blame. He didn't plan to make an incomprehensible emotional confession out of it. Arthur told him not to worry about it. Elijah asked what about him? What's his story? Arthur said that he is an amplifier that has an affinity with 4 elements, as well as a deviant who owns lightning and ice. Elijah jumped up in surprise and hit his head against the wall. He said he thought he was the weird one, but he believes Arthur won. But let him wait. What were these marks and changes in the color of hair and eyes? Arthur said that, and he is also a beast tamer. What he had seen before was the release of his beast will. Elijah asked, what is the will of the beast? How old is he? Arthur said that a few months ago he turned 11 years old. Elijah said he was older than him. He will turn 12 in a couple of months, but he believes that this is not something he should be proud of. After that, the guys laughed again. They talked for a long time. But after a while, Arthur didn't feel very well again. Elijah asked if he was okay. Arthur said he was fine. Then he used another stone that his mother gave him. At that moment, Jasmine opened her eyes. Seeing Arthur's condition, she immediately jumped up. Arthur wanted to say something to her, but did not have time, because Jasmine hugged him and began to apologize. She started crying and said she was so sorry. Arthur patted her on the head and said that everything was fine. He's fine. Jasmine said it was terrible. She couldn't protect him again. Arthur said that it was he who was stubborn then. He should be ashamed of himself for dragging her into this mess with him. And he himself wondered if she had always been so small. But then I felt a sharp pain again. Jasmine immediately pulled away and said that his wounds. She turned to Elijah and asked that you still have their things with him, right? Elijah said yes. Jasmine said that there should be a first aid kit for emergencies in her bag. That should be enough to patch them both up. So after a while, they completely wrapped all of Arthur's wounds, and also each other's wounds. Arthur thanked them both. He already feels much better. Elijah helped him up, and Arthur said that now it was time to go home. Then Elijah opened the passage for them, and they came out of this shelter. But then it became difficult for Arthur to move and sat down on the ground. He told them to stop. He asked if they thought anyone else had survived. Elijah said that the guardian of the ancient forest swallowed Reincarnated and Landon even before his last fight with him began. So they're unlikely. Jasmine asked what about Samantha. Elijah said he was able to create a metal shell around her before they were separated by the cave collapse. But she was in a pretty serious condition, so he's not sure if she was able to survive. Arthur tried to get up again and asked how they were going to find her among all these rubble. It seems that the core of the guardian of the ancient forest is also lost somewhere here. Elijah said he couldn't do it while they were underground, but now he can try to find her. He cast his spell, the pulse of the earth, after which he said that he had found Samantha, and her heart is still beating. They need to go. Arthur thought that this spell should only scan the surface of the earth. Who is this guy really? After which they followed him. When they came to the right place, Elijah used his magic again, and he got Samantha, but she was really in a very serious condition. He wanted to remove the hole, but Arthur stopped him and told him not to do it. This vine serves as a splint for her leg. If he removed it, the injuries could only get worse. She has a stable pulse, normal breathing. The fever worries him somewhat, but he doesn't think her life is in danger right now. If she's unconscious, then at least there are glimmers of hope. Jasmine picked her up in her arms and asked if it was time for them to move out. Arthur looked around once more and thought that it was impossible to find the core of the guardian of the ancient forest in this mess. It seems that the priceless treasure will just remain buried here. But then they felt some kind of shaking again. Elijah asked, "What is it this time?" And he wanted to check it out, but Arthur stopped him and said that everything was fine. They heard that sound again, and then someone broke into them. Elijah looked surprised. Jasmine looked and thought that even if they didn't tell her, it was Sylvia. She told Arthur that she had come. Arthur was very glad to see her and said that yes, it was. And she gained a little weight, and in width, and in height. Sylvia licked it. Elijah pointed his finger at her and asked that it was a wyvern, wasn't it? But she has 4 limbs. It can't be a dragon, can it? No, it can't be. Arthur said she was a dragon. Elijah told Arthur not to look at him like he was the one who was weird here. Arthur stroked her and said that it was Sylvia, his mana beast. Elijah could not believe his eyes and said that it is believed that dragons died out centuries ago. Arthur said that this is the reason he would like him to keep her secret. Jasmine already knows about her. Sylvia licked Jasmine too. She was very glad to see her. Elijah did not know how to behave, because he was shocked and said that he was 11 years old, has an affinity with 4 elements, and is also a deviant in 2 of them, has a connection with a dragon. After that, Arthur climbed on Sylvie and took Samantha to himself. Then Arthur called out to Elijah and said it was time to go. Sylvie carried all the survivors on her. Here they stopped and together where they met this worm. When the worm saw them, it immediately hid. Then they went on foot themselves. There they again met those monsters who were the very first. But as soon as these monsters saw Jasmine, they hurried away. Elijah looked at Sylvie questioningly. He asked Arthur that why didn't he take her with him from the very beginning. After that, they lowered Samantha to the ground. Samantha slowly began to recover. She looked at them all and told Arthur that he looked better without his mask. Arthur told her that it was not the time to talk. She needed to conserve her strength. But Samantha told him to wait and see what she found. After that, she showed Arthur's mask in the very core. Arthur took his mask and said it was well done. He looked at Jasmine and said that as for the beast core, they would sell it when things settled down and split the profits between them. Jasmine turned away and said she didn't need it. He's the only one who deserves it. Then Arthur looked at Elijah. Elijah immediately shook his head and told him not to look at him. He certainly does not pretend to it. Arthur asked what? Do they even know how much it costs? Don't they want to? But Samantha had already given him this core. She said that, thanks to him, she is alive. She thinks it's more than fair that the one who dealt with this monster alone deserves such a reward. Arthur looked at everyone and then exhaled. He said that then thanks to all of them. After that, Samantha closed her eyes again. Arthur asked Jasmine and Elijah if the 2 of them could get to the guild and call for help. He's staying here with Samantha. Elijah picked it up and nodded at him, and he said that before they left, he would leave things for him in case he needed anything. After that, Elijah and Jasmine left. Arthur looked into his backpack and found a scroll. He thought that, and here it is. He wrote a letter and thought that now that his mana had recovered a bit, it was time to let his parents know that he was fine. After that, the letter disappeared. He thought that now at least they wouldn't worry about until he got home. He turned to Sylvia and asked her that she had become so big because she hunted mana beasts. And she ate their kernels, didn't she? Sylvie said she was hunting a bunch of mana beasts. Arthur asked that she could still change her appearance, couldn't she? After that, Sylvie changed her appearance, and she became that little Sylvie again. She ran up to Arthur, and he stroked her. But then Arthur felt a sharp pain again. He looked at the core and thought he had a couple of hours before they returned. Thanks to this beast core in his body, which has undergone the assimilation of Sylvia's will, he will be able to recover almost completely. He exhaled and thought that Lucas Wykes was the son of a noble family that was notorious for its nefarious methods of training the best magicians in its family. Because of what he did, Landon died, and many of them have suffered greatly. If he wants to properly deal with this, then he should be careful. Therefore, he is sure of one thing. No matter how long it takes, it won't satisfy him. Some kind of banal revenge. After some time, Jasmine and Elijah brought help. Samantha was admitted to the hospital, and they also took out all the dead from there. Landon's family came to see him one last time and say goodbye to him. They came to the Adventurers Guild and Elijah and Jasmine explained everything to Caspian. Arthur was sitting nearby and replaying all the moments, all deaths. Then Arthur asked, isn't that enough? He knows how rare cases like this are, but they've already provided all the information. Caspian exhaled and said he was right. He would let the 3 of them rest until the hearing. Then the soldiers burst into the office. It was Lucas. He told them that they were able to get out alive. Jasmine immediately grabbed his sword and Elijah prepared to attack. He said how dare he, but Arthur stopped them and said that it was not worth it. Lucas is demonstrative, surprised, and asked what kind of tension is this between teammates. Caspian looked at Arthur. He didn't even look up. Lucas said he was very interested in how they managed to escape from this terrible monster. Did they have to sacrifice someone in order to be saved? Then Caspian couldn't stand it anymore and, getting up from his seat, told Lucas that it was better for him not to. But Lucas didn't even listen to him and said that Samantha was seriously injured now, but alive, so it could hardly be her. Just don't let them say they sacrificed Landon. But then Arthur's sword flew by him. One of Lucas' guards said that his ear. Lucas touched his ear and realized that there was a deep cut there. He looked at his hand with horror and said it was blood. Arthur got up and went to Lucas. The guards immediately began to protect their master, and they told him to stand where he was. But as soon as they looked at Arthur, one of the soldiers thought, why did the atmosphere change so dramatically? Why does his body seem so heavy? Lucas asked his guards what they thought he was paying them for. They have to grab him. After that, all the soldiers rushed after Arthur, but Arthur easily dealt with them. Caspian turned to Mr. Nails and said that if he did anything, he would give a hearing. But Arthur had already taken a swing at Lucas, but he just pulled out his sword and said that he was asking him to forgive him, because his sword just slipped out of his hands, and he would like it back. Lucas was shaking with fear. Caspian turned to Lydia and told her to take Lucas to the infirmary to be patched up. Arthur turned to Jasmine and Elijah and asked if the two of them could also wait outside. They exchanged glances, then left. Arthur closed the door behind them. Caspian said that as far as he understands the situation, it is in their own interests to refrain from such provocations by Lucas. Arthur asked what and why it was. He has the strength to pulverize this bug, and his identity will be unknown to his family. He came close to the man and said that he couldn't help but think that he was threatening him right now. Did he think they were strong enough to protect him from him? Caspian tensed and thought that those eyes. How many people and animals did he kill in order to achieve such a piercing gaze? After that, he said that there was no threat in his words. Whether he believes him or not, he does so in his own interests. Even if we assume that he is capable of killing Lucas, then his family will not be idle just because his identity is unknown. They will come not only for Jasmine, but for everyone she has ever been associated with. Behind twin horns like the current ones, and the forgotten participants, he hinted at Arthur's father, until he has enough strength and power not only to protect himself, but also the people that are dear to him. He advises to refrain from any rash actions against Lucas, and even if he is strong enough to turn his entire family to dust, it will be pointless if he is not able to defeat Lucas' half-brother. Arthur stopped him and said he understood, and I'll thank him for it. And now the main reason why he stayed to talk to him alone. He sat down on the table and said that he was an intelligent man who, as he was sure, had already realized that helping individuals like him was not only in his own interests, but also in the interests of the guild, isn't it? Caspian grinned and thought that this guy, is he arrogant, or is he just so confident in himself? He adjusted his glasses and said that as long as it was in his power, he was happy to provide any support he asked for. Arthur said it was fine, and that's what he'll need from him. After all this, he finally walked out of his office. Jasmine and Elijah were waiting for him there. Elijah said his actions earlier scared him and he thought he was really going to kill Lucas. Arthur said it wasn't the right time. Elijah asked if that was how he was really going to kill him. Arthur slapped Elijah on the shoulder and said he was starving. Sylvia's waiting outside, so they need to get something to eat before the hearing. Elijah said it was okay. After that, Arthur went ahead. Then a man came out and told everyone to get up. Lucas and Arthur came out. An elderly man stood in front of her and said that on behalf of the Adventurers Guild and the judges present here, he states that after reviewing the case materials, it was decided to call Lucas guilty of sabotage and endangering the lives of the rest of the group during the exploration of the dungeon, and to punish him in the form of deprivation of his rank of adventurer rank. Lucas lowered his head and grinned. The man continued that, moreover, he is forbidden to return to activity in the future, an adventurer until the guild changes its resolution, and asked him to hand over his card. Arthur thought about what he needed to prove. He got off with only a slight fright, although under normal circumstances he would have been sent to prison. Then the man said, as for the note amplifier, Wasp Honey, the man thought that so this is the very person who is able to defeat the S-class Mana Beast alone. And he said that, given his obvious hostility to Lucas and, possibly, to his entire family, as well as his aggressive actions against him, the Adventurers Guild and fellow judges were named. They looked at each other and nodded to each other. After that, the man said that he was announcing to him that he was forbidden to appear in the city of Zyrus during Lucas' entire training at the Zyrus Academy. Then Arthur cried out that he was protesting. Why should he be punished for acts of justice towards Lucas, who betrayed them in the dungeon? The man said it was non-negotiable. They are aware of the circumstances and therefore decided not to revoke his license. He is allowed to continue his career as an adventurer until he gets close to Mr. Lucas or his family. That's it. Lucas had already shouted for them to wait, and he asked what about revealing his identity. He can easily take off his mask, slip into the city and have the opportunity to harm him or his family. The woman told him that Mr. Noda's identity would be revealed immediately after the sentencing was over. To maintain peace of mind, they will not be notified of his identity or of his belonging to a particular family, but specially selected guild magicians will monitor his whereabouts. The notes, regardless of whether he is wearing a mask or not. Lucas wanted to say something else, but the man interrupted him and told him that this was not the place for discussions. He declares the hearing closed. After that, his people had already come for Lucas, and he turned to Arthur and said that it was better for him never to approach him closer than 5 cities away. Arthur said that the fact that he was running away with his tail between his legs and spreading empty threats at the same time only made him look insignificant. Then a man came up to Arthur and asked for forgiveness, said that he should follow him, and he would take him out of the building. But then the same man came up to them and told the guy that it was not worth asserting himself like that, because he would take Mr. Note to the emergency exit. After that they went into the room. The man exhaled and asked Arthur what he hoped, that he was satisfied with this performance. Arthur said it was very plausible. He thanks him for his cooperation. The man said it wasn't worth it, it wasn't done for him. He only sincerely hopes that he can trust his words, and he really will not create problems in the future. They can't hide the truth from Lucas' family forever, but as long as he doesn't do anything against them, they won't bother him. Arthur said he was more careful than he might seem. The man went to the bookshelf and, taking one of them, opened the entrance and told Arthur that he was sure that the time would come when they would ask him for a favor, and they would appreciate it if he doesn't forget about what they did for him today. Arthur said that he sees that the head of the Adventurers Guild is a very resourceful person. At least he realizes which side is better to be on. He will remember that. The man watched Arthur leave and thought that Caspian was right. What a truly frightening personality. After that, Arthur came out of the emergency exit, where Sylvia was already waiting for him, who immediately attacked him. Jasmine and Elijah were also there. Sylvia asked if it was over. Can they go home now? Arthur said yes, this is the end. Do they need to go home? Elijah asked Arthur if he would like to check on Samantha. Arthur said he thought it would be better if he didn't visit her anytime soon, but still, he should check it out later. They came to the gate, and Elijah said that he thought that their paths would soon part. Arthur looked at him questioningly and asked what, but then I remembered and said that he had forgotten that he was not from Sapin. Arthur looked at Jasmine and she nodded to him. Arthur turned to Elijah and said that if he didn't have any plans, then he would like to invite him to go to school with him. Elijah asked what's going to school. Arthur said that yes, an institution where children and teenagers are trained. Elijah shouted that yes, he knows what a school is. He just wasn't going to visit her. Arthur said that he remembers. He mentioned before that the reasons why he is trying so hard to earn a higher rank for himself is the desire to make a name for himself. If that's the case, it wouldn't hurt for him to get an education at the Zyrus Academy. Elijah said he still doesn't get the gist of it. How could he possibly get into the best magic school on the continent? He may have the necessary skills, but don't you need a huge amount of money and connections to get there? Arthur hugged his friend and told him to just let his older brother take care of it. He just needs to fool himself, and he will figure out everything else. Elijah asked if he could not say it in that tone. Arthur turned to Jasmine and asked if she could take him home. Otherwise, he needs to sort something out first. After a while, Elijah told Arthur that he didn't know if he knew, because he still hadn't agreed to anything. Arthur said that Lucas is also going to attend this academy. Does he mind leaving him alone with him? Elijah went to the exit and said he was wondering what classes he would have to attend. He dragged Jasmine along with him and told Arthur that thanks to him for everything again. When Jasmine and Elijah left, Arthur told Caspian to come out. Caspian came out from behind the tree and said he was glad he had taken precautions and sent these two ahead. Arthur thanked him for arranging for the referee to play according to his little plan. He doesn't think Lucas will suspect anything is amiss anytime soon. Caspian exhaled and said that he was just glad that all this was resolved without anyone dying. Arthur told him that people had already died. He must not forget about it. Caspian felt that pressure again and said that yes, of course, it was his mistake. In any case, it wasn't in his plans to start a fight. He just wanted to see him off and leave a small parting gift. Then he threw a small bag to Arthur. Arthur opened it and saw gold coins there. He asked what is it for. Caspian was already standing with his back to him and said that this was so that he would take additional precautions. Arthur thought it was a precaution, didn't he? The Ballad of Dawn won't be a problem until he pulls it out. He thinks the only potential problem is that Lucas has seen Sylvia. But from there he looked at Sylvia, who was sitting on his shoulder, and she changed her appearance. Now she was not black and about white. She snuggled up to Arthur and asked if it was better this way. Arthur liked it very much, and he asked that how many forms can it take. Sylvia lay down in his arms and said she didn't know, but she was very tired, so good night. Well, he said that he thinks there are some privileges in having a connection with a dragon. How convenient it is. After that, he finally returned to the city and could now take off his mask. He styled his hair differently and thought it should work. He went into the store, and the man greeted him and said that it was the Equus Artifact store. But when he saw that a boy came to him and asked that he was lost, Arthur said that his father sent him on an errand to buy a spatial ring big enough to fit on his thumb. The man told him that even though the spatial rings are small, they are really expensive. Is he sure his father knows about this? Arthur immediately reached into his backpack. Then he showed him a bag of gold, and he asked that it would be enough, wouldn't it? The man gave him what he needed, and the seller saw him off thanking him and told him to come again. Arthur, on the other hand, was drooping and thought that he could not believe that he had to spend most of his gold to buy a ring that barely fits a sword and a beast core. But okay with that, his preparation for normal school life is over. So now he went to his parents. He got into the carriage and was already on his way home. Arthur fiddled with his mask and thought that it had been almost 2 years since he first put on this mask. He looked out the window and saw the academy and thought he wondered what it was like to be an ordinary student. It was already night, and Arthur finally arrived home. Then he looked up and saw Ellie in front of him, who was clearly dissatisfied with something. Arthur greeted her and said that her older brother, but Ellie didn't let him finish and already attacked him. She hugged him and said welcome back. Arthur said it was good to be back home. Now, could she let him go? Ellie said it was up to him. Is he going to leave again? Arthur said no, he wasn't going to. Ellie let him go and said that well then they should go inside. Arthur thought she was growing so fast, and this means that soon. And I already imagined some guy taking her away. He clutched his head and thought, oh no. Then his parents came out to him. Ray pulled him to his feet and asked him if he had only grown hair during this time. Arthur said he could say the same about his beard. She's even more patchy than before. Was he trying to hide his wrinkles with her help? Alice ruffled her son's hair and said that he was actually talking about her husband's Patty. Alice hugged him and said that this time she would skip the part where she would be excited by her mother. She's just glad he came home safe. Arthur thanked her and apologized for always making her worry. Then Vincent arrived and said that he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, but they would also like to welcome their son. Tabitha hit her husband on the head and said that she had told him to be quiet so that they could spend some time together in silence. Everyone was back together. Then they moved into the living room. Arthur had already taken a shower and went out to the others. He was looking around, apparently looking for something. Alice noticed this and asked if he was really looking for something. Arthur said he expected to see a couple more faces here. Elijah handed him a piece of paper and told him that Jasmine had left him this letter and then went on a mission with the twin horns. Arthur accepted this piece of paper and asked if she had already left. He opened this letter, in which it was written that Jasmine thanked him and said that it was a lot of fun. They'll see each other later. Arthur said it was just like her. It's a pity he couldn't see her off. Ray said they'd be back. The twin horns are like warts that you can't get rid of so easily. Arthur said that now he knows where Jasmine has gone. Tabitha said that if he was looking for Ellie, then he was right, their daughter was not here either. But Vincent could not restrain himself and, interrupting his wife, said that their Lily was now at the academy. She got in last fall and Tabitha grabbed her husband by the hair and said she wanted to tell Arthur herself, and that he was happy and said that he was very glad to hear it. Tabitha said it was all thanks to him. Their family will be forever indebted to him. Vincent said she was right. They could not even imagine that after several generations, a magician would finally appear in the family. Arthur said he wasn't sure whether to say they owed him anything, but he came home to ask them for a favor, or maybe even two, and looked at Elijah. Then Ray said that, and now that they know where everything is, he should tell them about his exploration of the dungeon. Alice asked if he was a small child. Arthur told them to let him think about where to start. After that, he told them for a long time what had happened to him, what he had to go through. Elijah was in on it, too. After they told everything, Vincent was very shocked and said that what they had gone through, and he thought that his work with annual tax reports was fascinating. Tabitha froze and said that the guardian of the ancient forest. To think that they were able to conquer that mana beast that her parents used to scare her with as a child for bad behavior. Arthur looked at his father and said that since the topic of mana beasts and magicians came up, what stage is he at now? Ray saying, he's actually been stuck between the dark and solid orange stage ever since he left. No matter how much he meditated or purified mana, he was never able to break through. Then Arthur threw him the core of that keeper's, said it was excellent, then let him use it. He used some mana from the core to heal his wounds, but there should have been plenty left to help him break through to the next stage. Ray's hands were shaking, and he told his son that he couldn't. That's what he risked his life for. He can't just take it for himself. Tabitha turned to Alice and said that her son had brought a really valuable gift. She couldn't even imagine that an S-class beast core could be used in such a way. Alice said that, considering how much anxiety it brought, she still wasn't sure if it was worth it. Arthur told his father to take it. He'll need it if he wants to keep up with it. He wouldn't let his son beat him up, would he? Ray told him not to tell him, but Arthur understood what he wanted to say and said that yes, the light orange stage. Tabitha thought it was ridiculous and hit her husband to finally wake up. Ray swallowed and looked at the core. Then he clenched it into a fist, and he told his son not to cry when his old man beat him next time. Arthur said he was taking him at his word. Elijah was taking a shower. Then Arthur burst into him and said that he had brought it. Elijah covered himself up and said he was naked. Arthur called him a princess and told him to relax. He can't see much anyway because of the steam. Elijah asked what he swears. Arthur was already closing the door behind him and said no. After that, Arthur went to his room and took out this mask again. He asked Sylvia that a lot of things had happened in these 2 years, didn't he? Sylvia said yes. She even got taller than him. Arthur laughed and said that it was. Then Elijah came into the room and said it was his turn to wash. Arthur said he understood. Elijah asked that, by the way, what had he been doing for so long? Well, he said that he had several questions and in order to solve them, he needed the help of Uncle Vincent. And he also discussed with him the issue of paying for his studies at the Magic Academy. Elijah asked, is that really true? And what did he say? Arthur was about to go to the bathroom and said that, of course, he said that. Then he went into the bathroom and closed the door behind him. After a while, they were already lying in bed and getting ready for bed. Elijah said that just think that soon he will become a student of the Magic Academy. He turned to Arthur and asked that he thought they could learn a lot there. This academy is considered the best school of magic today. Arthur said that, nevertheless, the level of their skills with him is higher than their first-year students. He assumes that it will be a little boring. Elijah said yes, but there will be students from all influential families. Just the thought of sharing experiences with them and learning how to better control his powers excites him. Arthur said that he thinks it would be useful for him to learn more about the elements of lightning and ice. He still needs too much mana to use lightning magic, and it's still hard for him to control the ice even with his beast will. Elijah asked him if he had thought about what he was going to do with Lucas. Arthur exhaled and said that Lucas had no idea who he was and until he was sure that he could challenge his whole family. Then he would leave everything like that. Training is more important now. Elijah said he was surprised that he backed off instead of using all his strength against this asshole. Arthur said yes, well, he's still surprised that one thing he did before going to bed was shoot a wall of pillows. Was it really mandatory? Elijah said that, of course, it was necessary. It's very strange that 2 guys sleep in the same bed. Arthur jumped up and asked what, would he like him to be a girl? Elijah hit him with a pillow and told him to shut up. But if we talk about girls, how does he think he will be able to find a girlfriend at the academy? Arthur said that for a guy who looks so serious, he worries about the most ordinary things. But he should not worry, because he is sure that he has met a pretty black-haired girl with glasses. Then they get married and make up adorable kids with black hair and glasses. Elijah asked what he thinks children are born with glasses or something like that. In any case, he is sure that he will have no end of girls with his disgusting royal appearance. Arthur asked if he could really smell the notes of envy. Elijah asked if he really only felt them. Arthur told him not to worry, because for him girls their age would be almost babies. And now they need to sleep. The next morning, Escorting woke up and decided to go downstairs. There he was met by Vincent, who said that it was great that he had woken up. He was curious to talk to the inventor yesterday, so in the morning he contacted one. Arthur asked, is it really true? Vincent said his name was Gideon. He is not only a famous researcher, but also the most experienced inventor and craftsman in Sapin. He will return to Zyrus in 3 days, and then the 2 of them will make a detour in order to look at him, and then join everyone else in the center of Zyrus. Arthur said it sounded good, but would there be an event in the city center on this day? Vincent asked if he hadn't heard. Royal families from all over the world will gather in Ediston to make an important announcement. It will be broadcast on the central square. Arthur said he understood. Anyway, thanks to him for organizing this meeting. Vincent said that he was still very curious. Did he need something from him? Well, he said that it wasn't that he needed anything, but he wanted to discuss something, and he himself thought that it was time to use his knowledge from his past life. Vincent asked what, but that Ray came and called out to them. He took a closer look at Vincent and asked if it was okay that he was like this. It seemed to him that he was going to meet someone this morning. Vincent said he was right. It's time for him to run. He turned to Arthur and said he would pick him up later. Ray said he'd stumble if Andy kept looking back at them. When Vincent left, Arthur turned to his father and said that, by the way, about the old ones. How is his training going? Ray said he had officially made it to the solid orange stage. It reminded him. He took out that core and said that for some reason, even after he absorbed everything from that core, it didn't crumble. But in any case, he needs to finish his preparations before going out. Arthur took this core. Ray patted his son on the head, then put his hand on his shoulder and thanked him again. He went about his business and said he would be back for dinner. He sat down somewhere on the streets, and after looking at this core, He thought, I wonder why it didn't collapse. He closed his eyes and decided to check it out. And what he found surprised him. He opened his eyes wide and thought, is there really a beast's will inside the core? The will of the beast, a force desired by many, which grants its master access to powerful and unique magic. Only those to whom the powerful mana beast willingly handed it over can possess it, or those who extracted an already killed beast from the core. What will happen if there are two wills in it? Is it even possible? But there's only one way to find out. He closed his eyes again and concentrated. After something happened, he abruptly opened his eyes and dropped the core. He thought it was very close. If he had hesitated even for a second longer, the will of the guardian of the ancient forest would have been destroyed by him. He picked up the core and asked, what's interesting? Then why couldn't Dad feel it? He remembered the words of the old man who had told him that the elements possessed by the beast and the magician must be compatible. Let him not dare to forget about it. But Arthur had already safely forgotten about it. And now he said that, well, yes, if this is the reason, then he is sure exactly who will need it. And immediately I thought about Tess. He'd really like to know what she's doing right now. The next few days flew by unnoticed. Even despite his training, he tried to spend more time with his family every day and live like an ordinary teenager. On one of these days, Ellie came to his room and decided to wake him up. She said that Mom asked them to come down and have breakfast, but the guys never woke up. Arthur said in his dream that he wanted it, this gorgeous spatial ring. Ellie came into the room and saw that they were sleeping on the same bed with Sylvia. She said Mom said they should all get ready for today's announcement. Then she stopped next to the bed and told him to wake up and sing. After that, she jumped on him. Arthur immediately woke up and told his sister that she was already too big for this. Elle asked if he had just called her fat. Arthur said that they were teaching her some strange things in this so-called school for real ladies. Elle told him to make sure he was ready for the trip and come down for breakfast. She, along with her mother and Aunt Tabitha, will go first. Arthur asked who she had just learned to be so cruel from. Elijah said he thought he knew the answer. After that, they packed up and came to the city. Arthur said that there was a hunt. Elijah said he wasn't surprised, considering how much Sylvie stole from his plate. In any case, he plans to go to the nearest shops. Arthur asked how he even had money to buy. Elijah said that unlike some, he kept what they earned in the dungeon. Arthur said he was lucky. He turned to Sylvia and said that he would go to Gideon, so she should stay with Elijah. Sylvie nodded to him and said that it was fine. After that, he and Vincent went to Gideon's. They knocked on the door, and they were opened by a very strange man who said that Mr. Gideon was not there. But as soon as he saw that Vincent had come to him, he immediately came out and greeted him, and asked them to come in. Vincent told Himes that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After that, they followed him and the men saw them off. Arthur felt a strong stench and plugging his nose, asked what it stinks here. Himes said it would be easier to answer the question. What doesn't stink here? Dirty things were scattered everywhere in the room. Did Arthur say something was moving there? The one who came out was the same Gideon used to Hines that he told him not to let anyone. But he saw Vincent and immediately fell silent. And he said that he saw that he had come to bother him again. Vincent said he was acting like he hadn't warned him. Gideon said he was just tired of people lately. Over the past year, a dozen messengers from royal families have come to him. They pursued him and tried to force him to invent a way to travel on the ocean. Arthur asked her why she needed to travel across the ocean. Gideon said it was none of his business. Vincent and Arthur just looked at each other. But Gideon turned his attention to Arthur and asked what this little thing was doing to him. Arthur said it was an honor to meet him. Vincent's uncle talked a lot about his amazing works and inventions. His name is Arthur, and he's Reynolds' son. Gideon asked Vincent why he had brought him here. He knows that he does not take apprentices and apprentices. Vincent said that in fact, he would like to find out himself why he wanted to get to know him so much. Arthur said he came to offer something, but he heard he was looking for a way to travel the ocean. Didn't he? Gideon asked what's what. Arthur approached his desk and, grabbing the paper, said that it would probably be much easier to show him than to explain. Otherwise he will draw something. Gideon came up to him and said he didn't know what kind of doodle he had drawn. But this is not a problem that a youngster who has not even grown hair on can handle. But what he saw on a piece of paper surprised him greatly, and he said that it was the same. How's that? Gideon said that of course. He took this sheet and began to study it. He said that the engine is powered not by mana, but by steam, which are obtained by burning certain materials. And why didn't he think about it before? But there is something wrong, something is missing. Arthur pulled out this elevator and said that he did not specify some key details and would be happy to provide them. After the end of their negotiations, Gideon pointed a finger at him and asked that he wasn't just a little bugger, was he? But it doesn't matter. He snapped his fingers, and a suitcase was immediately brought to him. Gideon told Arthur that he was sure that even the things that were lying on his floor would surprise him. Vincent said it was a ferruginous diamond. Gideon said Vincent said he was a promising magician. This is one of the rarest gems on the entire continent, which is able to contain an incredible amount of mana. Vincent corrected him and said that promising was not exactly the word he used. Arthur shook his head negatively and said he was grateful, but he wasn't interested. Gideon said he wasn't interested in talking. But it doesn't matter, and I asked my assistant to bring all the items from the middle shelf of Rosie after a while. They brought a lot of different pieces. Vincent's eyes were already lighting up. Arthur just stood on the sidelines, he was not interested. Gideon started digging around and said he hadn't shown it to anyone before, but he would make an exception for him. This mirror is capable of deflecting up to 5. But Arthur interrupted him and said he wasn't interested. Then Gideon, without losing hope, began to offer him the following things and asked what about it. But Arthur said no. Gideon showed the following items, said he wouldn't be able to give it up. But then Arthur said no. Gideon said he might, but he was sure of this. Arthur said what is? Vincent thought that being able to express his opinion right in the face of the great Gideon, which was to be expected from Arthur, but Gideon had already lost his temper and, throwing all the things at his assistant, told him to take his stuff. Vincent wondered what the hell was going on right in front of him. Gideon approached Arthur and, grabbing him by the shoulders, said that it seemed he had no choice, and told Himes to bring him those pendants. The man was very surprised and told him that they were made for. Gideon said he knew it, he should just bring them. After some time, the man brought him those pendants. Gideon opened them and said that the best designers worked on their appearance in order for the pendants to match the status of the royal family. Arthur took one of these pendants and said that they were made of rebirth. Gideon said it was damn right. But how did he know about it? Vincent asked, what is the Serpent of Rebirth? Gideon said that this is a race of S-class mana beasts as rare as dragons. They are satisfied, known for their unique ability. Arthur asked that he assumes that he was able to somehow retain this ability inside these pendants. Gideon said that's right. Just like the snake rebirth, a protective shell will be created around the owner of this small artifact at the moment of danger. And this is only a small part. If the shell is destroyed, then the mana stored inside the pendant will be released and bring the owner the safest place known to this person. As if the Serpent of Rebirth had done it. Arthur asked that how many times can the ability of this pendant be used? Gideon said that, to be honest, it's hard to say. He has already ruined 5 Phoenix cores, which are already more expensive than any other S-class core. Hypothetical input can be used as many times, and showed 2 fingers. Arthur thought it was something that Ellie and Mom could. But then it dawned on him and he asked that earlier he said they were made for the royal family, right? Gideon said that, yes, she was the one who donated the cores to him. But it doesn't matter, because he is now more interested in how he came up with this idea, and why he decided to make it public now. What is he trying to achieve? Arthur said he just wants his sister to get a nice birthday present. Gideon and Vincent thought he was a liar. Arthur said that, by the way, he was not going to disclose anything until he found out what purpose it would be used for. Gideon asked, is it really that important? He will find out about everything during today's announcement. Arthur said that he was confident that such an outstanding personality, as he would be able to provide much more information than the extremely filtered part intended for the public. Gideon said it was fine. If he tells him everything he knows, will he give up these pendants? Arthur said he wasn't that good. Gideon said that then instead of 2, only 1. Arthur was clearly not satisfied with this, and holding the drawn drawings in one hand, he released a flame in the other, intending to burn them. Vincent said he might not know what exactly was going on in his extra gifted head, but he can trust Arthur, he will keep his word. Gideon said it was fine. To hell with the royal family. In any case, it is more important now to create a ship. Last year they found evidence of an alleged. No, they are absolutely sure that there is another continent besides Dickaton. Arthur asked, what is the new continent? Vincent adjusted his glasses and said it was true. Arthur looked at Vincent and asked if he really knew about it. Vincent said that one of the royal family's subordinates blabbed. He was not sure of the reliability of this information, so he made him promise that he would not tell anyone. But Gideon's words convinced him that it was true. Arthur thought about it, then asked that how can he be sure that there is another continent? Were they able to get evidence? Gideon said that, of course, they had collected evidence. What kind of half-witted scientist would claim such a thing without proof? He sat down on a chair and said that a few years ago they got an artifact. It was attached to a mana beast that looked like a bird, the like of which had never been seen before on their continent. She was able to blend in almost completely with her surroundings. Vincent was very surprised and asked that mana is a beast that is able to fly and merge with the environment. How did they even manage to catch him? Gideon said they were just damn lucky. Two worthless adventurers missed a squirrel and accidentally shot down a bird. In any case, such a complex artifact was attached to it that only last year he was able to understand what it was needed for. And this confirms everything. Arthur asked what this artifact is capable of. Gideon asked him what he understood. After all, so many members of the royal families have access to this information. Arthur said that then he thinks that the drawing on this paper is even more important, since even the royal families do not know its contents. Gideon immediately said that the artifact was able to record and save moving pictures. Vincent thought that it turns out that even the great Gideon can't do anything against Arthur. Arthur asked if it was true. Guides, he thought that this little. Vincent said that then everything is clear. Arthur said he didn't see how it could prove anything. Couldn't it have been created by some unknown inventor of their continent? Vincent said that he had previously mentioned that he was introducing him to one of the most experienced inventors and artisans he knows. But Master Gideon is not just experienced. He is the greatest inventor in the history of Decathlon. Arthur looked at Gideon and asked, "What is he?" Seriously, Gideon thought how much it hurt. And he said it was true. He should bring any inventor from this continent here, and he would worship him so low that his forehead would be underground. Arthur said that because the supposedly better inventor of their continent could hardly understand the technology hidden in this artifact, the royal families immediately decided that the one who created it did not come from their continent. Gideon thought that it was necessary for him to formulate everything in this way. And he said that yes, that's right, but it's also worth considering the fact that detailed moving pictures from all three kingdoms were recorded in the artifact. Arthur exhaled and said it was clear. Gideon could not stand it and, approaching Arthur, asked, "What is clear and that's it?" They talk about the possibility of the existence of a continent where there are not only very skilled inventors, but probably even stronger magicians. Arthur pushed Gideon away and said he understood how important it was, but there was no need to speculate. He took a pen and said that with a steam engine, they would just see for themselves what awaits them on the new continent. After that, Vincent and Arthur finally left Gideon. Vincent said he had never seen this grumpy tour guide so enthusiastic in his entire life. Arthur asked what really. Arthur then told Gideon that this steam engine would need special materials, which should be enough. Gideon said that, yes, he could easily take care of it. He should just finish everything else. Vincent said that Gideon said his idea was brilliant, but he still can't figure out how using ordinary steam can get enough energy to move the ship. Arthur thought that he thinks that the people of this world rely too much on mana, which is why the development of non-magical technologies is slowing down quite a lot. Vincent said that what surprised him the most was that his parents didn't attach much importance to the things he was capable of. If he were his father, but Arthur wasn't listening to him anymore. He thought that it was only thanks to this that he was able to exchange this harmless technology for very useful things for his family. But just think, there might be another continent outside of their continent. This is really just the beginning. Then Sylvia informed him that she and the little glasses were coming to him with big glasses. She sees him. She calls Vincent Big Glasses. Vincent said he couldn't believe it was his sister's Ellipsis birthday next week. Then Sylvia and Elijah ran towards them. Elijah said he can't wait for today's announcement. He had heard from an elder that the three kingdoms were discussing something regarding their unification. Arthur wondered if this was really the case. Was it related to the discovery of a new continent that Gideon had recently mentioned? Vincent said he knows what will happen, but won't spoil it. But then he was staring somewhere. Elijah turned in that direction and said that really something for his. But what he saw shocked him. They saw some guy being beaten up, too. He couldn't get up anymore and begged them to stop. He said he hadn't done anything. One of the guys asked how he didn't do anything. Isn't it already enough that dwarves like him can now attend the academy? So he also dared to break the school rules, protecting yourself with mana. Doesn't he know that using magic outside of school is forbidden? He should stop using mana. He swung the stick at him again and said that he had told him to stop using. But then Elijah shoved him and said that was enough. He immediately ran up to this guy and asked if he was all right. Can he get up? That man got up and said he couldn't believe it. Elijah helped the guy up and, turning to this man, said that how dare he do such a thing with. But from there this man hit Elijah on the cheek so that his glasses flew off. And he said he should ask him the same thing. How dare he interrupt his fun? Vincent said it was unacceptable. He will call the guards before this. But Arthur stopped him and said no. Vincent asked what was he talking about. They can't just let them. Elijah thought that if he used magic, then Arthur and Mr. Vincent would be in big trouble because of him. He must not lose his temper. Then some guy noticed his clothes and asked if it wasn't a symbol of the kingdom of Darv. The other guy said he was right. Then the man with the red hair grabbed Elijah by the hair and said, "What a funny turn of events. Does he also want to lie on the ground with his half-pig brother?" Elijah thought that, damn it, he couldn't win for himself without using mana. The man swung the stick again and told him to clench his teeth. He will make sure that they got to the neighboring beds in the hospital so that after they could. But then he heard a crunch behind him. The same man stopped and turned around. He saw Arthur behind him. The man asked, "Is that really another hillbilly? He has to fall off from them if he doesn't want to join these two." The other guy supported him and said that yes, they don't mind playing with him too. Arthur was very determined and said that it was great, because he wants to play with them too. Curtis was riding in a carriage with an escort. He said that he could still understand the reluctance to attend the speech of his father and mother in the Etihad. But was it really necessary to observe complete confidentiality? There aren't any royal soldiers with them right now. The man said that, given how well guarded this event is, then one of them will be enough, and confidentiality is necessary for a comfortable stay of His Highness's. Princess Caitlin has made it clear that she doesn't want to attract too much attention. Caitlin, who was sitting next to me, said that and definitely made it clear that she did not want to come here. But she's still here. Curtis said it was a miracle she had lived so long as a member of the royal family. She should be grateful that she has him, otherwise she would just lock herself in the library for the whole day. Caitlin said he only made her go with him because his lady heart changed her mind at the last minute. Curtis said that, however, in order for her to agree, he had to leave Grounder at home, despite the fact that he planned to appear on it during the announcement. The man told him that his mana is a beast, the size of this carriage, and no one has trained him yet, it's not safe. Curtis turned to his sister and asked that Grounder had become obedient, hadn't he? Has she even listened to him? Caitlin looked out the window where Arthur was walking with Elijah. Vincent thought, what should he do? Had he never seen Arthur like this? If things continue like this, then these students may die. So he stepped forward and blocked Arthur's path. He told them to get out. No one has been seriously injured from here yet. And he told Arthur that they were just kids. They needed to close their eyes to this and make sure Elijah was okay. The guy told them to watch this old man trying to protect the kid. What a shame. Vincent thought, no, not grateful kids. He's trying to protect them. Then Arthur turned to Vincent. Vincent already shuddered and asked, what is it? Arthur told him to step aside. Vincent was so scared that he decided to do as Arthur asked and thought that they should forgive him. It's all over for them. May they rest in peace now. The guy with the green hair came forward and said he would deal with him. The girl said, handing him a stick so that he would try not to dirty his brand new suit. The guy said it was easy. He swung at him and said that one blow would be enough to. But Arthur hit him so fast that no one even noticed. Everyone looked at Arthur with horror. The next guy with blonde hair came out and told them to see how arrogant this jerk had become just because he caught someone off guard. He would show him the difference between a commoner and a real noble trained in swordsmanship. Sam. He thought that this was how he should admire the full power of the 1,000-step strike technique that had been passed down in their family from generation to generation. Not bad. He is able to keep up with his movements, but a blow of 1,000 steps is not something that you can easily dodge. The swaying movements of his weapon, I am designed to capture all his attention, and in the end he will not be able to dodge. After that, he decided to attack Arthur. Arthur didn't even move, and easily dodged his attack. And then I hit him too. He looked at his broken stick and said that it was a shame that things not reinforced with mono were so fragile. He thinks he just has to end this game with his bare hands. The guy with red hair said he was a small, cheeky commoner and grinned. He remembered the words of his father, who told him to remember the fists of the tridents are much more dangerous than any weapon ever created by humans. Jamal also threw away the stick and thought that with just one blow he would make sure that he filled his place in this world. But when he looked at Arthur, he felt a lot of pressure and thought that why? How can he exert such pressure on others, which even his father cannot boast of? Then he rushed into battle, but Arthur beat him to it and hit him in the face. The guy flew away. Jamal was still conscious and said that how dare he humiliate the heir of the House of Trident. And he gathered everything to use his power. He used a power called the Trident piercing the heavens. But then Caitlin came to their aid, and she protected them from danger with her ice magic. Caitlin thought he was just another boy, like his immature brother and his friends. At least, that's the opinion she had about him, but the short time she spent with him. But for some reason her gaze continued to cling to him. Perhaps that's why she realized that he was not like all those infantile guys she had managed to dislike. He was different. Curtis was also here and shouted that what do you mean? Jamal was horrified and asked if it was really Princess Caitlin and Prince Curtis. They all started bowing to them in unison, and he said that they were his friends just chatting carelessly when this wild commoners wantonly attacked them. Elijah asked what's what. It's them. But then Jamal said they were wrong. Caitlin looked at the guy they beat up and thought that didn't explain why this dwarf was injured. Curtis turned to Arthur and asked if it was really true. Caitlin looked at her brother with displeasure and thought that it was not worth blindly believing their words. Arthur said it was funny. Those guys who were bowing to the prince and the princess thought that he had just called the prince funny. Then their escort came up to Arthur and asked that how dare he address the prince with the same carelessness, and grabbed him by the shoulder. Arthur pushed his hand away and said he was asking for his forgiveness. His speech becomes rude when he hears all sorts of nonsense, and squeezed his hand in his own. The man was scared and thought, why is this little boy so strong? Vincent came here, you asked them to forgive his nephew. He wanted to say that the words of these children were lies. Curtis asked Vincent what he was doing here. Vincent said that they were going to the square to listen to the announcement, but on the way they came across a group of hooligans who were beating this poor boy. Curtis turned to those guys and asked that he dared to lie to him. What's his name? The guy with red hair got up and said his name was Jamal. He is the first son of the Trident family. Curtis thought, what of this family? The situation is getting more complicated. It is possible to say without mistake that the dream has now used magic that is potentially life-threatening. But the Talents, along with the Academy, are the main sponsors of their family. Who knows how his family will react if something happens to their heir? Caitlin came forward and told Jamal that he was using magic in a public place. But Curtis interrupted her and said that in the end no one was seriously injured. So if everyone agrees to turn a blind eye to this, then Jamal thought that was right, considering how much gold his father had invested in this kingdom. Even the royal family wouldn't dare touch him. Arthur turned to Uncle Vincent and asked if he had a two-way communication scroll with him. Vincent said yes, but why did he? Arthur decided to contact the director of the academy. Jamal thought that he was just a fool. How dare he contact the director of the academy personally? Cynthia answered and told Vincent that he knows that she doesn't like Sutton. But then she saw Arthur. Cynthia said she was so glad to hear from him. It's been so long. Everyone who was in the neighborhood crowded around and thought what an unexpected change of tone. Arthur told the principal that he needed her to expel a guy named Jamal and his group of friends from the academy for their racist taunts and use of lethal magic in the city. This whole group trembled. Cynthia asked him to wait because it's so sudden. But he told Jamal, didn't he? She doesn't think it's. Jamal thought that like this, even if this commoner is somehow related to the director, it's impossible that she would take his side, considering how much his family has sacrificed her academy. Arthur told the principal that if she still wanted him to enter her academy, Cynthia said it was done. They are excluded. That Jamal was contacted by his mother. She started shouting at her son that why she had just been contacted from the academy and told that he was expelled. Should he explain everything to her? Curtis approached Arthur and told him to let him apologize for earlier. As a prince, he had to be impartial and not unconditionally believe their words. Arthur said he would also like to apologize for his behavior. He apologizes for giving into emotions. Curtis said he had every right to do so. The Trident family is not. He is glad that these students will not be at the academy. There is no place for racism on this continent. After that, he also climbed into the carriage and said, "What kind of headache?" He vaguely remembers, but it seems he felt the same way when they first met. And yet this kid Arthur is quite strange. Caitlin, his neighbor, listened, just looked at Arthur leaving. Curtis said he was a good guy, but still, and she ignores him again. Then Caitlin got up and drew Arthur's attention to her. She wondered if he would like to have a cup of tea with her sometime. Arthur looked at her. Caitlin said they'd see each other at the academy. Arthur smiled at her and bowed. After that, Caitlin sat down again. Curtis asked what it was. Was it really his heartless ice cold sister? Caitlin thought he was really different. After that, they all came to a large square. There were already a lot of people there. Ellie pointed her finger at Elijah's swollen cheek and asked why his cheek was swollen. Elijah said that regarding this, Arthur looked around, but thought that soon all these people would find out that there was another one outside their continent. I wonder how they will react. But what bothers him is the fact that another continent was spying on their continent with the help of a mana beast that can disguise itself with a recording artifact. They would only do this if they are afraid of them or have malicious intent. Did he do the right thing by increasing the probability that Dickonet would reach a new continent? Maybe it's for the best. If they are really hostile, then they will be able to conduct a preemptive strike or. Then his mother turned to him and asked if something was really wrong. Arthur looked at her again. Alice said he looked even more distracted than usual. Arthur said it was all right, she shouldn't worry. Alice said that she would pretend that he was busy with the thoughts of an ordinary 12-year-old boy, as mothers usually do. She just wants him to know that even though she will constantly bother, she will never stop him from doing what he wants. Arthur thought he would like to promise that she would never have to worry about him, but he would never be able to lie to her like that. So he just thanked her. After that, several magicians came out and made a screen appear in front of the audience, on which they saw the royal family. The king said he welcomes them people, elves and dwarves. He introduced himself and said he was Blaine. Most of them he is known as the king of their city, but today he will act not just as the leader of the people, but as one of the representatives of their continent. He stands next to the rulers of the three kingdoms, their beloved continent, who all gathered together on this wonderful day. Today will be the beginning of a new era for the continent that they will call home. They believe that many of them are aware of the enmity between humans and elves, and they consider dwarves only as business partners. However, this is not the course they want to continue to follow. They had met countless times over the past few years, trying to unite their races. 2 years ago, they agreed that they would allow representatives of all three races to register as adventurers. Being able to see a group of humans, elves and dwarves working together to achieve a common goal is what brings him joy. Last year marked a new milestone in history, when the Magic Academy opened its doors to students from the kingdom of Eleanor and Darv. Now a new generation of magicians can freely make friends, create pleasant memories. Despite the outdated framework, given the ongoing enmity between them, they understand how difficult it will be for some to adapt. However, they urge them to forget about the past and stop any manifestations of discrimination in order to think about something else besides this. If not for themselves, then at least for their children and the future of this continent. The Elf King said it was an honor to speak on behalf of all those who gathered on this unforgettable day. He fully supports all the words that concern the future of the continent, so eloquently pronounced by the king. Although they have a pretty clear idea of the future, he can state unequivocally that this continent holds a lot of unexplored things. Here, on their home continent, there are places so dangerous that no one dared to explore them. And if he tells them that even more secrets and dangers lie beyond his borders, and they heard right. Today they officially announced that they have found evidence of the existence of another continent. Everyone immediately started talking among themselves. People asked, what is another continent? How will it turn out for them? Are they their enemies? Arthur looked around and thought that he knew that the discussion of this news might not have gone too smoothly, but it's total chaos. The Elf King tried to calm them down and said that they themselves don't know much yet, so they have a lot of questions. All they know now is that there is another continent that is filled with mystery, adventure, and possibly danger. There is also evidence that they tried to get to them, but it seems that the current level of technological development of the parties does not allow traveling so far. Here the king of the dwarves could not stand it and, getting up, told everyone to be silent. After that, everyone closed their mouths and silence fell. The dwarf king said that, just like the elf king said, there was a lot they didn't know. However, in these times of uncertainty, they are all sure of one thing. The best thing they can do for this continent and their people is to unite. They shouldn't fight among themselves anymore. They may look different, and their cultural values can sometimes fuel conflicts, but they should always remember that they were all born on the continent of Dickaton. He, for example, is proud of this fact and hopes that future generations will feel the same. What about them? After that, everyone clapped. The Dwarf King said that the process of uniting their three races and kingdoms would take time and require a huge amount of effort. 6 people will be appointed for today. These are the people who, according to the royal families, are the most courageous and tactful, intelligent and strong. In each of their nations, respectively, they will be representatives of each of the 3 races on a continental scale. The main task of these 6 people will be to protect and maintain the well-being of their continent. They will work together with them as the rulers of this continent in order to be sure that their home will remain protected. When they enter this exciting era for their people, these people will henceforth be known as the 6 Kappas. Each spear symbolizes the bonds that unite not only their own kingdoms, but also their entire continent. A small box was brought to the King of Men. He got up and, taking it in his hands and opened it, there were 6 rings in it. Alia Triskin came out first. The second was Very Ori. The third Alfred Wernd. The fourth Aya Greffin. The fifth is Mika Efborn. And the 6th Byron Wykes. Elijah asked what he said to Wykes, didn't he? Same last name as Lucas, isn't it? The King of Men said that 6 spears may they protect them and bring them glory. All magic beginners should strive to become one of the 6 copies in the future. Not even writing is not the limit. The day of the announcements I brought Arthur back to a cruel reality. Lucas is a man whose disobedience to orders and betrayal caused the death of most of the members of their group. Thanks to the connections and power of his family, he was able to escape punishment for his crimes. He was warned that trying to take revenge on Lucas is the same as signing a death sentence for himself, because his older brother is behind him, who is not only a powerful magician, so now he has also become one of the copies. Now Arthur was preparing for some kind of event and thought that it was a little flashy for his taste, but he thinks it will do, although it confused his plans a little. But now he has much more important things to do: his sister's birthday. Their maid had already helped Arthur to get ready completely, so she hurried on about her business. Arthur thought that he was already thinking that he should go down. Sylvia jumped on him and told him to go, but Arthur picked her up and put her back on the bed. Sylvia looked at him questioningly, because she didn't understand what Arthur was trying to say to her. He told her that she should stay in the room at night. Sylvia immediately became very sad, because she also wanted to go to this celebration, as well as have a delicious meal there. Arthur patted her and said that Vincent had warned him that some guests were using Ellie's party as an excuse to follow him. He doesn't want to take any chances, but she shouldn't worry, because he will definitely send someone to bring her a lot of goodies. Sylvia asked what he was promising. Arthur said he promised. Sylvia was very happy, so she agreed to stay in the room. After that, he went downstairs and began to receive guests. Apparently it was his duty. Just at that moment, one of the invited families arrived with his daughter. He greeted them and invited them into the house. When they came in, the mother told her daughter that she would definitely ask this boy to dance with her later. Arthur turned around and saw Elijah. Now he was standing against the wall and talking to some girl. He told her that, yes, he would enter the Magic Academy soon. He was twirling a glass of wine in his hands and suggested to the girl that maybe they would have a snack sometime. But then, because of his carelessness, he turned the glass over and all the contents of it poured right on him. Arthur turned around abruptly, and at the same moment Elijah looked at him and thought that he would not behave as if he had not seen anything. Then Ray came down from above and shouted to everyone that they were coming. Everyone should get ready. All the guests immediately rushed around and took their seats. Alice was leading her daughter up the stairs and closed her eyes. Ellie said she thought they were going to have a regular family party. Why did she have to wear this uncomfortable dress? Mom drove her very carefully and told her not to hurry. Then she opened her eyes and said that's why. Everyone congratulated her on her birthday in unison. Ellie was very happy about this and did not expect such a surprise. She really liked him very much. After that, they had fun for a very long time. We talked and ate a lot. After some time, Ray attracted everyone's attention and said that before continuing the fun, he would like to thank everyone present on behalf of his precious daughter for coming to celebrate her birthday. So many wonderful things have been sent down to him in this life, but there will be no greater joy for him than to see one dance of his children. Ellie was terrified. Apparently, this was not planned, and immediately looked at his mom. Tabitha looked at Alice and asked her that she didn't know that Ellie and Art were supposed to dance, even though they were practicing. Alice was also very angry and thought she would kill him, and she said that absolutely not. Ellie went up to her mother and asked what she should do. She can't dance. The girl was very nervous about it. But then Arthur came up to her and, calling out to her, said that would she do him the honor of agreeing to dance with him. And he held out his hand to her. Ellie took his hand and said that, but Arthur just nodded to her. He looked very confident. It calmed Ellie a little, but she still didn't know what he was up to. After that, Ray asked them to turn on the music. The music started playing and Arthur and Ellie started dancing. Tabitha and Alice gaped in surprise, because this dance was Ray's improvisation, which he didn't even warn anyone about, so Arthur and Ellie never even practiced. Tabitha said she thought they weren't practicing. Alice said that they didn't. They circled in the dance for a long time, after which Arthur, with the help of his wind magic, lifted Ellie to a small height, and then gently and beautifully lowered her, thereby ending their dance. Everyone was delighted with their dance and showered them with applause. Arthur thought that, well, he thinks that all those ballroom dancing lessons from his past life were useful to him here after all. Then someone said what a disgustingly lovely performance. It was Gideon, who, apparently, was also invited to such a celebration. He turned to Arthur and asked if he would mind chatting. After that, Arthur followed Gideon. Meanwhile, Tess and her maid were driving past Arthur's house. Apparently, she has recently arrived in the city with everything. The girl said she was told she was pretty close to Arthur, but is it okay that she just left a gift for his sister and left? Tess said that today Arthur's attention should belong to his sister, and besides, they will soon see him at the academy.